All right, and we're ready to rumble here, opening up the A stream for NECC Collegiate Overwatch Playoffs. I'm Alt Charge alongside Nuclear for this one, and we have such an interesting match on our hands. It's a 1 seed in Clark University taking on a 4 seed in the University of Rio Grande, and the 4 seed beat the 1 seed in the last week of the season 3-1. Nuke, what are we going to make of this game? This one is completely up in the air.
It is entirely up in the air, Berkeley. You bring up very good points. Clark Obsidian beating the 8th seed and eating themselves a bit, beating Clark Chromatic in the quarterfinals, and Rio Grande taking on Champlain Teal. Both teams winning 3-0. I think if there's any upset in this division, it will be here and now with Rio Grande taking on Clark Obsidian. And after this, we're going to see a finals between whoever wins in Catawba Blue or Midway University on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, and that's going to wrap up the Navigators. You can take a look at the rest of the stream schedule for tonight. Up after this game is an absolute barn burner in the Legends division. That's going to be Northwood taking on Fisher. Pretty much two contenders teams, everyone can say. That one's going to be casted by Bullskunk and Chef Billy, so stick around after this one wraps up. That one is going to be one you don't want to miss. And then at 11 p.m., we're going to have WCU Black taking on Gray's Harbor. Nuke, but let's hop into this game. Let's just talk a little bit about, you kind of mentioned the bracket so far, so we should just go over the lineups before we hop into map 1 control.
Oh, absolutely. Let's look at the lineups indeed. So first, you can see the bracket, as we were alluding to earlier. This is what you're seeing on either side of the bracket. There is 3-0s across the board for the quarterfinals. And now that we're in semifinals, things are going to start heating up, Berkeley. But let's go ahead and let's go ahead and, when we're able to, transition to the lineups throw. On the side of Clark Obsidian, we are going to see Kamba, Nuggy, Derp Dragon, Green Memes, and Fallon Lord on the side of Clark. Over on the side of University of Rio Grande, what do we got in store, Bert?
Well, for Rio Grande, we're going to have Mad Puppy holding it down on the tank. Ghoul and Anonymous are going to be on the DPS. Anonymous are going to be on the DPS. And then the supports are going to be Call Me Massey and Theory. I mean, this is a team that upset the number 1 seed in the final week of the season. So that's just going to be the story going forward, is can Clark Obsidian kind of right the wrong? And that was the only thing that made their record not perfect. They're an 8-1 team. The only loss they have is to Rio Grande. So the only time anyone found a weakness, it was their opponent tonight. I think they're coming into this game a little bit afraid. They know what happened last time. They know it was recent. It's not like it happened at the start of the season. This one is on their brains, Nuke.
It absolutely is on their brains, and they have quite a bit of flexibility on the side of University of Rio Grande. 3 of their players, 2 of their tank players, and 1 of their DPS all have a ton of hours on Reinhardt and Diva, so we may see a little bit of switching coming out on either side, depending on what calls for the moment tonight. And I think at this point in the season, Berkeley, that's where you're going to see the adaptive teams really take the lead. There's so much flexibility with Overwatch picks, especially mid-match, needing to swap out people to counter. Maybe the first 2 games are going to feel each other out, and then we're really going to see it pick up pace as they swap people off positions, if that's something they decide to do.
Yeah, and Nuki mentioned just being able to have some hero diversity. That makes a lot of a bigger impact in the playoffs, too, when we go into a pick-ban system of maps. It's no longer just a stable map pool that you can kind of prepare for week after week. Now it's a pick-ban system. Do you want to explain to chat a little bit of how that works?
Absolutely. So we try to make things pretty fair here in the NECC, as fair as possible. And so when we move into playoffs, we decide to move over into a pick ban system for maps. So, for instance, to give you context for this series, University of Rio Grande banned Pariso. Then Clark banned Kings Row. Rio banned Dorado. Clark banned Route 66. And so for the first map, we're going to see Rio ban Oasis and Clark picking Ilios. So you see this back and forth of picks and bans, and that's how you make it the most competitive integral you possibly can.
And it's kind of an interesting pick ban system. A lot of pick ban systems people are used to in Overwatch tournaments are where you pick the map after you lose the previous map. This one, the pick bans happen at the very start of the game, so you can kind of game plan early on how you want to play this match. It's not really taking it by a map basis. You're just kind of throwing a ton of information at you right at the start, and then that could either work great to the game plan that you set up in scrims, or you could be scratching your heads a little bit. But Nuke, I believe we are just about ready to hop into Ilios map number 1, and I cannot wait just 25 seconds until the doors unlock for the semifinals here for the NECC.
Absolutely. And I'm chomping at the This is where teams really kick it into gear, Berkeley. Usually, round one in your quarterfinals, you're playing the other side of the bracket in terms of your the one seed's playing 8 seed. It's more generally than not going to be a blowout. We saw that through the 3-0s. But as things progress, as we get into these semifinals, the heat is picking up, and we're going to see that here on Ilios.
And very similar compositions. I would imagine that it ends up being a mirror. We do have a Symmetra on the side of Rio Grande, and there it is. A complete mirror. This is a stable meta, even down in lower divisions like the Navigators. Game 1 is underway. Identical compositions between Clark Obsidian and the University of Rio Grande. Duke, this one is about to open up and pop off. Nuggy's already doing a big chunk of damage here. 25% on the way to the overclock. Make that just about 30 here as he's able to hit that railgun shot. Anonymous trying to take space alongside Mad Puppy here on the objective, but Valinor is able to close the distance on to Massey and find the first elimination of the fight, giving Clark Obsidian the edge here, and the #1 seed is looking to push the advantage. They need to limit test here against Rio Grande because they do not want a similar story as the last time these two teams faced off.
Kamba, this Lucio is cracked out of his mind. Look at the stance switch constantly coming out from healing to speed, playing around the side of the point, waiting for the boops for the side of Clark. Just great positioning overall as Rio Grande is going to have to reposition. Losing a player that early in the fight, I feel like they were just a little too eager to get to the point where Clark Obsidian was able to sit back and wait for their moment.
Here we'll see how Rio Grande can kind of collect themselves and go into a second fight. And like you were saying, Nuke, I mean, a #1 seed, so much of that does come down to your Lucio player being an in-game leader. A lot of it comes down to the tanks and the Lucios for giving your team tempo and keeping up the pace of play you want. Here we do have Rio Grande engaging Ghoul. They're able to find that first pick onto Nuggy. The railgun, a haircut. The headshot lands, and that gives Rio Grande a fantastic advantage coming in. Anonymous and Massey find 2 more kills. That's a nice boop there onto Derp Dragon. And a quick flip, but still around 45% collected for Clark to open the game.
Yeah, Clark Obsidian just seemed a little, let's say sloppy on that defense. They got a couple of boops. The positioning was a bit off, and you have to be careful on a point like this. Most of Ilios points, including of those boops. And with us having a Winston and a Lucio on both sides, there's going to be quite a bit of those.
And nearly 6 ultimates online for both teams. Anonymous has that Death Blossom in pocket, ready to use it for the defending Rio Grande. And Rip Dragon close by, but doesn't quite have the Blossom, and we can already see Anonymous going in for the flank, wanting to pop that Blossom, needs to close the distance here with the help of the Kitsune Rush, doesn't choose to pop it immediately, instead hangs out inside the bubble of Mad Monkey, and it's Derp Dragon with the first Blossom, finding a huge success, the 2K, and it should be a clean take for Clark.
And that's always tough, Berkeley, because both teams had to pop the Kitsune Rush to fight on point. Anonymous was just a bit too late to the trigger. That Death Blossom didn't come out. Derp Dragon was able to capitalize, take out the entirety of University of Rio Grande. Now, what they do have playing to their advantage going into this next fight is they have multiple ultimates online. So this retake should be pretty short. Clark Obsidian needs to get their tent back together because I don't think they'll be able to pitch for long.
Got the advantages to retake it, but now they've no longer got their edgelord. Derp Dragon closes the distance. No ultimate needed. The Reaper popping off for a pair. And Clark continues to hold with 75% and ticking. Rio Grande, they had the ult advantage, but Nuke just couldn't pull trigger.
Yeah, absolutely. Clark Obsidian was able to get off point, and that's the positioning I'm talking about. The adaptivity. Don't just sit on point. Meet them where they're not expecting it. They're playing these corners. They're not allowing any movement whatsoever from Rio Grande. As Rio Grande's now trying to push on the point, Clark Obsidian is going to have to re-engage.
Hit full throttle speed boost there to get to the point, and they're able to flip it before it reaches 99%, so we'll have some time if Clark Obsidian is able to get the retake back in their favor. Rio Grande's still sitting on some ultimates. They have the Blossom, they have the Overclock, haven't used them quite yet. Now Anonymous finally sends in that Blossom, but it comes up empty. It's a 4 versus 4 fight here, battling for the objective. Clark's not out of this one. Kamba gets a kill there, wanting to find more. It's still a 4 versus 4 in this fight, and just waiting on the outside of this point, putting Rio Grande in a kill box inside, and nearly coming up with ultimates online is Clark, and now they pop the Primal.
They've popped the Primal Rage, and this may be it. They're also, popping the Sojourn ultimate, looking for multiple picks. That's going to be cool with the headshots on deck. Better duck and cover because this Sojourn is here to play. We're seeing now the Lucio come out as well. The beat is dropped on point. 90%. This could be it, Berkeley.
Dougie is coming up with the overclock. This is certainly final fight territory. Grande did such a great job holding on to that defense after an early flip, and they are awarded with round number 1 of Ilios. They take Lighthouse away. That was a nail-biter right to the end there, Chase.
Absolutely, Berkeley. I honestly thought Derp Dragon had it for the side of Clark Obsidian. Anonymous was just a bit late to the trigger for a lot of those Reaper ultimates. However, I think it came down to the Lucio ultimates used by both Kamba and Call Me Massey. Call Me Massey was able to use the beat drop at a very crucial point in the final stages of that fight. They were around 90%. Meanwhile, while Clark was looking to take the point back in their favor, Kamba pushed in with the beat drop, and they didn't get any value out of it. So I think it's going to come down to ultimate usage and economy as we get further into the series from the sides of both the DPS and the supports to have a victory to fruition.
And I love how these teams right now are just playing mirrored compositions. Both teams just know that this is the comp they want to be on. It's not one of those very diverse metas where you're trying to play your game against another team who's trying to play a different composition. This one is just blow for blow. You've got to make every single cooldown count. You've got to hit those skill shot railgun headshots like we saw open up fights in round number 1. That's going to be the story of so much of this game. Here, Anonymous comes in, able to take down the main tank in Valenlord. And I think that's the opening that Grande needed. You can't really take space without a tank in Overwatch 2. This should be clean sailing for the rest of this fight.
Yeah, with both of these comps having a monkey and a Reaper, I think it's going to come down to which Reaper has more pressure and can either take out Valenlord or Mad Puppy first. That's going to dictate a lot of these fights. And as we saw in that fight, Anonymous was able to take out Valenlord very early. Grande was able to create space then, and no contention from Mad Puppy. So Grande takes first flip, and looking like just they have the edge so far going into this game, which is surprising for the 4th seed.
I mean, Clark knows that they dropped their only game of the season to this 4 seed. Kind of an unheard of turn of events. Ghoul, there you go. Headshot onto your opposition. Nuggy goes back to spawn, but Dragon's able to get a quick kill there onto the Theory to even this one up at 4 versus 4. Grande holding 34% of the point now as Massey and Ghoul both collect another pair of kills, and they'll continue to lock down this objective for the time being. Sound barrier has come online for the defenders, and Clark Obsidian got a lot in the works, but right now, how do you deal with Ghoul?
You die. And not in the way that we saw Berkeley. They just staggered themselves so heavily. That's an extra 20%. Clark Obsidian did not need to give up. All they had to do was have Derp Dragon and Green Memes either go back to base or die, not get staggered like they did, because that's going to be what's going to determine these points.
And Ghoul right now is owning this game. Nuggy has the overclocked online. Ghoul opens it up again with a crucial pick onto Dragon. Nuggy sliding into the back line, popping the overclock. Needs to be the playmaker here for Clark Obsidian, but the overclock doesn't find any value there. Instead, it's still Grande holding down this objective strong at 80%. They need to hold it for 20 more seconds. Valenlord trying to find these Primal Rage boops, throwing hands rated E for everyone, but unfortunately finding no kills. Instead, it will be the Kiriko and the Reaper on the side of Clark coming up large in the waning moments of this game, but is it enough to take the point back?
I don't know, that Kitsune Rush is going to be massive, Berkeley. Derp Dragon looking for an in as it's a 4v3. We're going to see a massive Death Blossom come out from Derp Dragon and potentially flip it over on the side of Clark Obsidian for the first time so far on this point. But Grande, Berkeley, 99% in one hold, and they have ultimates on deck where Clark Obsidian had to burn everything they had in the tank to take the point.
Grande right now is the lowest seed left in this playoff bracket. And they are just going blow for blow with the number 1 seed Clark Obsidian. They know they beat them last time. They want it to happen again. And I think they know that Clark Obsidian, they're a little afraid that that is totally in the cards tonight. Grande is playing out of their mind, but now they're challenged against an aggressive defending Clark Obsidian team, holding down the front line pretty much near the very first choke you can defend. No. Mad Puppy coming in, throwing hands himself. In the meantime, though, Nuggy's found the kill onto Massey, but the damage dealers for Grande come alive. They found a pair, giving Grande the advantage here going into the late stages of this fight, and if they get the flip, this one is dusted.
I think they're going to get the flip here. Nuggy, though, popping off with these headshots. Anonymous and Ghoul both falling. That's going to be Kamba popping the Lucio B-drop, trying to keep the rest of the roster alive, and that is going to be the crucial ultimate that saved them in this series. That was almost a Rio Grande point and a Rio Grande map. The synergy coming out between Mad Puppy and Ghoul was insane in that last fight, and they nearly were able to take the point, but the crucial support ultimate from Cambo was able to keep Kark Obsidian alive just enough to keep the point in their favor. Now with 3 ultimates on their side, Rio Grande has to find a pick. They got to get it early.
They've got to get it early indeed, too, and Massey's sound barrier has to be massive coming up. We do see Anonymous trying to go into the back line, but once again silenced by a headshot from Nuggy, who has been a playmaker here in round 2. You need your Sojourn to be sick in this meta, and Nuggy has not disappointed. Dragon comes up with a pair of kills here late in the fight, and as it nears 99-99, it's going to be Clark Obsidian on top, and we're headed to round 3 on Ilios.
Yeah, it's very unlikely they even get to point here. Very good point. Yeah, Theory with the Kitsune Rush at the very end. Obviously didn't have the ultimate online. As soon as Theory got the ultimate, popped it, frame 1. Unfortunately, had they got that Kitsune Rush a bit earlier, that final fight could have been in the favor of Rio Grande. It's one of the best ultimates in the game, hands down, and very useful for both of these compositions. I think that Clark Obsidian having 3 ultimates on deck going into that final fight all but secured them that point. That goes back once again to the value that you're going to find in these ultimates in the economy. Mad Puppy was going for a very cheeky Primal Rage boop on Derp Dragon. Derp Dragon looked for the teleport in, and Ghoul was able to get a headshot. That's the type of synergy we need to see from Rio Grande constantly if they're going to want to beat the #1 seed Clark Obsidian.
Yeah, these are compositions that can play pretty spread out, but for the most part, it's just a high-paced brawl. So if anyone, especially a Reaper, gets a little separated, someone needs to be calling them out, amping up a speed boost, hitting a skill shot, making sure that any vulnerable member is able to be an elimination found. That was fantastic play of Clark Obsidian, kind of outdoing themselves on round 1 completely. They looked like a different team. Nuggy really came alive, hitting many more skill shots than round 1, really evening things out with Ghoul, and now getting the better of Ghoul once again to open up on round 3. Clark Obsidian get the advantage, and they're going to be foot on the gas all the way, Nuke. It is going to be a clean take.
My lord, Nuggy is a headhunter out here. Give me some sauce for those Nuggies, because that's pretty spicy. Not gonna lie, Berkeley.
Pretty spicy indeed, and you need your Sojourn to be one of your best players in this meta.
Very true. I mean, those headshots and the overclock has so much value. And I mean, even look at the ultimates on both sides. Ghoul only has about 30%, while Nuggy is nearing 60. You can't have that kind of differential between both of your DPS, because that's what's going to set the pace.
Well, now Ghoul responds with a great kill there onto Cambo, who's been so good in this game. Both Lucio's removed from this fight as Green Memes is able to get that headshot with the kunai onto Massey, but still, Rio Grande step up to the objective. They're gonna get the flip as Clark Obsidian go for a soft reset, but they are ready to re-engage, Nuke. They're about to spill onto this point and try and catch Rio Grande off guard.
Yeah, Nuggy falling exceptionally low. The power slide might be able to get them out in time. Mad Puppy pushing in, finding the kill on Nuggy. That's gonna be Derp Dragon now on point, trying to hold it down for Clark Obsidian. Rio Grande might turn the point back over, but they were able to get a solid 23% out of that fight. Unfortunately, not enough ultimates charged and online. They need to be really just taking these pop shots, Berkeley, to try to get these ults up and flip these points over in non-contested fights. Just throw everything you have with 2 ultimates, like you get a Kitsune Rush, you get a Death Blossom. That should be it.
Yeah, in that last fight, it was just a great soft reset by Clark Obsidian. Maybe some ultimates from Rio Grande could have turned that one around and kept their the objective in their possession, but they go right back into this one. They know they've got a ton of tools to use. Kamba goes down first again. This is the exact situation where Clark Obsidian reset last time, but they've used the Kitsune Rush. They want to buy themselves back into this fight. I just don't know if they have the members.
Not at this point. Fallon Lord taking out Ghoul. That was the headshot you need. Going to be the Kiriko trying to telly out. Derp Dragon looking for a pick for Clark Obsidian. That's going to be Nuggy responding now with the overclock.
Oh, Nuggy's been so good.
Yeah, Nuggy's just hitting these shots, Berkeley. Like I said, these are some spicy Nuggies.
That should close out the round here. Just 4 seconds to go. I don't know if Rio Grande is going to get a recontest here. That was the sloppiest fight we've seen so far in this game. It just seemed like Rio Grande didn't know the situation of the game. They didn't know they were in the final moments. They might have thought they had a recontest fight if things weren't going to go their way. Unfortunately, I think they took too long to die there, Nuke.
They did, and that was something that we saw from Clark earlier. So maybe it comes down in the series to who resets faster, who's able to recompose themselves and identify what the win condition is going into the next fight, or even the set condition, right? What do I need to do to win this next fight? What do we have in our disposal? Who's calling ultimates? These are all things that are going to factor into those short, very minuscule moments that are going to set the pace of the entire series.
Yeah, and I think so much of that control map there and so much of this meta does just come down to your Sojourn needs to be one of your best players. I think in map 1, it was Ghoul hitting those skill shots, opened up 2 fights with railgun headshots. And those are 2 easy fight wins when you can get that done with a cooldown. You don't need an ultimate. And then round 2 and 3, Nuggy was on fire. Of course, there's other playmakers on both of these teams, but when you can rely on a cooldown to get you an insta-kill, that's just so massive. That's why Sojourn is so powerful right now. That's why usually teams are putting their highest skill, at least highest FPS skill player on Sojourn, because those picks on cooldowns matter so much right now.
I think seeing mirror compositions as well, you can't help but talk about the Kiriko on either side as well, Ult Charge. That protection Suzu is one of the best abilities in the entire game. It cleanses everyone, it makes them immort. So you see that Reaper and Monkey coming in, Protection Suzu re-engage, right? Or Protection Suzu we're out. And I think that's where it's going to come down to who is baiting out what options first and how they're able to take these points. I think that's why Clark played a little bit more back on Ilios and were able to take these points. They just waited. They waited for they waited for Rio Grande to throw out whatever they had in the tank, and then they re-engaged as soon as they could.
And you mentioned baiting out abilities. Of course, the Protection Suzu, so good, but that's also something everyone on your team needs to be on top of, is tracking the other team's big cooldowns like the Suzu. If you see that used and you can, really push into a fight after that, you've got to confirm some kills. As long as you have one in your back pocket, that's a big buffer for your team support. And if you can track that ability in particular, that wins a lot of fights in these games too. It, of course, doesn't all come down to the Sojourn headshots. There's a lot of these micro interactions in this current meta, but I think the mirror compositions make it a complete chess match right there on round 1. Clark University, the #1 seed, came out on top, but it is going to be quite the bout for the next maybe 4 maps. This one could go the distance between the 1 and 4 seed. I'm kind of hoping it does. Map 2 Hybrid is up next. We're going to Midtown. Do you think this is a good pick for Rio Grande, Nuke?
It could be. It could be a good pick. I mean, it's a new map. Maybe they've been scrimming it a lot. It is in the pool. It depends on their pacing. I think both of these teams are so evenly matched. It's going to be a matter of, like we've been talking about, these minuscule plays and who's baiting out what abilities. The positioning coming out from either team. You brought up a good point. You see the Reaper in the back line. Everyone's got to turn tail on it, right? Take out that Reaper. Now you're forcing a 4v5. It is so much more crucial than ever in Overwatch 2 to get that pick and force a 4v5, more so than Overwatch 1 or any other iteration. But you bring up a very good point, Berkeley. We do have, in terms of our map pool, I don't think we established this earlier. The way that it'll go is we go Control, then we go Hybrid, then we go Escort, then we go Push as the 4th map. We go back into Control for the 5th map if it gets to that point. But they're hybrid options where I can walled Hollywood, Kings Row, Midtown, and Paraiso. Honestly, I was more surprised not to see a Hollywood pick come out from this team. But if Midtown is what they're comfortable on, it's what they've been scrimming, obviously you got to go with that.
And Midtown, one of those new maps where people aren't totally confident on any sort of composition. It's one of those shiny new toys in Overwatch 2, even though we're late in the semester. This game has only been out for just a couple of months, so everything on this map isn't dialed in like it would be on a Hollywood or a Kings Row, where you've been playing that for 5 years. You've had your hands on this map for just 2 months, and now Game 2 is underway. Midtown is the battleground. Can Rio Grande attack successfully here in hopes of evening up this series? Nuggy continues to be a showstopper here, taking down Ghoul right away.
Look at the positioning from Clark Obsidian kicking off this game, Berkeley. They had that room locked down, ready to corral all of Rio Grande in there, and then attack. And that's exactly what we saw. Now, Mad Puppy is going to get a pick on Combo, which could be huge for Rio Grande getting back, but it's going to be a matter of how fast Combo can get back to this point.
As he goes down, so Combo's got plenty of time right now. Rio Grande has to soft reset. Clark Obsidian is just eyeing them up like a kid in a candy store. They want to press that dive just like they did last fight. This is a team that's on this dive brawl. They are not afraid to get right up in your face.
No, they're not. And they proved that. I love the positioning from either side. We see on the left side, Derp Dragon and Valen Lord keeping the train locked down above downtown in Brooklyn. That's going to be cool, getting the headshot on Derp Dragon, though, to kick off the fight. Anonymous able to teleport in, and now all sights are set on Valen Lord. Nope, scratch that, the backline.
Oh, Ghoul, what a flick shot with the railgun onto Valen Lord. And I love how Anonymous found that kill to open up this fight and then tellied right in. These compositions are so about pacing. Speed boosts have to get hit. You have to be shadow stepping deep on the Reaper. And I love what these two teams are doing. I think Anonymous has played great so far, opening up that last fight with that kill and then just limit testing what Reaper can get away with before having to Wraith. That's a smart move.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've been talking a lot about the headshots from Railgun. We haven't mentioned not once the value of Disruptor Shot and what that can do in a fight. And I think we saw that with Nuggy throwing the Disruptor Shot on point. That allowed a lot of space for Derp Dragon to get in and separate the rest of Rio Grande, keeping them on the back.
They were almost able to get in there back on the defense, but we'll see what is to come right up here as Mad Puppy chasing around Dragon in the backline, trying to find this kill, and Ghoul is able to silence the Reaper with the railgun. And now Mad Puppy is able to confidently take some more space. Theory pops the Katsuni Rush in the backline just to make sure the entirety of Rio Grande is supported going into this tough tunnel phase of second point. Clark Obsidian, they pop the overclock, the sound barrier, the primal rage. They're trying to buy back into this fight. It's got to take some headshots from Nuggy, but it's Mad Puppy putting him to bed. Anonymous in the meantime digs a grave for Valen Lord, and Rio Grande continues to drive this payload.
Yeah, Rio Grande taking 3 picks, forcing the reset from Clark Obsidian. Rio Grande also sitting on both of their DPS ultimates. They have the Overclock and the Death Blossom in the back pocket. They have nothing to follow suit, so they're going to need a big pick with a huge reposition here going into this next fight if they want to push it to the second point. Clark Obsidian, though, they almost have the Kitsune Rush online, and that might be what they need to hold this point.
Big ultimate coming up soon for them. Rio Grande has both damage dealing ultimates at their disposal. Ghoul needs to stay safe here, chased around by Valen Lord, but instead gets away, gets free, hits the railgun, and this one's a 4 versus 4, but Clark Obsidian is down their tank. Ghoul is still being chased relentlessly. Look at Kamba go dancing on everyone's head, playing that Apple Music beat, and Derp Dragon, and amidst all the chaos, comes in, pops the Blossom, and cleans up the fight.
Once again, Berkeley, it comes down to positioning. Rio Grande realized they needed to rotate around the backside of that fire truck in order to get everyone recomposed, re-healed up, but Clark Obsidian did not allow them the leg room to do so. As soon as they got in that area, that's exactly perfect storm for a Death Blossom. Derp Dragon dropped the Death Blossom. Rio Grande now having a hard reset, but they will have a Death Blossom of their own going into this next fight. Also pretty much even on both sides, though, Berkeley. This is the closest it's been thus far in the series.
Without a doubt. As he's nearing the sound barrier as well, that could be a big advantage for Rio Grande, but you gotta make it happen fast. Campa's sitting at 80%. The Blossom pop before the sound barrier for Clark is going to come online. That's gonna open up the kill with a crucial one onto Valen Lord and Dragon. That's the opening Rio Grande need, but close by are the Clark Obsidian spawns. Can they make it back in time?
I don't know. They may be able to touch with Monkey. It's going to be a matter of whether or not Mad Puppy is able to hit that spear, and they weren't. With 1.2 meters left, they will make it back on point. Valen Lord will fall. 0.25 meters, and I think they're just backing up, Berkeley. They said, we don't want the smoke. We're just going to let you guys have the point. We'll stop you on point 3.
Going for a soft reset before they lose all 6, but still, they've lost Nuggy late here. That's going to get some cart distance for Rio Grande entering this third point, but I love Clark Obsidian coming out swinging from the spawn, sending Valen Lord in, sending Campbell flying. Valen Lord was close to that primal rage. If they were able to stall for just long enough, that could have been a completely different fight.
I think these fights are going to get a lot more different, Berkeley, as we have, for the first time, are seeing them change things up a little bit. Anonymous, I think, forcing Derp Dragon onto the Hanzo and off of that Reaper. Maybe to get these Dragon Strikes, maybe to just burn these shields. I guess we'll see.
We'll see if they're able to hit those headshots where there's no shield on the side of Rio Grande. Does open up with that kill onto Ghoul. Clark Obsidian has a much better composition at range. Can Rio Grande close the distance here? Mad Puppy pops that Terra Surge, unfortunately, there's no one around for it. Derp Dragon, since switching to Hanzo, has really started to shine. 3 kills in this fight, 2 by way of the headshot. And it so far looks like that switch is paying off, and now Dragon's gonna have that Dragon Strike online coming up.
It's possible that Derp Dragon just noticed that Rio Grande was out-positioning them, right? Ghoul was able to get a lot of those headshots to kick off a lot of these fights. Maybe Derp Dragon said, you know, we just need to get a little bit more pressure from behind. The Reaper's not working. Hanzo is the answer, and it has been the answer thus far. They popped 4 ultimates in that previous fight, so going into this next fight, they're going to have a massive Dragon Strike to split the team off, and that's going to be the green light go-ahead for the rest of Clark Obsidian.
Not much you can do there. Clark Obsidian sheepdogs Rio Grande into that corner. Dragon lets loose a pair of dragons to make quick work of that fight. Now Rio Grande is looking at 70 seconds to finish this round. They need 3 points, ideally with some time on the clock to give themselves a good chance in overtime.
I mean, look at where the cart is right now, though, Berkeley. Look at where the payload is. It's immediately underneath, well, it's immediately underneath this bridge. And that's great positioning for a Reaper ultimate, the Death Blossom, if they're able to retake the high ground, right? We're seeing Clark go ahead and move off the high ground, so this may be the green light go-ahead from Anonymous if they're able to get in position. Now, last thing they want is to get an overclock headshot from the side of Ghoul, who is in a solid 44, gonna get the pick on Valenlord, not before Valenlord takes out Call Me Massey, and this payload is moving and schmoving.
It is a 4 versus 4, make it a 4 versus 3. Nuggy says, get out of here, Anonymous. You're way too deep in this fight right now. Rio Grande was nowhere near him. Making pretty easy work of that kill. It looked kind of like a 1 versus 4 that Anonymous was going for. Has the Blossom, but unfortunately, that's not a wise move to try and get it off. Nuggy, in the meantime, finds another headshot. Green Memes comes alive with a kunai kill onto Massey. Now we're in the final 6 seconds. Rio Grande, who mounted such a great attack on point 1 and 2, it looks like that's coming to a close.
They're going to touch in time, but this is going to be an ult dump from both sides. Those Hellfire shotguns are going brazy. The Death Blossom has popped the boop, tried to get them out of the way. Mad Puppy's going to take out Nuggy. Ghoul with the headshot again. Ghoul is popping off on Derp Dragon now. Rio Grande is able to get the picks to secure. They're going to need to move, but the pressure has got to stay on, Berkeley.
In overtime, Ghoul steps up to the plate and hits a home run, the 4K right at the end. The payload still has about 15 meters to push, and Rio Grande has to limit testing the spawn doors here. Dragon lets loose the Dragon Strike, but Objective 3 was capped. Thank you, Ghoul. Rio Grande hop on the back of their Sojourn, and they complete Midtown in the nick of time.
Oh my Lanta, Kamba coming through Mach 5, trying to get to that payload, narrowly missing it at the very final second. Will secure Rio Grande the entirety of that push. Berkeley, what a round 1.
Yeah, Chase, this is an insane game. I mean, it is a 1 versus a 4, but this is just playing like a 1 versus 2 championship game. These two teams are the perfect match for a playoff stream. This is what esports is all about.
This is what Overwatch NECC is all about, Berkeley. We've casted some pretty close games in our day here, us old men, and this is getting me excited. This is getting me real excited. I am eager to see what Clark has in store for us this round. And if they continue this composition, Derp Dragon's actually going to go back onto the Reaper. We'll see if that works out on attack. I honestly like the Hanzo. What were your thoughts?
I definitely like the Hanzo on a point like point 3, but I'm just remembering how Clark Obsidian defended the very first fight of this game. And it seems like they know where to take fights on this comp on point 1. So I'm looking for them to get a very quick take here. Rio Grande has their work cut out for them right when these spawn doors open.
Yeah, they're going to have to make sure their position is set, because Clark, you're absolutely right, corralled them into the side room. They're going to split up a little bit. Look for clues, as Mystery Incorporated would say.
Yeah, just trying to get that little magnifying glass out, but unfortunately they look too close, and Ghoul is there with a headshot. This is exactly how Fight 1 started. In round 1, it was a Sojourn railgun headshot, and already Nuke, the Hanzo comes out.
That's the soft reset. Derp Dragon said, "Screw this. I'm gonna just use my bow, and we're gonna end this game." Let's see if Derp Dragon can find the headshots. Sitting at 80%. You don't want to be there when that overclock hits, my friend.
Yeah, Sojourn is just so scary. It's really hard to tell when the railgun is going to be charged up enough to land a one-shot kill. Always just afraid to peek that hero is what you've got to be. Now, bringing the dive brawl into the bus. This is dangerous territory going up against an Orisa composition, and they're not going to bait Mad Puppy in. This is going to be an easy line to hold down. Ghoul goes on a little mid-flank there and picks up 2 quick kills, and this defense for Royale Grande is looking stellar so far.
Ooh, yeah, Ghoul taking out Nuggy. Ghoul and Nuggy both, though, using the disruptor shots in the train to make the other side back out whenever they had pressure. And that's a good use of applying the pressure in that area. I think Mad Puppy switching over to Orisa as well has really benefited the Royale Grande roster on this defense. They keep trying to jump in, and it's so hard to jump in when you get javelined right back from where you started.
Now coming in for their 3rd fight. They've come up empty so far on the previous 2 attempts. That's what it's gonna take. Headshots from your Sojourn when your team is in dire straits. Nuggy finally lands one there onto Ghoul, but gotta find some more here. Nuke Anonymous has evened this one up, taking the tank down on the side of Clark Obsidian, but Nuggy once more hits that railgun headshot. They've got to continue to hit those incredible shots. Awfully low now, taken down by Mad Puppy, and it seems like the defense could hold, and it looks like they will. Nuke, what plays from Mad Puppy in theory?
Mad Puppy in theory held that down, just the 2 of them, as Clark Obsidian had all of their players up. They had 4. It was a 4v5. And Royale Grande, or sorry, 4v2. Royale Grande able to hold in a very crucial moment that could have pushed Clark on this payload.
Yeah, right now, Clark Obsidian, they're not looking like themselves. I thought they were going to have a pretty easy time here on point 1, but Mad Puppy, in theory, able to lock it down despite Royale Grande losing a ton of members in that last fight. Orisa just has a different kind of staying power than a Winston. At least in terms of defense. Terror Surge coming out in the bust. The bell had to be thrown out there from Green Memes. That's able to keep Clark alive, as well as Campus Soundbeer. Kitsune Russian Dragon Strike to push through. And now the main tank, Royale Grande's biggest defender, is down. Nuggy comes alive with a headshot on the Ghoul, and finally point 1 should be taken.
My lord. Yeah, those headshots from Nuggy, obviously securing the point. It's like, I feel like we're going to hit this and drive this home all evening, Berkeley, that overclock is so crucial. It's vital for these team fights. And right there, we saw that team fight could have lasted, I don't know, another 15, 20 seconds. Nuggy ending it very short, getting the headshots necessary. But that's going to be Royale Grande going into this next fight with an overclock and a Death Blossom of their own.
Yeah, I mean, they had a huge success there on their round 1, or their round 1 defensive hold, point 1, I should say. Now, like you said, they've got the damage dealing ults online. Ghoul is able to railgun down Valenlord. Should be a soft reset, which means Royale Grande, they get plenty of time to set up on these early chokes of point 2, and that could be massive going forward. Oh, I love the Javelin.
The Javelin kill is just so much. And man, I didn't know it was October, because Ghoul is making things real spooky for the side of Royale Grande. Getting these headshots when necessary, not even needing to pop the overclock in that last fight, just building up the charge, taking out Valenlord and forcing a 4v5 very early in that fight. Clark Obsidian's gonna get the soft reset, push back to point though. We're hearing, oh, what's that in the back line? That is Fields of Love popped as the Death Blossom is gonna take out 2. Mad Puppy putting the cherry on top, taking out a 3rd. That's gonna be a soft reset from Clark Obsidian.
And this is when a defense can really take off a ton of time from attackers, is just by using one ultimate early in a payload push to send you back to spawn. That's going to take off 25 seconds right here, and they didn't have to use very much.
No, not at all. I mean, they had to use one ultimate, and they just had to... I think it's a matter of positioning, both not just your positioning, but forcing the other team into a comparable position. They forced them into that back line, and Anonymous was just able to let those Hellfire shotguns rain on the other team.
Oh, I love this positioning from Valenlord, staging on the high ground there, making Royale Grande play a little bit scared, having to look up. Anonymous does go down in the chaos to Dragon. Terror Surge comes out. That one could have been big, but it was a great Suzu thrown out by Green Memes to keep everyone alive. In the meantime, Ghoul with the overclock was able to silence Nuggy, but not before being taken down in the mid-fight by Dragon. Still pretty even right now. Kamba closes the distance, able to punch Theory, the boxer, playing the beats. Right on top of the payload.
I tell you, Berkeley, I could watch Kamba play all night. This Lucio player is just so engaging to watch. Being able to flip and flop constantly around this point, that's what a Frogger That's what you love to see from a Frogger. That's going to be Clark Obsidian getting ahead on this point, though. Soft reset from Rio Grande, not wanting to get a headshot from Nuggy here. Clark Obsidian is going to have 4 ultimates online. Rio Grande had to pop a lot in that fight, including the Kitsune rush to stay alive. Unfortunately, that Valen Lord positioning on the Monkey, separating them in that fight, was huge.
Massive ult economy advantage closing out this point too. They pop both support ultimates here. Rio Grande needing to pop the sound barrier of their own just to contest. Still having a difficult time. Dragon reads the play. Without that sound barrier, you are just dust to a Reaper with a Death Blossom. Comes in for that clean double kill. And right now, Clark Obsidian, they were hitting a massive speed bump on point 1, but point 2 was a breeze.
Point 2 was a breeze. However, Berkeley, they spent so much time trying to get the initial touch on the payload in point 1. They only now have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. They actually took that point with only 5 seconds left. So had they lost that, that would have been the map. And Rio Grande is in a really good position to just get some econ fights out and just dump and strategically dump ultimates on Clark Obsidian to force this map.
No matter what, even if Clark does get this 3rd point, we're going to be headed into overtime. Nuggy here with the overclock, once again being a showstopper, picking up 2 kills, but Rio Grande has plenty of time to reset here. They don't have to sweat. They're going to be coming out of spawn with 3 key ultimates.
They will. They will be coming out of spawn with Mad Puppy will have their ultimate, and Anonymous will have theirs, and Ghoul is going to have it pretty fast as well. Clark Obsidian, yeah.
If they draw out this fight, Rio Grande win this map. They have the resources.
Absolutely.
If they just draw it out, they win the map.
Yeah, absolutely. They just need, they need to just give a little bit of space, but have someone on payload. Don't let them push. There's the Death Blossom in the backline. Anonymous finding Nuggy very early in this fight. Could be it with only 15 seconds left.
And that is exactly what I was hoping for them. Wait until the final 20. Make it so that a stall fest has to be very desperate for Clark. Now they don't know how to make the plays with just a couple members left. It's a 5 versus 2. Rio Grande seem to have done it. 3 seconds to play. They still have the Terra Surge to clear the point if they need to. So far, Ghoul's popped the overclock, sitting down 2 with the help of Fury. The Terra Surge comes out, and Nuke, what a great execution there in the final moments of this game. Rio Grande has evened up the series 1-1.
You know, Berkeley, I think that Clark Obsidian had a win condition to take that map. I think they could have done it on that final push. The Kitsune rush was popped by green memes, and all Derp Dragon had to do was go in, get the headshots. He was at 97%. Had to build the Death Blossom and pop it on point, but I think it comes from these final moments just being so much pressure on these teams, right? This is playoffs. This is it. You lose, you go home. So it's that final moment of trusting your healer, allowing the healing of Funda to come out from the Kiriko onto the Reaper. The ults popped, right? That Reaper is not going to die with the lifesteal and the Funda on them, unless obviously there's a headshot from the Sojourn. You just got to play around that. You got to pray and hope that you get the Death Blossom online and you can take out at least 5. I think Clark had a win condition in that final fight.
Yeah, I mean, they probably did. The ults were definitely in favor of Rio Grande, but Clark, they're the #1 seed. They can be crafty without ultimates. They could have won that one. I think Rio Grande just played that one smart. They knew how they had to play to win that game, and they executed. It didn't take skill shots that time. It just took using your resources properly, and they were able to do it. But like you were saying, the big moments in playoffs, so much pressure is on the line. That's why that play of the game, that 4K from Nuggy, was insane. Or I think it was from Ghoul, actually. Yeah, the 4K from Ghoul, bananas in overtime to get them that 3rd point. It's those kind of big moments that are going to decide a game. It's where just someone just comes alive who might not be your best player, but all of a sudden makes the biggest play of the season. All your scrims, all your games, it comes down to this. We're headed to map 3 after this short break. Well, it's been amazing so far, all tied up at 1 after Rio Grande was able to take Midtown away from the #1 seed, Clark Obsidian. Nuke, the stage for our escort map is going to be Circuit Royale. The tie will be broken and someone's going to be on match point.
Someone's got to be on match point at this point, Berkeley. This has been an absolute bonkers series we've seen thus far. And I want to say now, regardless of winner, thank you to both Clark and Rio Grande for putting on such an amazing show. And this run for both teams has been legendary. This has been an absolute bonkers series. Rio is going to ban Junkertown. Clark will pick at Circuit Royale, another new map that we're going to be showcasing this evening. Who do you think the edge goes to in this map, Berkeley?
I mean, so far we've seen Clark live and die by that Winston comp that is currently meta. And Rio Grande, they're not afraid to break out Orisa. They're not afraid to stray away from the pack that is just locked in on this Winston Brawl kind of composition. I think just because of that, I mean, I saw a couple of games on Monday that I was casting where Circuit Royale was actually the pick, and it's way too linear of a map to actually get away with this Winston composition. If Clark wants to force that comp on attack, I think they're going to run into some trouble. If that's their game plan, I got to give the edge to Rio Grande. If Clark has some tricks up their sleeve, maybe they play an Orisa of their own, a Reinhardt or a Sigma, just something off of the Winston on attack, then I think it's anyone's game. But right now, Clark seems to be dialed in on one composition, and I don't think this is the map for that comp.
I don't think this is the series for that, right? I think while there is a meta, right? I think that you very much need to be adaptive in how you're tackling these points. Otherwise, we're going to see exactly what happened in the last point, which is Rio Grande switching to the Orisa, Mad Puppy going mad, crazy, bonkers on the point, hitting all of the ultimates, taking out everyone with the javelins. The monkey's good for diving the backline and getting the targets low enough for your DPS to get that crucial pick or making space. But like you said, this map is very, very linear. And since Mad Puppy has 120 hours on Reinhardt, Zappy, who's another tank that's not playing right now, has 105 hours on Reinhardt. I think we very might are gonna see a Reinhardt coming out from the side of Rio Grande, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they got a lot of different compositions that they want to play. We haven't seen it from Clark. I'm hoping we do, or else they might have cursed themselves with their own map pick. I'm hoping that's not the case. But Nuke, a lot went on in that Midtown map that we just casted. I know before we cut to break, you had a lot that you wanted to say, so what was on your mind?
We were just talking about how, Derp Dragon and Green Memes, that was, for anyone watching, that was the Reaper and the Kiriko on the final point for Clark Obsidian. It was a 2v5 situation, and I feel like they could have clutched it out. Now, granted, that's a very tough situation to be in, right? And I'm not saying that it would have been easy to do so, but the Kitsune Rush was popped. All they needed to do was build up enough charge to get the Death Blossom out. And we saw that happen from Rio Grande earlier in that map, Berkeley. Literally point one, Mad Puppy and Theory, the Kiriko, and the Orisa on the point were able to fight off a 2v4 and send Clark Obsidian back to a hard reset. Had Clark Obsidian taken the point there, they would have had an extra 30 seconds going into the map, and it could have been a completely different ending, right? These are the small plays, these 2v4s, these 2v5s, these 3v5s that are going to determine this series. It's not just how you play as a 5-man squad, throwing everything you have at them. It's how you can play with 2 people and making it work. If you have the Reaper on point pushing in, you just save that protection, Suzu, for when the Reaper's low. You throw it down, you let him get back up. I mean, you have the Kitsune Rush, use it. So that was the point I was going to make earlier.
Oh, definitely, Nuke. I mean, so much of the casting, it seems like the hypest moments happen during overtime, but that's not always where games are won and lost. Like you were saying, if you can capture an objective, whether it's point 1 or point 2, and give yourself 30 seconds extra to close out a map, that could be a deciding factor, and I think that Clark had the chance to make a play that would have given them that buffer in Midtown, and it could have very well been the difference maker, because at the end game, Rio Grande had the tools they needed to close out the round, but if it was 30 seconds longer, Clark would have absolutely had another round of ultimates. It would have been a different game.
It would have. And hold up. This is a much different game, Berkeley. We got a Mercy, we got a Sigma, we got an Ash.
This is what I needed to see on Circuit Royale. It begins now. Someone needs to be on match point. These teams have transformed. The Winston, the Orisa, throw it in the bin. Sigma is out on the pitch right now.
I love Sigma on both sides. I think Sigma on Overwatch 2 is actually really strong, especially playing around the positioning. The Rock can do so much damage, and I love we're seeing snipers really from either side. Anonymous gonna need to get these picks early. As I say that, Ghoul finding the ticker on Nuggy. Kamba gonna have to force a resurrect very early, but Clark Obsidian has it to use. Rio Grande, they're gonna be running the Zenyatta composition, so these discords gotta be huge.
Well, so far, we've seen Rio Grande do very well on a composition that doesn't involve the Winston. They continue to do it. Their damage dealers right now really came alive. The Hanzo and the Widowmaker, Ghoul and Anonymous both found kills in that fight to get this payload moving, but this very corner nuke is the strongest defensive hold here on Circuit Royale. Clark Obsidian have to come down and re-engage.
Yeah, you do have the high ground here. They have double sniper. They're going to want to utilize it. But like you said, they do need to touch. That's going to be Valen Lord getting on point. Anonymous finding the heads of both of the supports very early in this fight. Nuggy on Clark Obsidian trying to retaliate. But that is just a massive play coming out from Anonymous on Rio Grande.
And Widowmaker so boom or bust, but Anonymous comes up to the plate, delivers like the damage dealers on Rio Grande have done all night long. For much of it, it's been Ghoul, but now that we're seeing Anonymous on the Widowmaker, looks so much more deadly.
Now, in terms of ultimate composition in both of these teams, Berkeley, who do you think comes out in a 5v5 brawl?
I mean, right now you got to give it to Rio Grande. They have won the first two fights, so naturally they're going to have some more alt charge in their bank. But unfortunately, Clark Obsidian, they're not that far behind. They're building up that Valkyrie quickly. Cam's going to have that soon. The DPS are starting to really nail the headshots here, and now you're going to have the high ground to hold from. This just became Clark Obsidian's game. They needed to stop the payload there to give themselves a great spot to hold from.
Exactly. They need to have this high ground, right? Like you said, this is one of the best defensive holds, not just in Circuit Royale, but in the entirety of Overwatch 2. It would be a travesty to just get steamrolled through this push. Clark Obsidian having a lot in the back pocket here for Rio Grande as they reposition for this point, though, Berkeley. I gotta say, though, I love Derp Dragon on this Hanzo pick. Call me clean with it, but the hand soap is looking spicy.
Yeah, you know, Nuke, I used to actually be addicted to hand soap, and I got clean. Dragon Strike coming in here, comes up empty. Rio Grande has switched their composition. They had Gravitic Flux for Mad Poppy, but they ditched that over to the Orisa, onto the comp that worked so well for them, but here they find themselves at a 3 versus 4 disadvantage as Nuggy sends in the Robert, the Butler, and it finds a pair of kills and continues a great defensive hold.
Yeah, Bob is just huge in these fights, especially with the composition that we're looking at right now. That Robert kills everyone on the side of Rio Grande. They have no shield to hide behind. Most of their team now, they have to get in to do the damage. They're not going to allow that. And as we say that, right, Rio Grande did switch in the last fight, most of their composition, back to what they were running back on Ilios.
And when you switch a comp like that, you're kind of just going for a reset on the next fight. You're not going to have ultimates, and you're going to run into a lot of ultimates. So I don't really look at them unfavorably after losing that last fight. Here, though, they've dropped a member early. They got the uphill battle once again. You touched on this a fight ago. This is one of the strongest spots to hold from in Overwatch. You get such a free high ground with an insane sightline to set up snipers on, and Clark Obsidian is playing it very well.
Yeah, specifically Nuggy on this high ground is playing it really well. Derp Dragon able to get around, right, because the Hanzo can climb the walls, reposition as necessary, but Derp Dragon kind of playing around, now going back to this position we were talking about earlier, trying to get picks in the corner. Cool! With the headshot, though, waiting for Derp Dragon to come around the corner. We're going to see Rio Grande with 3 ultimates. That could allow them, if they get into position right here, they can get a pick or two to push it in for this final payload push. Rio Grande did an exceptional job of getting to this point, but they seem a bit staggered, a bit halted at this point.
Yeah, their game plan so far has not panned out. They've swapped over to this composition, and now they've finally built up a ton of ultimates, but Nuggy with the damage boost on this Ashe is taking full advantage of the pocket, has sat down members early in 3 back-to-back fights. Now the Gravitic Flux comes out from Valenlord, lifting some players skyward, but unfortunately it slams down no kills. He's able to take down the bomb thrown out by Nuggy, and in response, the Kitsune Rush comes out from Green Memes. That's going to amplify enough damage from Dragon and Valenlord to find a pair of kills, and Rio Grande are still scratching their heads. They don't quite know how to attack this point. They've only got 1 minute and 15 seconds left to get it done. Man.
I think they might be able to do it too, Berkeley. Nuggy on this Ashe is just crazy. Nuggy's going to be able to build up this ultimate charge very fast as well. Derp Dragon will have the Dragon Strike online, and Kamba will be able to pop the Valkyrie if Clark gets in a pinch. It's going to be up to Rio Grande to taking out that Mercy very early if they want to have a seamless fight.
And we'll see, Dragon Strike comes in, damage dealers for Clark Obsidian. I don't know why they haven't played Ashe Hanzo this whole game. We've seen what Dragon can do on Hanzo, finding a pair of headshots in this fight, make it almost 3. That arrow was just below the dome of Theory, but still, we're in the final 30 seconds. Clark Obsidian, they don't seem like they're going anywhere, Nuke. Rio Grande have to make these ultimates count coming up.
They have to. I mean, they've pushed in multiple times. They've had the Death Blossom online for a hot minute. They've got to use it. They've got to get... Anonymous has had this issue so far this series of just holding onto the Death Blossom, and now we're at a crucial point where it's needed. What a boop! Coming out, sending Bob to the left. That's going to be Call Me Massey, putting out a huge play for the team. Derp Dragon getting the headshot on Anonymous. What is happening, Berkeley?
They go in early with this fight as overtime is already starting to tick down. Nuggy has no mercy, but has such a free sightline here. Ghoul, though, out of spawn, hits the railgun headshot, popping the overclock. They needed that. Rio Grande is not out of this one yet, but currently they're all sent skyward. Ghoul once again in overtime. Ghoul lives for the moment.
Ghoul Ghoul is just one of these clutch players. Ghoul and Nuggy have gone back and forth this entire series, but switching over to the Sojourn in this moment was so crucial. Those headshots really pulled it through, and we are going to see we'll have the ultimate online.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
No! Berkeley!
I started to see it go down, and I was really not thinking it was going to happen. Nuke, this is a match point map. If you win this one, you're on match point. That is mentally booming for Rio Grande.
I'm at a loss for words, Berkeley. I don't know what to say.
You can't let that happen. They know they can't let that happen too. It's not like this was toward the end of third point. They didn't get this cart far enough. Clark Obsidian, they were gifted Circuit Royale here. They have no excuse to lose it now.
Rio Grande didn't come to play Overwatch. They came to play Battleship, and that's going to be an explosion on C9.
Oh, God. Poor Rio Grande. Poor...
Set the load size to oof. This map may be a wash. That is so unfortunate. Now, I guess they did push this cart pretty far, right? They did get it right before the ticker on that second point. However, they still have to have the defense in the back pocket. Clark Obsidian is going to have the range. Rio Grande is going to need to be up on them, and I don't know if this is the map to just pull out the Reaper. Anonymous on this Reaper was not able to get the picks necessary previously. I don't know how it's going to look on defense. I guess time will only tell.
I mean, these snipers on Clark Obsidian are just thriving on Circuit Royale, especially with Kamba there with the Mercy pocket to just add damage to them. It looks so threatening. Almost able to find that kill onto Theory. Theory fell to about 5 HP there. Luckily stayed alive for Rio Grande, but they had to backpedal quicker than they would like to. They were hoping to play this composition and get a spawn hold going. Nuggy's not going to make that easy. Pops that dynamite in there, and here we have Dragon dueling off with Anonymous. Anonymous does go down to the Storm Arrow, and this is the green light go. Nuggy hits the headshot onto Ghoul, and it should be clean sailing from here. Clark Obsidian on this sniper composition continue to steamroll. Can Rio Grande make anything out of this defense?
I certainly hope so, Berkeley. I feel like at this point, though, I've coached teams that are in this situation, and I feel like they are kicking themselves entirely too hard right now, right? Now, while we're talking about it and bringing attention to it, they need to shrug it off. They need to say, that never happened. and we're going to have the best defense of our life, right? Otherwise, they're going to continue to get steamrolled because they're going to be in their own heads and not able to reposition for this defense they so crucially need.
And even if they can't get it done in this map, I mean, that mistake could very easily cost them Circuit Royale, but you know you've got your map pick coming up next. Rio Grande still has plenty of Overwatch left to bounce back in. Circuit Royale might not be their game, as the snipers on Clark Obsidian look way too lethal right now as Nuggy continues to go crazy, but now Rio Grande know that going forward. They know they have the advantage on any map, I think, that's not a sniper map. If they can keep Clark off of sniper picks, I think things are looking better for Rio Grande.
Agreeing, it has to be less linear maps moving forward, but I mean, they still have the end of this map, right? I mean, while it is a 4-minute push and Clark is moments away from this payload, Rio Grande has ultimates in the back pocket. They can make this happen. Ghoul is going to find the headshot on Nuggy. That's going to be Kamba trying to get the res on Nuggy now, and we're hearing the Bob popped as well as the Valkyrie. They have the Kitsune rush in the back pocket. The picks will be found, but on the side of Rio Grande, Anonymous taking out one. That's going to be Drift Dragon responding to Anonymous. The Kitsune rush now pushed as well. It could go either way.
It could go either way if the payload stops here. Rio Grande still has a great spot to set up a defense from. Ghoul is able to railgun Kamba back to spawn, and it seems like the defense is finally able to get their feet set up for the first time this game. But Nuke, if Clark Obsidian win one fight because of the C9, I think the objective is way too close. I don't think Rio Grande get 2 chances here.
I don't think so either, Berkeley. I think they have to hold it here. If they're going to hold it, they have to hold it here. Now, they do have quite a bit in their back pocket. They do have the overclock online. The Kitsune Rush is online. Clark Obsidian, if I'm Clark right now, I'm just taking pop shots. I'm building ult charge, and I'm just throwing everything I have, all 6 ultimates at this final push.
They've got the overclock, they've got the Death Blossom, Kitsune Rush comes out first, Valen Lord lifts up a pair of players, slamming down Anonymous. That's the Edgelord out of the way on the side of Rio Grande. No Death Blossom coming up in this fight. Ghoul has to pop off with the overclock, is able to take down Nuggy, who's been the carry for Clark Obsidian. Ghoul needs to look a little more sick than that, though. This one is still a 4 versus 4, make it a 5v4 as Nuggy's back in the fray. The Dragon Strike finds a pair, and the payload is going to reach the finish line.
Now hold on, it's not going to reach the finish line quite yet. That's going to be Anonymous getting on point, and the Death Blossom was attempted, but the headshot will take it. That'll be a Clark Obsidian map 3. Clark now ahead 2-1 in the series.
That one was a slightly less entertaining map than the previous 2. If the C9 didn't happen, who knows how that one goes. Unfortunately, that costly mistake changed the entire course of Circuit Royale.
If I am on the side of Rio Grande, I am telling everyone to get up, go get a drink of water, use the bathroom, and come back fresh. Because you do not want to carry that energy into the rest of this series, or it's going to be a very bad time for Rio Grande. It happens. We've all been there. We've all had a teammate that's C9'd. I mean, I wish it hadn't have happened to me, but it's happened to me before. It's happened to everyone. You just have to take a deep breath, take a step back, and get back in this series, because Clark is looking as the 4th seed, is one of the most formidable 4th seeds we've ever had in the NECC.
Yeah, certainly. If they're able to do this to a number 1 seed, they're certainly able to go all the way. And we actually do know the other team that is going to be in this Navigators Championship. Catawba Blue won 3-0 against Midway. This is a team that both of the teams you're watching right now has faced off against. So they are going to be the final boss for one of these 2 teams. Right now, it stands with Clark Obsidian on match point. They could punch their ticket to the finals with a win here on push.
It could be, and Catawba Blue winning 3-0 against Midway was not what I was expecting. That's the number 2 seed and the number 3 seed, Berkeley. That wasn't even a close series. So going into this final set, regardless, both of these teams have to bring their A game for grand finals, whoever wins.
Yeah, Catawba Blue, that's a statement you make on your scoreboard. Everyone can read a scoreboard, right? So you know that 3-0 is massive. They beat that 3 seed who is, I mean, on paper, supposed to be better than Rio Grande. So to win 3-0 when Rio Grande is going punch for punch against the number 1 seed and the only team to beat the number 1 seed, pretty insane for Catawba Blue. I've casted them twice this season. They look insane. They look like a team who deserves to be in the finals. I'm not surprised to see them there, but I'm still surprised to see them 3-0 sweep in a semifinal game.
That's surprising to me as well. I'm not surprised to see them as well that this far in the bracket, but a 3-0 sweep in semifinals is a tough that's a tough thing no matter what division you're in. Especially on that side of the bracket, the number 2 seed against the number 3 seed, like okay.
Pretty insane. Pretty insane. Yeah. It really is. I think this is definitely the best Navigators game that you're going to see in the bracket until the championships. This one is absolutely incredible, and it's only fitting that there's just a legendary C9 in it because it seems like all memorable playoff games have an insane C9. If Rio Grande is able to come back from that, from mentally destroying themselves by stepping off the payload in a key moment, then this is just one for the ages. Not only are they going to be a 4 seed beating a 1 seed, but they're going to be a 4 seed who are able to collect themselves and beat themselves after having probably a really bad mentality after that last map.
It's more than likely, right? But like I said, it's happened to everyone. It's kind of like getting mustard on your red shirt on a high school field trip. Like, it's happened to everyone. You just change your shirt and move on.
Yeah, I mean, you might not eat hot dogs for a year, but you get back on the bus, right? You still gotta go to school. That's where all your friends are. I mean, I'm not too worried about Rio Grande. They've got a great team, and being the 4 seed, making a deep playoff run, and it's not over yet. There's only upsides for this team. They could come in the spring and be an undefeated team. They went 7-2 this semester, but they beat an undefeated team in the last week of the season. So this team was nothing but upside for the last 5 weeks of NECC Overwatch. And I think they've got everything to be proud of and no reason to quit just because of one silly little C9 on Circuit Royale.
Absolutely. And that just goes to communication. That's where you see, that's the chink in the armor. It's the between the front line and the back line. Just assure that there's better communication going in, and you're not going to have that situation happening again. But we have Clark banning Esperanza, and Rio Grande is going to pick Coliseo for our 4th map in the series. Push this time.
I hate this map, and I don't like it as the pick here. I don't know too much about Push. I would have expected New Queen Street, though. I think this is one of those linear maps that we thought they would be straying away from. I think right now, Clark Obsidian, they've got no reason to at least not start this game on snipers. It was far too effective.
Yeah, and snipers is great for push in my opinion because you have so much the payload moves, right? The robot pushes back and forth. You have so much capability to get on different high grounds and reposition. You can keep them on their tootsies the entire series.
Yeah, you definitely can, and we know what they're going to switch to if the snipers don't work, but what do they select in the locker room? That is the question. This is exactly what I was hoping to see. Don't reinvent the wheel, Clark Obsidian. Play this exact comp until you're forced off it, because it got you to match point, and it's favorable right now. Rio Grande, they've gone to their tried and true. This is what they won Midtown on. They need it to come up big for them here, and they need to not step off the bot in overtime. Match point here on Coliseo begins now. Do Rio Grande even up the series at 2 apiece, or do Clark Obsidian, the number 1 seed, punch their ticket to the final?
I guess time will only tell. As you said, though, they will be swapping back onto the sniper composition that's been working so well for them. Rio Grande locking in the comp that they've been running since Ilios. Ghoul once again on the Sojourn and on a mouse. Back on this Reaper, Call Me Massey on the Lucio, Theory on the Kiriko, and Mad Puppy kicking it back on the Battle Cattle Orisa.
Ghoul almost goes down there as these snipers continue to just look so dangerous for Clark Obsidian, but able to hide behind some natural cover for a moment, and the Orisa composition of Rio Grande pushes forward, but awfully cautiously. Look at those HP bars, they're all so low. Rio Grande has to collect themselves here as Nuggy hits shot after shot, Dragon as well, arrow after arrow, most of them damage boosted up by Kamba, and Deep Dragon, or Derp Dragon, I'm sorry, already has the Dragon Strike online? Oh, but goes down. That's a key shot there from Ghoul. If that Dragon Strike landed, this one would have been over, but instead the bot marches forward for Rio Grande.
Something I've been noticing, Berkeley, is how well Nuggy is synergizing with Derp Dragon, watching for those sonic arrows and just peeking for the headshots, putting Rio Grande on their back foot, but not quite enough. Rio Grande has the staying power with this roster, and Clark Obsidian is not able to find the picks that they were hoping to look for in the backline. Like, everyone's getting low, but the healers are doing such a great job. Look at Call Me Massey sitting with 1 HP in the back. Theory gonna get them back online. Kitsune Rush popped. That's gonna be the Graviton as well. Back on the payload. Valen Lord trying to find a pick. Unfortunately, not going to find anyone, as that's going to be Kamba trying to get the backline. The Bob is going it crazy. Mad Puppy taking out Nuggy's Bob and following suit back on Nuggy. Rio Grande is back full force, Berkeley.
And they need to be too, right? They want to get this one to control, but this first point on a push map, so important. Teams who get this first objective on a push map have an 80% win rate in the game mode. Unfortunately, Rio Grande weren't able to do it on their very first push, but they did gain 46 meters of quality ground here before coming to a stop.
Clark did the most OP thing you can do in Overwatch. Right there, as Rio was burning all the ultimates. That's they just backed up. They backed up. Valen Lord, you know, popped grab, needed to use it, needed to use it for sure, but they were able to get control back, and it's honestly not very far to push the bot, right? They have about 20 more meters. This is pretty fair. They win this fight, they're going to probably make it past.
And now we see Rio Grande defending from the high ground here, setting up Ghoul, sending in Anonymous into the back line. They know that the Death Blossom is looming. Clark Obsidian spread out as they're a little bit afraid of that Blossom finding a ton of value. Dragon nearly has the Dragon Strike online for this third fight here. Now finally has that blue check mark and sends it forward. Cannot find any kills. It looked like Rio Grande were able to avoid it for now. Anonymous still wanting to pop this Blossom, but Ghoul with that railgun headshot thanks to the overclock might just be saving this Blossom.
Yeah, I think it's going to Anonymous. Once again, trying to get the pick on Kamba the Mercy. Gonna find it. Derp Dragon in a comparable position. Anonymous popping back off and not needing to use the Death Blossom for the first time in the series, actually going in, getting the shots needed, and crucially finding the targets so that it's not, they weren't really grouped up well enough to use the Death Blossom. Did a great job of corralling them in the side rooms alongside Mad Puppy. Was able to just take it from there. That's going to be Rio Grande continuing their push once more. Valen Lord will have the Graviton, or sorry, I keep saying Graviton. We'll have the Gravitic Flux online and gonna engage point with that Gravitic Flux. Finding one, and the Javelin is huge from Mad Puppy.
What a play there in such a big moment. Rio Grande need this second objective. Ghoul is able to win the duel against Nuggy. They come up huge, and now it's time for the Blossom. That's going to be enough to take down a pair, make it 3 as Valen Lord falls third, and last. The objective finally taken here for Rio Grande.
Yeah, they are going to get the forward spot, continuing their push. They only got 1 on payload, but they kind of need to keep 1 on payload as they have to keep this high ground and not allow Clark Obsidian the space to push up. However, I would also say Clark Obsidian is running these sniper compositions. They're going to want you to push up. So just play that corner, get the bot around, and look for these picks.
You can play behind the bot as well, right? You've always got a shield tank and push as long as you're attacking with the barricade. So Rio Grande pushing up very linearly, yes, but still out of those key sight lines. The Dragon Strike comes through. That's going to split up Rio Grande, but they call in the beat. Massey lets that one down, and now Rio Grande is fully supported for their next push. Massey knocked awfully low, as is Mad Puppy, but Theory is able to get some amazing heals off in the meantime. Nuggy with the overclock, trying to find the kill on a Massey, and is finally able to. Massey was dancing around beautifully on top of the bot, but in the end was brought to their end by Nuggy.
That was such a cheeky bait on the side of Valen Lord, staying with about 10% health. As Rio Grande was looking for a peek, tried to finish off the Clark Obsidian Sigma, but that's Nuggy sitting right behind Valen Lord with an overclock, and you do not want to peek a Sojourn with overclock.
No, you don't, but let me tell you one thing you do want to do is push the bot at least as far as Rio Grande just did. That was such a great attack nuke, and now they're able to defend from the middle of the map in a pretty neutral fight with the upper hand and resources now that Clark Obsidian has used all 3 of their ultimates they had. They haven't found a kill yet either, and this Terror Surge could be huge, it could be sick, or it could be shielded off. Oh, letting it charge for the entire duration, and it's enough to dice up Kamba. Still though, Dragon is able to take down Theory. It's a 3 versus 3 now, 3 versus 2 favoring Rio Grande, and despite an onslaught of Clark Obsidian ultimates, Rio Grande get the bot back in their favor.
I gotta say, I love the tenacity from Mad Puppy to just pop that Terraform and to hold it. Just, I dare you to come into this field, and that was Kamba answering the call and answering their grave as they died almost immediately. Ghoul gonna have the overclock this time for Rio Grande, and this could be the push that they need. Get the bot in all the way. They're gonna go for a soft reset. Valen Lord will find an Automouse trying to get to the high ground. That's what snipers are gonna do. They're gonna wait for the Reaper to telly, and they're gonna go for that.
4 versus 4. Spawns are pretty equal for these two teams now as Rio Grande has the advanced spawns activated. Mad Puppy supported there by Massey's sound barrier, and now they're waiting on Anonymous to pop this Death Blossom, but Green Memes is able to win the Kiriko duel, landing that kunai to take down Fury. Obsidian, it seems like they've struggled in the middle of the map here on Coliseo, but once it nears their spawn, they're coming up big and not letting it progress too much farther. Still though, they need a successful attack, and they need it now, Nuke.
Yeah, not just one successful attack, right? That's the thing about Push Berkeley. You need to take the payload and use ult economy to its fullest. You can't dump everything on it. You're going to push it maybe 10 meters, and Rio Grande's going to come back and have their ultimate online, just like we saw from Anonymous. He is going to take one out with the Death Blossom, but that's going to be Nuki responding, getting the overclock kill. The Kitsune rush on either side is pulled, and we are mid-fight, mid-map, Berkeley.
No support ults for Rio Grande. They needed to use natural cover to stay alive there. Mad Puppy's Terror Surge doesn't get nearly the value it did last time, and luckily for Clark Obsidian, they're able to win that fight and get the bot moving, but still they've got to push the barricade, and it's going to be very slow progress.
They actually were able to get a little bit of a stagger there, taking out Theory and Mad Puppy pretty late in that fight. Mad Puppy, I don't know if you know this or not, although Arisa is a battle cattle, she takes quite a minute to get to that payload. So it's going to take a minute for them to get back. Valen Lord does have the ultimate online. The Primal Rage is in the back pocket for Clark Obsidian, and that could be pretty big as they're nearing this side hotel room on this push map. You do not want to fight a monkey in that room.
No, you definitely don't. Dragon Strike coming out on the off angle, not in a spot where Rio Grande can really retreat. You could see it was slicing right through that doorway. Although Ghoul, eyes front. It's that kill onto Valen Lord, and that should be enough to just win this fight outright. You're taking it from the high ground. You're fighting the Clark Obsidian team without a tank. Anonymous can't go down here, needs to win this duel against Dragon, but Dragon is able to get the better of Anonymous. Still, though, it looks like it's too little too late, and Clark Obsidian need to reset.
Yeah, that was almost a really great push from Clark Obsidian. Like you said, Anonymous needing to find the duel, but it's so hard on a point like that, Berkeley. There's not a whole lot of space to get in. Not Hanzo has all the room necessary, but we're going to see Derp Dragon actually make the swap over to the Reaper.
We are going to see it. Finally, we see this composition that Clark Obsidian wanted to run so badly on maps number 1 and 2. We'll see if it's able to pay off here and activate those second spawns. Rio Grande, they let the Kitsune rush go. They've got 3 other ultimates they could use this fight if they want to. Nuggy is at large on the right side, but is able to bait out some members of Rio Grande. They turn their heads, and Valen Lord comes in with the Primal Rage and batters Ghoul around. Mad Puppy now holding down the front line, has the Terror Surge, chooses to use it as well. Not sure this one's going to find the kills they need, but the payload in the meantime has still moved a long way for Rio Grande.
Yeah, the Terror Surge, it was close, but it wasn't what they needed. Like you said, but with 10 seconds left, Clark Obsidian have quite a trek to move. This is going to be a mountain to climb if they want to win this push map. Otherwise, Rio Grande is going to even this up in a 2-2 match.
And it could be 3 fights to go here. A marathon for Clark Obsidian to withstand if they want to get themselves to the final. Ghoul getting that elim here could send us to a map 5. Rio Grande lets the sound barrier fall as well. Death Blossom coming in here from Dragon. It finds the kill onto Massey. Anonymous is ready with the Death Blossom of their own. Do they pop it here? They're down in numbers. He chooses to pop it. It does prove fatal. It's a duel here. If Theory wins it, we're headed to map 5. Theory's won it, and we're going the distance.
Kunai, baby! Kunais and punches! You love to see it from the side of Rio Grande, and that is a formidable fight to take. I do not want to be in a 1v1 situation with Nuggy, who coincidentally got play of the game. But Theory, able to Theory craft a little in the back pocket and take out the star DPS on the side of Clark Obsidian to force a game 5 in this knee knocker series.
What an exciting finish. A duel between the best DPS in this lobby to this point. And then on the other side, Theory, who has been very quiet in the kill feed, but came up in such a huge moment, 1v1 in overtime, Kiriko versus Sojourn, and the kunais hit, and we're going to map 5. Nuke, this game has been unbelievable, and the show just goes on.
The show does just go on. And Theory, while being quiet in the backline, has been pumping out the healing in this series, Berkeley. I mean, keeping Anonymous alive enough to just pop the Death Blossom and find 2 in that final fight. Not to mention, when we were back on a previous map, being able to stick with Mad Puppy and keep them alive for that 2v4 situation. Theory has been the support that Rio Grande has needed to keep this pressure on. Now, Call Me Massey's done a great job on this Lucio as well. Don't get me wrong, but it's hard to not look at the Kiriko. This new hero is so quintessential in a lot of these comps. These Kitsune rushes from either side are really turning these fights, in theory, just coming in clutch in that final moment. Because it was a one. Granted, right? Even if Nuggy won that engagement, it would have taken everything for Clark Obsidian to come back and get on payload. But still, hype nonetheless. Theory doing a great job in that one.
Theory closed it out so well. We're headed to map 5 just after this breath. Don't go anywhere. We're tied at 2 maps apiece. You have scrimmed for hundreds of hours, both of these teams. It all comes down to this. One of these teams, it's either Clark or the University of Rio Grande, is going to the grand final. The other one has their NECC fall season ended. Chase, how we feeling going into Control? We're headed to Nepal next. Who's the edge go to?
I don't know. The hairs on my arms are literally standing up right now, Berkeley. I have no clue. It could be either side. I think we got to give the partial edge to Clark just into how well they've been able to position for a lot of these fights, right? We look at the scoreboard. Rio Grande was able to take Control and they were able to take Push, and those are two very fast-paced maps. So maybe Control goes on the side of Rio Grande, but I feel like if Clark has the positioning, if they have the timing, if they have the ult economy, they can do it in this series. They are the #1 seed. Either way, it's going to be close. I feel like I'm going to caster's curse no matter what team I choose. So you got to even it out. You got to say the other team's going to win.
Yeah, certainly. Like, you don't want to caster's curse someone in a map 5 semifinal game. I understand. I will say though, map pick has been undefeated tonight. Granted, Circuit Royale was kind of decided by a C9. Still, the team who has picked the map has won their map.
Yeah, pretty much the whole night. So in this game 5 situation, does that mean you're going to give the edge over to Clark?
I don't know. I think Clark did a really interesting thing picking Nepal with Lijiang on the board. Lijiang is one of the most popular, if not the most popular, control map. So for them to leave that onto table and go to Nepal tells me that they've got a real game plan for this map, and I'm excited to see what it is. We just don't know if Rio Grande has the same kind of trick up their sleeve, but we know that Clark Obsidian has something ready for this stage.
Yeah, they've had something ready pretty much the entire series. My mind's blown. I was not expecting a series like this night. This has been amazing Overwatch to watch. But Rio picking Nepal, that could go on the side of Rio Grande, right? I think it's going to be a matter of who is able to get these picks faster, who's repositioning, and like we were talking about earlier, the comms from front line to back line. It's going to be a huge determiner.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Just 10 seconds left to go. And we're seeing some different comps here. Rio Grande in the locker room flirting with the Reinhardt. And it seems like, Nuke, they're going to be coming out on the German power machine. Mad Puppy locking it down. And we are entering match point. Nepal begins now. The winner goes to the final. The loser goes home.
I actually love Anonymous on the Symmetra here. Switching immediately back over to the Reaper, though, just using that teleporter to get to point faster will give Rio Grande the edge, which is what you need with this Reinhardt, right? You want to be able to hold down a position rather than necessarily take a position. That's going to be Nuggy looking for a headshot as well on the left side, trying to get an off angle on the Rio Grande roster.
Great play here from Nuggy to set up on the outside, make it so Rio Grande has to play a little bit scared. They have to choose a side. Anonymous is able to get that kill onto Kamba. Valenlord goes down as well, and the Reinhardt composition pays off here in fight number 1. Rio Grande, your 4-seed underdog, come out on top.
Yeah, Berkeley, that was just tempo. In that engagement alone, that was just tempo. Nuggy was forcing them to go to the left side of the point because she had the right side locked down, right? However, Valenlord and Kamba went in a bit too early. Derp Dragon was not in the positioning necessary for that Reaper to get in. They died before the Reaper could even get in, and that was a failed push. Now they have 30% going into their second push. They have to have the right tempo and go in at the right time to find value.
And I love how to start that last fight, Mad Puppy took the Sim TP and pinned right up to the front of the objective, says, you haven't seen this yet this match, pops onto the Reinhardt and is just a frontline force. Valenlord, though, to start off this fight, has swapped over to the Sigma, sends in those Hyperspheres to get that crucial kill onto Massey, and now Dragon on the off angle gets that kill onto Theory, and it is all spilling out of control for Rio Grande. It seems like they're going to come up empty and holding this objective past around 60%, but still a great start on a brand new composition for them.
Absolutely. I mean, they're still there. They have their Lucio on, but there it is. They did get a solid 70%-ish, right? They got 67. That's a lot for your first hold. That's all they needed. And look at the ult charge they're building up, Berkeley. Both sides really have around 90% with most of their ultimates. Rio Grande opting for the high ground, or no, low ground here. They're going to be real sneaky. Trying to get this low ground. Trying to go on the right side. It's going to be Ash. Trying to get some
I don't think they're being that
damage
sneaky.
out.
I think everyone
Not
knows.
anymore. Not anymore.
They're coming out with a force. The Gravitic Flux pop. No one dies except Anonymous does finally die to that damage boosted headshot thanks to Nuggy and Kamba. Now the Dragon Strike goes in. Nuggy continues to pop off. Mad Puppy back down into a corner. It seems like Rio Grande has lost too many members to salvage this fight. That's a big slam, but can they find the kills? The Valky's popped, and that should keep Clark Obsidian supported.
Clark Obsidian is going to stay supported. Kamba popping the Valkyrie and Green Memes, Sweet Dreams popping the Kitsune Rush on point. Nuggy fighting the pick on Massey. That's going to be a soft reset from Rio Grande. They don't want to stay in this fight any longer. They forced out a lot of ultimates on the side of Clark. They have their overclock on Ghoul. They just need to get the headshots in this next fight to turn the tables.
And now the Reinhardt composition of Rio Grande that was successful in the first two fights, running into trouble against Valenlord, switching over to Sigma, able to keep some distance between Rio Grande while still doing damage. We'll see if Rio Grande can take this point back. Maybe they've got the presence they need to hold it down. They have two damage-dealing ultimates online here. They take to the high ground, trying to flush out Nuggy and Dragon from those perches. And now we have Anonymous going in, trying to clean out the Crow's Nest, but Massey has gone down here. Dragon needs to win this duel. Instead, he's backed off by the Edgelord, and Anonymous all this time has hung on to that Death Blossom. Still, though, you've got to close the distance. You've got to find a way to pop it. In the meantime, it's been Ghoul hitting headshot after headshot, the railgun going crazy. It finds a pair, and it might just be enough, but Clark Obsidian, they've gotten this one to 99%.
It will go over on the side of Rio Grande here. Anonymous holding the Death Blossom. Ghoul was able to find the crucial picks in the overclock, though, going for a head hunting session. However, I'm concerned, Berkeley. Clark Obsidian has Gravitic Flux and Dragon Strike online. If they get the combo necessary here, that's going to be series. That's going to be match. This is going to be the final fight that will determine everything. Will it be the Death Blossom? Will it be the Gravitic Dragon Strike that will end this out? We're going to see the Gravitic Flux come out now.
Oh, it's massive. It's absolutely massive. The Dragon Strike lands, and the #1 seed Clark Obsidian make clean work of final fight here on the opening point of Nepal. Ghoul tries to scrap one kill back into this fight, but it is your 1 seed getting the advantage here, and now they are on a series point. They are 1 round win away from the final.
I am so invested. I, for some reason, was thinking that was it. I was like, this is it. This is it. This is the whole series. I forgot we had 2 other maps, Berkeley, but very good first point. Back and forth action from Rio Grande and Clark. I truly hope that both of these teams find solace in scrimming one another early into this next season, because this has been a slobber knocker of a brawl fest on both sides, Berkeley.
Yeah, it's been outstanding Overwatch to kick off the A stream tonight. And Clark Obsidian, don't forget, this team had a perfect record all season long until the final week when Rio Grande was able to spoil it and win the last game of the regular season. That's probably left a sour taste in the mouths of Clark Obsidian, and they are looking for revenge. They're not just looking for a win to go to the finals. They're looking for a win to beat the team that ruined their perfect season.
And Clark looking to run it back again, looking to get that pick again. Derp Dragon! Oh my god! With a double headshot! Oh, I love watching Hanzo, Berkeley. This is just so engaging.
What a boop. Massey, this team is not out of it yet. Rio Grande went down too early, but Massey made a big play there, booping off Valenlord. You really can't take space in Overwatch 2 without your tank. Massey does go down there to the kunai headshot, but still, Rio Grande, they're going to be awarded with a significant amount of percentage here this first fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we saw in the previous fight, right? They were able to take point until 70%. The problem was retaking point. They had such a difficult time doing so. I think Mad Puppy back on the Sarisa, especially on this point, could add a lot of value for Clark Obsidian. Derp Dragon is actually just going ham right now, Berkeley, as is Call Me Massey, trying to get these massive moves.
Dragon has played an unbelievable Nepal so far, especially to open up this point. Unfortunately, all those headshots, all those great arrows that flung out of that bow, they were coming when Rio Grande had control of the point, and even though a lot of that time Clark had the numbers advantage, still we see Rio Grande with 35%. The Dragon Strike comes through, that should even up the percentages here, but what a great hold from Rio Grande to just chew up a third of this map, just by pretty much hanging out, even though they were way down in numbers.
There's so much pacing that goes on in these control maps, Berkeley, and I do agree, right? Clark was able to keep the percentage up in these fights, and Rio Grande will be able to come back, but look at the ult economy once again coming out from both of these teams. They ran the Dragon Strike early, but no one else on Clark has popped an ultimate. As I say that, the Valkyries popped, and they're going to use it to defend point, but Rio Grande has got to get together with these ultimates. They've got to start building charge, and they've got to start using them. Kitsune Rush is going to get popped as well. Oh, and that's the Battle Mercy coming out, trying to get the headshots on Anonymous.
Wow, Anonymous tried to go for a big play there in close corridors, but such great way to escape there from Nuggy. Coach getting up to the high ground. Cambo with the Valk able to fly away freely. Clark Obsidian, they look like they're defending this point incredibly well. I can see why they picked Nepal now.
I can as well. They have had so much value on this comp. They love playing the snipers, and especially on this point, they're getting a lot of value out of those snipers. Bob hopped in the side room, denying any space from Rio Grande to push in, and separating the team. That's going to be sweet memes, green dreams, finding the kill on Anonymous. I mean, Call Me Massey's going to get the pick on Valen Lord, but will it make a difference?
It just seems like Rio Grande not quite sure how to attack this point, and now with just 5 seconds left, it is desperation. They've got the Primal Raid from Mad Puppy. That'll get them there, but the overtime wick is starting to burn. Clark Obsidian is ready to come out on top. They're ready for the grand final. They just need to hold on a little bit longer, withstand these support ultimates. They're not quite able to. They've lost both the supports of their own, but it's a 3 versus 3. Nuggy's on the outside clicking heads. Anonymous and Massey go down, and just like that, it's down to Mad Puppy. You've got to stay alive with just 50 HP, but it seems like Clark Obsidian are on top, and the best revenge is to live on and prove yourself. Clark Obsidian, you're headed to the final.
In a 3-2 fashion, a nail-biter series from both teams. What a way to end it. Play of the game's going to Derp Dragon, and I'm going to take a sweet guess at these headshots.
It's gotta be. Oh, nope. No, it's the Dragon Strike instead. It was clean, but the headshots to start this round. Dragon just showed up and locked this one down at the most clutch round of Overwatch we had tonight.
Absolutely. And Clark Obsidian, University of Rio Grande, no one should be hanging their heads this evening. Both of them put up a fantastic series. University of Rio Grande, probably the closest 4th versus 1 seed semifinals match we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, this one was phenomenal. A 1 seed versus a 4 seed. It looks like a mismatch on paper, but it was a match that was meant to be. Rio Grande was the only team to ruin the perfect record of Clark Obsidian, and this one deserved to open up the A stream, and it may only get better from here. The next game is a Legends Division game between Northwood and Fisher College. It's gonna be phenomenal, but before we get there, we're gonna take a short break, and we'll have an interview with one of the members from Clark, so stick around.
For some reason, Berkeley is a frozen man, so I'll go ahead and take it over. We got Valenlord with us on the side of Clark, Obsidian, and Valenlord, the star tank player, able to secure things out for Clark Obsidian going into grand finals. How are you feeling, Valenlord?
I gotta say, I'm feeling great. You know, it was a real good season, and Rio Grande was the only team that we had trouble with, or that we lost to in the main season. So this was the map. This was the match to win, and we practiced really hard for it. We knew that they had the Reinhardt, so we were stratting around that, and they did pull it out briefly, but you know we were prepared for it.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us.
Yes.
What questions do you have for young Valenlord?
I would like him to answer this one. Do you know an internet service provider that could help me out with connection issues? Now, my real question is, of course, you just said you're aware that this Rio Grande team was the only one to give you troubles during the season. So, was your team a little bit afraid going into this match? I mean, it was a very recent loss you guys kind of had to them.
Yes, it was the, I mean, we are very excited for finals, but this was the match that we were preparing for. We figured that this is the proving grounds, and we stuck through it, and we got there, and so we're real happy about that.
Yeah, kind of like meeting the final boss before the last level, and then the last level is one you're just hoping for is a lot easier. But Kataba, they're going to be your finals opponent. They 3-0'd Midway in the semifinals, so they're playing their best Overwatch right now. I think this Navigators division might have one of the most exciting NECC finals, so next week it's just going to be an absolute thriller. Congrats on making it to the final. Send the congrats to the entire team as well. My second question for you is, I mean, you obviously scouted this team really well. Like you said, you knew they had the Reinhardt. It seemed like you guys really wanted to run that Winston composition, but your snipers are what really made you guys come alive. Were you leaning on the sniper composition, or did you just kind of figure out midway through the game that that was your ticket?
So, in the first time in the group stage when we fought them, we found that we played the Winston Reaper, the standard comp, better than them. But when they pulled out the interesting tanks, the Orisa, the Reinhardt, we sort of crumbled. So we needed a way to deal with that. Uh, we had the sort of Sigma that I personally love. You know, I no offense to Winston, but Sigma is my bread and butter.
It looks like
the Sigma. We had the snipers that could just take those wide angles, make it so whatever weird off tank they're playing can't cover everything. And our goal was to make them want to switch back to the Winston comp, so we could beat them on even ground. And you know they seemed unwilling to do that because every time they did, we did beat them. So we just kept punishing them for it.
That's a really good game plan. Sounds like it was weeks in the work and it paid off. So congratulations again. And now, Chase, I'll throw it back over to you for another couple of questions.
Yeah, so I guess my first question going into it is, it's kind of hard seeing what's going on behind the scenes. Are you the primary shot caller for Clark, or is that someone else on the roster?
It depends on the composition that we're doing. Whoever's going to be the person going in first is typically the shot caller, but we're all making calls. We don't necessarily have a designated in-game caller.
Sure. So I guess my question then off of that is, you know, I'm seeing from your notes that you captained a high school Overwatch team for 2 years. What's that transition like now that you're a sophomore in college? You've gotten a little bit up on the ropes in being a collegiate Overwatch player. What's that been like from Overwatch 1, being a captain for a high school team, now leading as the tank player for an Overwatch 2 team?
Well, I'm not the captain of this team. That would be our Lucio/Mercy combo. But
sure, maybe not the captain, but you are the tank. And the tank, there's only one of you, right? There's only one tank. So what's that like?
I have to say, it's an entirely different experience from high school. When I was captain in high school, I took a team of 8 people, 5 of which had never played Overwatch at all beforehand, to 7th place in the HESL league at one point. But the NECC league is an entirely different ballgame. I'm enjoying it immensely, the challenge, and I'm very up to the challenge.
That's awesome. That's great to hear. So I guess my final question for you, right? If you were to send any message over to Kataba, right? You're facing him next week. What is your message to them?
I gotta say, those 2 maps they took back on us, week 1, those are the only maps they're ever going to.
Oh, I love to hear it. I
Off
love to hear it.
words.
That's all I got. Mic drop. It's hot. It's fire. Berkeley, I'm throwing it back to you. I ain't got nothing else. Alan Lord, congratulations to you. The rest of Clark, congratulations. You're moving on to finals.
Absolutely delivering on that menacing message to Kataba. I love it, dude. Truly like a tank presence here in the interview. I actually just have one last question before we send you off to celebrate that you're going to finals. What was your favorite moment from that insane game we just watched? Because there were so many big ones.
I do have to say, I think it must have been the combination at the end of Shrine, I believe it was. The combination of my lift, that dragons, sent it right through the center of them. Oh, it was beautiful. It was art in the making.
I called that.
You did.
I called that. I literally said they have the gravitic flux, they have the double dragons, they have the strike. If they use it right, that's gonna be map. And that was it. I was like, oh.
Huge shout out to that star DPS player right there, Noah. He's Derp Dragon. He just makes those plays.
He was hitting those headshots.
Yeah, he came up big. It was such a battle.
Yeah. He's typically on the Reaper, but his Hanzo is just it's insane.
Scary.
Right.
Scary indeed. Scary indeed. Now it's just scary for Kataba, but Valenlord, thank you for the interview, man. Great words. I love your message to Kataba. If I was them, I'd be scared after hearing it. So thanks for the interview. Send the congrats to the team, and you have a great rest of your week. Enjoy the road that you just went on to end up in the grand final.
We will. And one last shout out to our coach who, as I said, all of this prep work, so much of that was him bringing us through it and scouting out the enemy team and stratting this. He's Owen Spark. He's an amazing coach, and we couldn't do it without him. That's for sure.
All right, shout out Coach Spark. Thank you, Valenlord. You are free to dip out of the interview and regroup with your team here. We're just going to close out this stream and toss it over to the second game. But once again, man, congratulations.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, Nuke, throughout the transition, I stayed in the VMix call. It's amazing. Nuke, what a game we just saw. Such a great way to start the A stream. We're just minutes away from Game 2. Northwood Esports taking on Fisher College in the Legends Division. It's gonna be a banger, casted by Chef Billy and Bullskunk. We're gonna be back on the mic at a 10 p.m. game, I believe. We got an hour break to just kind of chill, but chat, stick around for the next one because it's going to be awesome. But before we go there, Nuke, I want your final thoughts on this game.
Final thoughts were this was a phenomenal semifinals match. We're in the Navigators division, and sometimes when you're in the Navigators division, it's not high-level Overwatch. You cannot say that about the series tonight. Headshots galore, back and forth. There was synergy on both sides. The pacing was at the tip of the tongue. It was a beautiful chef's kiss tonight, and I couldn't have asked for a better series, truthfully. So shout out to both teams.
Yeah, it was amazing, and you could tell from Valenlord's words at the end that so much coaching preparation went into this one to have multiple compositions and strats on how to play them, like kicking their snipers out to wide angles. This was not your typical Navigators game. This was an unbelievable, well-strategized game with DPS players hitting skill shots. There was a 1v1 overtime duel between a Sojourn and a Kiriko. This game just had so many moments. Stick around for the rest of the stream. We've got Fisher College and Northwood coming up next. But Nuke and I will see you in an hour.
Billy, I am still reeling off the heels of that map 5 thriller we just saw between Clark and Grande. Oh man, that was a phenomenal match. But you know what? That's just one of 3 we've got going on today. We are headed to the Legends division for our next semifinal matchup, and this one is just going to be a certified banger, no doubts about it.
I mean, 7-2 Northwood coming in up against Fisher College Varsity on 6-3. The big thing for me is that there's a lot of contenders talent here that are playing in Run It Back right now. Northwood University not together as a squad in contenders. However, we're seeing some NECC representation, some S+, some Odyssey as well. But Fisher had a bit of a struggle this weekend, but I think that, together through the losses that they took this past weekend and Run It Back, I tell you what, I think that they're looking forward to coming in here to NECC and proving their wares up against this Northwood squad. Northwood, though, I mean, they won the previous head-to-head matchup 3-2. It went to 5 maps. So I think that we're going to go 5 again, and I'm telling you, I mean, it's looking like 2v3. This has all the hallmarks of one of those matches that if you miss it, you're going to regret it. You're going to be wanting to find the VOD very soon.
I mean, and that's the level of talent we're talking about here. Not only are they 2 of the best schools in NECC, not only are they 2 of the best schools in all of collegiate Overwatch across the country, these players compete with the best players from North America, from the Western Hemisphere, just shy of Overwatch League. I mean, they're competing with the top in T2, and I mean this is going to be a phenomenal show. A lot of talent on display here. Northwood coming in 7-2, Fisher College coming in 6-3, and the winner of this one gets the honor of going to face Redbird Esports, who is currently sitting number 1 in their groups and Run It Back. Also sitting number 1 here, undefeated at NECC.
Yeah, and they've already punched their ticket over the comments of UTD. I tell you what, Abdallah had a strong task ahead of them and was not up to it. I tell you what, Redbirds have been on a tear. But now we get to see who's going to be their opponent here, and I'm looking obviously to the tank battle to start things off. I want to see what Calman and Avani have to show here for themselves. Avani actually had a pretty good performance and Run It Back, so I'm looking for them to carry that through here into NECC and into the collegiate homecoming this weekend. So there's a lot on the line here for these teams. It's all prep. All these competitions seem to run together to provide a final product that we are finally getting a chance to see after so many weeks of competition. Jeff, this is going to be one of those matches that I just cannot wait to get started.
That's the beauty of collegiate. We get to see these teams compete across numerous different competitions and really get a sense for what they're capable of. As we take a look at your number 2 seed coming in here, the Northwood roster, as you mentioned, Seasons the Senior on tank has been a staple of this squad since Northwood made their debut into the collegiate Overwatch scene. Boat Dynasty, super strong DPS duo as well. We're not going to see any CJ here. We got Tube Sock starting off, which is a bit of a surprise for me.
Bit of a surprise for me, too. CJ, one of the best flex supports in T2 right now, might just be here on the first map. You never know. Might not be available for play today as well. Taking a look at Fisher, though, I think this is where the rubber's going to meet the road. So it's going to be Avani versus Seasons. We're going to see what the kind of tank chess battle we got going on there. Cabe has been one of my favorite standouts here in the collegiate scene. They've really come into their own, with some middling tier 3, lower tier 2 results for their career. They've really stepped it up here coming into the collegiate season. And I'm interested to see what they get done with Forgotten. I want to see if Cabe's actually going to come out on the Sojourn today and really show their wares, because we know that they got a good Tracer. We know they got a good Genji, but I think we're going to take a look and see what they got coming in here. So, man, Jeff, I mean, we've had some good matches to start the day off. The map 5 thriller in the game before us. I think we're going 5 here again.
Quite possible. It's so close to call between these two teams, and history would then repeat itself. But Cave is an interesting point. We're talking about that gamer, and I think it's a wonderful example of what collegiate can do for a player.
Mm-hmm.
Having to bounce around different squads. When you get into tier 3 and doing open division teams and stuff, a lot of times players just end up kind of bouncing around and teams don't stabilize for very long at all. in the collegiate scene, that you get a consistent team that you can get used to, get synergy with, and we really start to see what these players are truly capable of. Cave is an excellent example of that, and has truly risen to the occasion since joining this Fisher College squad.
Yep, I've been absolutely impressed with them. So, yeah, CJ is actually going to be going in there. Got the word from our producer.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, they absolutely trolled us there. Thanks so much. Thanks so much there, Northwood, for giving us the troll there. But you know what? We'll see Cabe coming out here with the Symmetra to get people closer to the point. And then they'll probably swap over either to the Reaper or the Tracer. Just depends on what Cabe's feeling like today. So Forgotten picking up the Sojourn mantle here. Seasons, we know they got a good battle cattle here in the Orisa. So, you know, we'll just see what they bring out here as we head to Control Center on Lijiang Tower. And Dynasty showing us a little bit of off meta here with the Junkrat.
Yeah, this is specifically for this map. Junkrat has always kind of worked in the mini meta that is Control Center because of these tight chokes. And Seasons, a long-standing Orisa player, back into the double shield days. Yeah, unfortunately, that Junkrat pick just immediately found the business end of a hook from Avani. And it's an early lead to Fisher College here in first fight. Avani's going to pick up yet another one, managing to tackle both DPS single-handedly on this Roadhog. It's just going to be clean up from here. Fisher College grab first control.
And I tell you what, Dynasty's going to have to watch out for where they're going to, because we've got a Torbjorn on the field in Cabe. So you're going to have to watch your pathing angles here. Lots of late staggers coming out from Fisher as well. Northwood not necessarily picking up what Fisher was dealing down there. We're going to see the double sniper comp come out, and there's an immediate pick from Dynasty.
There you go. That's what Northwood needed. Their first kill of this map so far. Now with the Storm Arrows looking to take down Forgotten across the way as they trade arrows for rail shot, neither finding purchase. Vani still has a lot of space up here, and both just figured that out the hard way. Eventually, Northwood able to gang up on Avani, and with a nice javelin throw, that energy javelin coming out of Seasons, be able to finish off Forgotten as well. He has another one. Seasons highly accurate with these javelins in them, and that can really turn the tide. That can really determine how much impact, how much value you're getting out of the Orisa pick.
Well, I mean, almost has Terra Surge online even before CJ has their first Kitsune Rush. That's how much work Seasons got done in that first fight. Now it's about how much space can Seasons actually take here against the Avani Roadhog. We're going to be looking to bait out the hook and then go in with the Javelin Spin. And, I mean, there's a big pick once again from Dynasty.
Long range on the Hanzo, and Fisher College are struggling to close this gap. You got 2 DPS. Oh, that was a filthy shot. I mean, if Dynasty doesn't get you, then Boat will. The long range from this composition just makes it so dangerous for Fisher to walk up. Vani, though, with a slick little move, able to remove one of those threats. There's another one of those just incredible javelins coming out and just leveled abs. Now it's the rush, trying to get devalued by the whole hog. Seasons does not have the javelin spin, trying to run, using the Terra Surge in the back line, looking for the supports, but there's Molten Core on the point. Game and Forgotten coming through, and Fisher College are going to flip this thing.
Well, it was very expensive for Fisher. I mean, putting in the whole hog plus the Kitsune and the Molten Core.
Oh my.
Bye-bye. Dynasty is absolutely owning them right now with this long-range hit scan.
They're all headshots, it feels like. Dynasty is absolutely on a tear. I mean, 2 kills before the fight even breaks out. I mean, you're walking into a 5v3 as your team fight, and Vani's stuck back there in the corner. Between an Orisa and, the rest of the team, the rest of Northwood. Forgotten with the overclock, able to get one, trying to bring this thing back. Kate is going to get one too. Oh! Vani somehow stays alive through all of this, and allows times for Fisher College to regroup and take the win on this fight. Unbelievable.
Forgotten absolutely turns that fight on its head with the overclock, getting full value out of it. And I mean, Northwood invested into it too. The sound barrier and the overclock repeating into that. So, man, final fight territory here. Nothing on board for Northwood. It's going to be a dry, neutral fight.
It's their last chance. At least for them on Control Center. Boat goes down early in the fight. Avani chasing off Dynasty in the back while Seasons is trying to make some space on the points. Everything get done, but that's a 4v1 on the objective. Decides to try to fall back, help deal with Avani, but Avani will not die. CJ eventually finds that kill, but it's too little too late as Cave comes through with the final kill on the sub-map, and Fisher College will take Control Center.
You know, I thought Dynasty had the right idea there in swapping over to the double sniper comp with the long-range threat of the Archer. But they never dealt with Avani. They were never able to close the gap and take care of the Roadhog and the spam healing coming in from Neb, and there was no answer to that. So I think here for Northwood, if you're going to push in on top of this, you've got to find a way to get into the back line, pull those cooldowns out of Neb and Abs, and then start your progression onto Avani. Once you take care of the cooldowns, once you get especially the swift step out from Neb, that's your go sign. That's when you go in and make your move, and I think this will turn out to be a little bit better of a map for them. Season's showing us the Winston here, Jeff, so man, this will be a little bit different of a look for them.
Yeah, going to the meta composition, the Winston Rush. Season's just pushing up, trying to buy a little bit of space. Dynasty isn't really with them, though. You want your Reaper by your side. There it is. Dynasty shows up. The Suzu is able to keep Avani alive through some of those Hellfire shotgun blasts, and it buys enough time for Cave to find an opening pick. Then the hook on the Dynasty removes the Reaper, and it's a +2 to Fisher College as they storm forward and chase off what remains of Northwood's reinforcements.
I mean, they tried to close the gap and they just weren't able to, and these hooks have been what we saw during Run It Back this past weekend, or this past week, from Fisher College. You know, the hooks have been absolutely disgusting. The hook accuracy was like 70%, I think is what we heard from Rich and Kenobi. So, I mean, definitely landing, getting the value out of it. There it is again.
Yeah, it's going to force out an early Suzu from CJ. Northwood do manage to break out of that small room. Avani's still holding close, and Dynasty doesn't have a Suzu to keep him alive the second time. And the hooks continue to land for Avani.
This is totally building off of their performances here on Run It Back. I mean, it's being shown here in NECC, the fact that the synergy of Fisher College has really come to bear here on top of Northwood. A lot of the Northwood players are playing on different teams, so they don't have that in-game time play. And there's another hack.
Yeah, Whole Hog tried to push people off the edge. The speed saves everybody but Bo. As Northwood make it onto the objective, Kitsune rush out from both of our squads. It's going to get very fast here for the next few seconds. Northwood have point position, but Forgotten trying to break it over. But the overclock is able to get one with it. Now has eyes set on Dynasty and clocks him right between the eyes. That's 2 here for Forgotten. Able to put some good damage down on the Seasons, who has to use that primal. The flip did come through, but Northwood aren't going to get much more than about 15% before this thing finally flips back over.
Yeah, they got to get out of there in a hurry, and there might be a little chance to touch, but I don't think so. 60% and climbing now. Sound barrier online for Fisher College. Northwood had to invest everything except the Blossom in that fight, and now it's going to be a cat fight just on the point.
Oh, did get up the overclock there at the end, so teleport in, Death Blossom out, and Abs and Cave and Neb. Oh, feel it. As they go down to the dance of death coming out of Dynasty. Forgotten is able to find some revenge for their fallen brethren. But what a mismatch on point. Great ultimate. One ult to win it all here from Dynasty.
And I mean, you see the build-up there for CJ as well. 70% towards Kitsune Rush. Might be able to outstrip Neb with the incoming damage coming through. And you're looking at the overclock as well for Boat. So there's a lot here on the line for Northwood. They're going to have to hold this almost perfectly for them to be able to get through and take us to a map 3. Big hook coming in.
SG is gonna fall. Abs ended up using the sound barrier in that last fight. I don't know if it ever made it down, but they don't have it here. They're not gonna need it if Avani continues to land these hooks with impeccable accuracy, though. Holy cow, Avani coming through big in this one. And now Northwood are out of time. One fight to get back into this map.
It's going to take a touch from Yamitra if they can even get their 93% and counting. CJ might be able to teleport in on the back of somebody, but look at this. We're going to go around the outside. See if you can get a touch. Nope, he's not going to make it. Wow.
Well, you're 3 seeded Fisher College coming through in the end on a phenomenal hog play out of Avani and Forgotten with some impeccable overclocks. High impact play on the Sojourn. And despite the best efforts of Dynasty, who was just coming out on fire on Control Center with these, just wonderful headshots on the Hanzo, it was not enough for Northwood. Fisher College starting off the semifinals 1-0.
There's that shot that you love so much too. Dynasty was fighting the range with the
love.
Right? I mean, the answers were there. It's just the overwhelming pressure and the sustain that came through for Avani. Avani didn't feel any pressure. We did see him go down a couple of times, but for the most part, the Roadhog was pretty self-sufficient. The Suzus were the real answer there to keep them up through those mid-fights when all the pressure was raining down on them. I think Northwood need to get into the back line of Fisher and try to pull Abs and Neb out of position, make them use some of those crucial cooldowns like the amp speed, like the Suzu. If you can get in there and take care of them, Avani's not going to have a leg to stand on, and I think that'll turn it around for Northwood. But still, great opening map out from Fisher.
I think the defining fight for me was on Control Center, where Dynasty finds those 2 opening picks. That was part of that play of the game. And then Avani just stays alive forever. Avani's surrounded by 4 players in Northwood, deep in their territory, on their side of the objective there on Control Center, stays alive, buys enough time for reinforcements to show back up, and Fisher come back and win that fight. That, to me, was kind of the defining moment of that entire map. And Fisher College just never say die.
I mean, we've seen it happen across regions where a Roadhog just has that self-sustainability, even if you've got even just a Lucio there with you to give you a little bit of extra speed. But I mean, we saw 1v4s happen and run it back, and a Roadhog just somehow magically survives throughout all of it.
That shouldn't happen. That should not happen.
Nerf Roadhog. But still, it shouldn't happen, but it does. It's because of the hook combo. The hook combo can take down a squishy in a hurry and makes it a 1v3 very quickly. And then by that time that you get through the combo, by that time, the take a breather is back up, and you have the sustain there for yourself. So you buy yourself time, you grow the largest set there in the server and just absorb all the damage coming in. And then, next thing you know, you've got a Roadhog going through, or a whole hog going through, and it's game over at that point.
Yeah, we'll see if Northwood has any answer for Avani's Roadhog as we move forward. Headed into Hybrid next, and there is a map ban system going on here in the postseason at NECC. So both teams got to ban a map prior to the match starting, with Fisher banning Eichenwalde and Northwood banning Kings. So we're not going to see Kings Row here in this series. Then the winning team gets to ban out another map. So Fisher banned Hollywood as well. So Eichenwalde, Kings Row, Hollywood not on the table as we head into map number 2. It is Northwood's pick, and they have chosen Midtown. So we're going to get to see the new hybrid map, one of the 2 new hybrid maps, heading in this map number 2. We're also seeing a substitution come in.
I mean, the substitution should be good coming in here from them. I'm taking a look to see who exactly that is going to be.
It's Cowman for Seasons.
Cowman. I mean, Cowman playing for Knicks right now has had a fantastic time. We're going to see Fisher defending here on Midtown. So does Cowman bring out the Roadhog to answer, which we know they definitely have in the book, or do they bring out the Sigma to have a little bit more of the mitigation that possibly Northwood need here for all the spam damage coming in? I mean, we saw the turret get a lot of work done for Cabe. I mean, you can eat up the Molten Core. Once that gets launched in there, you have a little bit of staying power, a little bit of stun as well. The Javelin is good. I think the Accretion is better, can actually hit more than one target. Also, the Experimental Barrier is 1,200 hit points worth of save your butt. So
you can block hooks with it. I mean,
yeah, you can block hooks with it. So man, this is
yeah, no, this is gonna be interesting. And I can definitely see the Sigma, particularly on defense, because it prevents, particularly when paired with a Zenyatta, you can put a lot of pressure down, and defensively prevent teams from being able to close distance, to gain any space and map control without just being under so much pressure that they're at the risk of losing people on the way. On the attack, it would be a little bit more difficult. I don't anticipate the Orisa coming in. I think we would see Seasons still in if Northwood wanted to run the Orisa here heading into Midtown. So my bet is on the Hog. Cowman showing us that out of the gate. Still plenty of time for the offense to change their mind. So let's focus on Fisher's defense. Avani, well, no surprises here. Cave actually sticking with the Torbjorn as well.
I mean, I don't hate that. I'm not sure what kind of value they can get out of it other than looking for Dynasty or Boat as they aggress forward. You might get something a little cheeky here in the 404 building, maybe throwing your turret in there, looking for some kind of advance coming through. You'll see the hit markers coming up. 4K, knowing that they'll have that kind of a scout arrow almost as it's getting some ticks off on some damage. So we'll see. We'll see if Cowman versus Avani is going to be the first matchup that we see. Who's going to land the hook? Who's going to get the first kill?
The back and forth here between Abs and CJ is awesome. Oh, I love the play interactions. It's great. Torp turn to set up on the back left from the attacker's point of view, with the team all set up at the subway, trying to create a bit of a crossfire here as you approach the fire truck. Yowman not able to land that first hook, just going to back up and get some health. Dynasty's managed to find their way all the way into the window, but Forgotten recognized it, jumps up, takes them down. Now focuses on the Cowman, able to build up the majority of a rail at 90 now, and lands it. Dimitri popped out of the sky. What a beautiful shot from Forgotten.
Well, now we're going to look to see the push come through here for them. There's a beautiful hook once again. Avani, that's a max range hook, and really isn't feeling any pain. Once again, has that breather to go through. Cowman needs to step it up, needs to be watching these sight lines and trying to figure out how to dislodge Fisher from this high ground.
I mean, Avani's already had a map to warm up, right? Cowman's kind of walking in cold here. Only been playing for a minute. We'll see if they can get up to speed here. As that hook does not land, Cabe is able to dodge it out of the way nicely behind the cover, and Abs is going to finish off Cowman. Dimitri falls as well, and this offense is losing weapons left and right, and despite the one pick, Fisher College are in firm control. Dynasty, the flurry, is able to do some damage and build up towards the ult, but in the end is not going to result to much. Is having to hide back here. Abs knows that he's there. Okay, Dynasty's able to make it out, get through the alley. That's huge.
Kitsune Rush already online for both squads here, so it's going to be really who gets the best line and who gets the most value out of it. Avani probably going to be able to pop Whole Hog in the middle of it, misses with that hook.
It both rushes out in front of the fire truck, and this one does favor the defense a little bit, dare I say. Cowman lets the hook across and is going to get the ult, but Cave finishes him off before he can find any kills with that Whole Hog. Cave picking up 2 early picks. Now, Avani does fall, which is something we have not said very often across the course of these 2 maps. Fisher College are still able to stabilize.
Well, Cabe has a pulse bomb online after swapping from that previous fight off the Torbjorn. I mean, the value has been gotten by this Tracer pick, and now you're looking for more mobility going in. Kalman is under such duress. I'm not seeing the same kind of Afuda coming in from CJ. We see Neb keeping up their Roadhog.
Yeah, boat popped it overclock and just able to get Forgotten with the final shot. Oh, and then the one that's stored in the bank takes out Cabe. All right, boat. That's 2 DPS falling under your railgun, and that is exactly what Northwood needed to move in and crack this thing open.
Well, the big thing right now is that the Kitsune Rush that was popped in the previous fight has now given Cowman a 20% advantage on this Whole Hog, and they already have another Kitsune Rush, and so the damage has finally been mitigated and really gotten maximum value out of CJ. So CJ, you know, I'm looking for them to take top of Midtown Tunnel here, dislodge them from the top and get easy cart push.
It's a tough fight. I mean, taking that high ground is easier said than done, for sure. Dynasty does have this duplicate to use on top of the double support ults, which Fisher cannot answer. It's going to be a duplicate onto the Hog, and there's 2 Road Hogs on the battlefield here for Northwood, trying to muscle their way up these stairs. Gets that Whole Hog up very quickly. Forgotten has already gone down, so it's a 5v4 favoring Northwood on the attack. Kitsune Rush is up and used immediately out of Neb. Cave trying to move forward and take advantage as Fisher College are going to drop in off the high ground and circle around. Suzu protects Cowman as they pop their Whole Hog. Find the kill on their counterpart Road Hog, and Avani falls. Northwood now with a commanding lead in this team fight, and that high ground didn't amount to a hill of beans here for Fisher College.
It was because of the duplicate that came out from Dynasty, pulling out that Whole Hog and pushing everybody back. And then you saw Cowman and company push under the tunnel and clean up the stragglers on the backside. So that's exactly what we wanted to see from them. They have a chance to stabilize here. They have the sound barrier ready to go, but they're going into 3 ultimates from Northwood.
Eventually, Fisher back up Northwood. Using that rush early. Sound barrier out. Forgotten's already caught up 1, though. Cave found another. Dimitri just going to hold on to this sound barrier, I would guess, at this point, particularly after Dynasty getting popped by the rail. As Forgotten just carves a path through the attackers.
Once you saw the Kiriko from Northwood go down, CJ gave their life using that Kitsune Rush and got 0 value out of it. So now, sound barrier and overclock ready to go here for Northwood. I'm looking for Neb. Neb needs to step up here a little bit more, get themselves another Kitsune Rush online and stop the progress of this cart. They got it 75% of the way, Jeff. Now we're looking to see what kind of tempo beat will come out of Yamitra. I think that you push in on top of it and really try to collapse down on Neb and Abs.
Gamble, right? Because if you don't If it doesn't work out, then the counter punch is there from the Kitsune Rush. We're battling the high ground as both going to use this overclock to get things started. Forgotten has fallen, but Northwood do not have a tank in this fight. That sound barrier was used as well, and they're not able to gain much ground with it. They do fend off some of the damage from the Kitsune Rush, but it ends up being kind of a null and void trade between the two support ults. Chicago working around to the outside. Abs does fall. Northwood are just buying their time, waiting for Cowman to get back though. Oh, that's disastrous. That's not good. They're running out of time here, Billy.
Yep, not good at all. I mean, we're sub 1 minute here. We're looking for the trades to come through. Both Kitikos off the table here, so you're going to still have that 50% advantage here towards Northwood, and now the skills start coming through.
Yeah, and Cowman's able to land a hook mid whole hog and then use the back half of the whole hog to finish off Forgotten. I love that little change where you can hook in the middle of it and just get somebody within the danger zone, within your kill box of your whole hog. Lands one onto Avani, who has to scramble outside and ends up right in the thick of things.
Well, we see the Torbjorn coming back out for Fisher here. They want to keep this, keep the Dynasty Reaper. I think that's a complete answer to them waiting for the teleport in to drop a whole hog. They know that the Death Blossom. They know that they're close, right? And they know that they should be popping this anytime now. So that's what the turret's going to be able to prevent and start to get that damage going in on top of them. The Suzu from CJ is going to have to be perfect.
Rush from CJ out. Start. Dynasty moves in to finish off a body. And Neb falls shortly thereafter. Abs looking very low. And Cowman is going to find that one. Good rush there from CJ. And they're able to clean up very quickly. I didn't even see if the Suzu was needed.
I don't think it was needed at all. And Dynasty gets to hold on to the Death Blossom as well. So they're going to have lots of work to get in here. Nice hook from Cowman once again.
Oh, what a good start. That might just be it. Overclock out, but there's a bunch of shields on the other side, courtesy of Abs. Cowman able to take down Avani once again. Cowman has really come alive. You asked for Cowman to show up more in this map, and as the map has gone on, Cowman's play has elevated and overtook that of Avani. Molten Core out, trying to slow down Northwood's approach. This Cave has made that swap back on over. Cowman ends up in the middle of some hot lava, and will go down. 24 seconds on the clock. Northwood have one last chance.
I think they're going to want that Kitsune rush back for final fight because now Dynasty has a free shot here, minus the Suzu from Neb, but they're going to have free shot here with this Death Blossom coming in. I don't know. They might be able to get their 6 seconds to touch.
Yeah, Yumitra, he's got this. Yumitra will make it. I believe in you, Yumitra. The teleport in from Dynasty. No, Yumitra, you let me down, buddy. Must have got booped, pushed back, hooked, no telling. But unfortunately, Northwood are not able to initiate the overtime, and they will have to settle for their 91.9 meters.
About 10 meters from the end-ish?
Yeah, roughly.
Roughly. So, I mean, not a bad push there from them. Really, the first fight, or the first point, took them just way too long to get through. Midtown was a bit of a struggle as well. They had a good head of steam as they came through the train station here, but really last-minute usage of boops and CC to keep them off the point really turns it into their favor. I think Dynasty might have held on to that Death Blossom just a little bit too long, but they do get quite a bit of meterage there. So, I mean, it's definitely defendable. It just depends on what kind of a first point defense they get here. They're going to have to take at least, I think, 2 minutes off the clock to give them a real opportunity to hold. The other thing is that Cowman did come alive about halfway through Midtown, so this might be a different Roadhog versus Roadhog matchup.
Yeah, Cowman's starting to get a little warmed up. Like I said, it was coming in cold. And you could just kind of see them finding their rhythm as the map went on. Fisher showing us a little Widowmaker. This is just for an initial shot in case anybody's trying to poke too close, like CJ up close, perhaps trying to look for some initial damage. And then Forgotten's going to go back over to the Sojourn. Cave swapping over to the Torbjorn after teleporting everybody out. And Fisher College having a quick little jump here underneath the subway tunnel. Vonnie just buying their time, deciding do they want to loop around or are they going to go through main? Looks like they're going to go ahead and loop around back through the alley and leave Cabe and Neb here in main. Create a bit of a pincer attack, a bit of a two-sided approach. here from Fisher College. Dynasty and the rest of Northwood decide to press forward and pounce on the two that in the middle. It forces the rest of Fisher to return back out that way, but it works out as Cowman goes down. Good call from Fisher to give up on the initial plan, go to plan B. Adaptation, versatility, all on display here from Fisher College. As Abs finds their counterpart, and it's a +1. No tank, no Lucio here on the battlefield for Northwood. And I don't think they're going to be able to hold for that 2 minutes, Billy. This is a one and done.
Yeah, it's a one and done, and it was on the back of, once again, an Avani hook that came through, and we saw the full value gain from that. Cade getting the final blow onto that. Definitely looking at Fisher College. I mean, the spam healing that's been coming through from Neb has been absolutely perfect. They have kids sending the rush online.
Can't help but wonder if that was a bait rotation out of Fisher. They baited Northwood to come in and attack the Tor, but then everybody just collapsed onto Cowman. That might have been planned. Oh, what a hook. That is some deep sea fishing coming out of Avani and lands themselves a big one. Cowman just could not recover from that initial burst of damage, and the rush battle is in favor of Fisher right now as they're looking to win their second fight in a row. They're going to have to do it without Forgotten, but they are moving up to claim some of this high ground space as Boat just narrowly avoids disaster.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher have had the better engagements here, and it's on the back of Cade getting a lot of value out of this. And Avani, once again, with the hook, the headshot with the alt fire there from the right click, taking Boat down, didn't have a lot to really hold their hat on there. And now you're looking for, Molten Core to segment off the point, be able to get a lot of free push. And here comes the whole hog. Well, same way.
Yeah, the hook doesn't interrupt it anymore, but it's still enough for Cowman to take Avani down, despite not being able to interrupt the ultimate. Lands another one onto Cade. 2 for 2 for Cowman in this fight, both resulting in fatal blows. Final blows, probably be a more technical term. Both work, both are applicable. You know what I'm talking about. It's Northwood winning this fight. That's what I'm talking about.
I feel what you're swinging out there, Jeff, and I mean, that's exactly what we wanted to see there. Finally, Dynasty getting a little bit more purchase with the Echo swap here. The only thing that I'm worried about is the fact that you still got Cade going over the Tracer now, so we don't need to worry about that now. So you're going to have a lot more purchase here with the Echo. Duplicate, obviously, still a super strong ultimate. Definitely going to have to be copying the Hog there. Maybe even going for a support to give them a little extra sustain against this Avani Roadhog, because they are still hitting these with frightening rapidity.
Yeah, it's Cowman landing that one. Forgotten overclock off the top. Cowman having to back up. Very little life. Sound barrier and overclock in response from Northwood. Bo looking to slow down this fight. Rush is used as well out of Northwood, and so far Fisher are still 5 strong. In fact, they're the one that finds the pick. Using only a rush of their own, they're coming out on top versus the 3 ults that were invested from the other side. It was a 0.01 meter stop there for North, but it only lasted a moment, I'm afraid, as they make their way into the Grand Central Station.
Forgotten with the 4K there. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know how I couldn't remember Grand Central Station. Like, you think that would be... Anyway, it's like Big Ben,
I mean,
a landmark. It's a international landmark. I couldn't think of the word Grand Central Station. What is wrong with me?
It's okay. We'll forgive you here. 4 minutes on the clock here. Duplicate and the whole hog online for Northwood. They're going to have to make their stand here. I think that they've got to really bring the heat here. And I think that maybe Sombra, which has not had a lot of show here, could be the way to go.
Gonna be a duplicate out. Misses the hook. Looking to build up that bonus whole hog. Cowman having to back out as well, as it's been kind of a 1-2 punch from Cowman and Dynasty, and eventually they're able to pick up one with it. The whole hog comes out, but only at the tail end of the duplicate's lifespan. But a nice alt fire from Cowman. We'll find Neb and slow down this approach.
All right, 55 meters is what they have to defend here for the next 320. And man, I'm worried. I'm worried about the ult bank here for Northwood. They do have ultimates online. They've got the sound barrier coming up very close to pair maybe with the overclock and the whole hog. But Avani has had the better of the whole hog so far. So we'll see if they're able to capitalize on this again. Look at this nice high ground rotation. They're looking to drop on top of them.
Avani's trying to sneak in underneath. That's a cool little approach. You don't see that side utilized very often. Work your way in, even if it's just making Cowman think twice about where to look. Looking to whole hog from Avani. Pushes everybody back, but it's a continuing rush out of Northwood. That's kind of holding the line here for Northwood. That hook's going to land. Take a breather online. Interrupted The hook takes him down. Avani falls, and Fisher College fall flat on this one.
That's a minute off. They ended up using only, they used the whole hog and the Kitsune Rush in the middle of that. So Kitsune Rush to answer here. A little less than 2:15 left to go here into this next fight. Cabe also has Dragon Strike available. That's worrying here in its own. Susan's going to have to be a perfectly placed usage here. Otherwise, it's done and dusted.
And Cabe all the way down low is just going to try to cut across where they want to hold. Sound Barrier is out. Beautifully timed. Yame took a lot of damage initially from the Dragons and then from the rest of the team as the follow-up. Sound Barrier is from Fisher College as they look to push forward. They are running into this overclock for Boat. So far, Boat hasn't been able to find what they were looking for with that, and it will fade. CJ falling. Disastrous here for Northwood. Dynasty suffering a similar fate, and this cart is getting scarily close to a completion in a 2-0 lead here for Fisher.
Oh man, Kalman going down is the nail in the coffin. Nobody will be able to touch. Yeah, I mean they had Molten Core ready to go for that last fight, but Fisher just getting super aggressive, pushing in on tempo there, and just really taking care of any kind of answer that Northwood had. So 2-0 here to Fisher. The power of the collegiate teams and the collegiate competitions has really come to bear here for Fisher. The synergy is absolutely through the roof right now. They are just landing everything. Avani has had a hell of a match so far. Yikes. The hook accuracy from this gamer is scary. I would be just terrified to see that name come up in my comp matches because just too scary. Too good. Please nerf.
Yeah, you gotta be fully aware of Avani and hook cooldown, and Avani just forces that presence. It forces you to use mental bandwidth to be focusing on what the hog is doing because they can turn a fight in the blink of an eye. Speaking of a blink of an eye, we're gonna take a quick break here. When we come back, it's map number 3. When we return with more of Fisher taking on Northwood. Well, your third seed, Fisher College, up 2-0 over Northwood University here at the half in our semifinal matchup. Wonder if this match will move on to face Redbird Esports in the grand finals. And we were talking during the break how there's more implications here than just this tournament between these two teams.
Yeah, we saw Cowman spraying the collegiate Overwatch spray there along the lines. And I mean, the collegiate Overwatch Cup is a big deal for all of them. You know, it's kind of up there with contenders as far as the collegiate scene is concerned. So, man, lots of implications for that here. It sets them up nicely going into this weekend with homecoming starting this weekend on the Overwatch League channel. So we shall see what this actually plays in for. But Fisher coming out here with the 2-0 start. They got beat the previous meeting 3-2 in a map 5 banger. Fisher is not looking to have this go 5. They're looking to close it out here and now.
Absolutely. I mean, if anybody has the caliber to bring it back, I mean, Northwood are certainly up to the task. So, yeah, we're not done just yet. Do not think this is a wash as we head into our escort map, because I mean, the talent is there. And I don't mean that in the meme way, like when we talk about teams that have a lot of talent and don't have a lot of results. Northwood have talent and results, and they have put plenty on display. Question is, can they make it happen here and now as we head into escort? Well, let's see. We had Gibraltar banned out, and then earlier we had Route 66 and Circuit Royale banned out. So Northwood, this tells me Northwood do not want to play the sniper game. They don't want to play the long-range battle. And Northwood end up choosing... Now, here's the ironic part about that. So they ban out Circuit Royale. Then they pick Junkertown.
Yeah, they picked Junkertown.
It's like my original thought was, hey, okay, you don't want to play long-range battle, keep it up close and personal, but then you pick another long-range map. I'm anxious to see what they bring out, because I'm out of guesses.
I mean, Forgotten versus Dynasty so far. Forgotten's gotten the win in that. So if they're expecting for their long-range sniper comp to come out here on point A of Junkertown, Forgotten's going to have something to say into that battle. So Junkertown will be where we decide to go in here. I'm looking forward to it. It's been really entertaining all night, the Sojourn battle between Dynasty and Forgotten. Forgotten has gotten the better of the overclocks. I think sometimes in the neutral, it's been neutral, where Dynasty will get a kill on a support, and then you'll see Forgotten answer back with a kill on an answering DPS. So the priority picks that we're seeing Northwood and Fisher have really been kind of varied in that respect. For Fisher's looking for another DPS, so they have 2 DPS on the board. Northwood's looking for a healer to try and negate the sustain and try to win fights on the back of that. They might be better served by going after Cabe and trying to take down the DPS, or maybe focusing down on Forgotten, because once the charged rail shots have been up, Forgotten has gotten the lion's shares of the kills here in this server so far. So, Jeff, I mean, we see it coming out. Northwood on the attack. They've got the double sniper look going.
Yeah, it's going to be the Hanzo of Dynasty versus the Widowmaker of Forgotten.
Bye-bye.
And, oh my, Forgotten had sights set on both right out of the gate. Forgotten finds 2 heads.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes is all I got to say there. And Neb actually taking down Cowman. The sustain obviously wasn't there. And we're just looking for what kind of an answer is Northwood going to be able to pull out here. Avani has decided to go full send into spawn. Almost tried to touch the spawn door there. And yeah, you can see the marker picked up there from the Venom Mine of Forgotten. And Forgotten's just looking for heads now.
Oh my goodness. This is a dominant start here. Dynasty's able to get 1, which might slow things down a little bit, but look how aggressive Abs is. I mean, this is Abs' second kill. They're doubling the ult output of Yamitra so far here in the opening minute, and Forgotten is continuing to find headshots.
And Cowman swapping over to the Sigma, so you're looking to give some kind of a reprieve here from the dinks coming in out of Forgotten. Forgotten is just not satisfied. Wants more, wants to leave the server in kills here, and definitely has not had any kind of pressure put on top of them. I think that you need to go with a Tracer here to try and get on top of it, or go with the Diva to be able to get on top of it. There's a big stun, though.
Yeah, their creation cancels to take a breather, so Avani ends up falling with her ultimate in tow. Fisher College trying to pull back into this open area, the real point of confession of defense. As Dynasty, that's a nice little flurry. The arrows landing on Forgotten, and now Northwood have lots of space to work with. You can see they have taken control of this entire area. Ab's trying to hide out in the back. It manages to get out. Whole Hog comes out. That's going to fuel Cowman with a little bit of shielding. Vani turns their attention the other way and finds CJ, and this has turned into a bit of a broken fight. A couple of little duels going on different sides of the map. Cave was under a lot of pressure here. It's going to fall, runs into a corner where the Grenadier Fox is going to pick them up, and the kill eventually does come through. Ab's now stuck in a corner. That's not where you want to be. Cowman lands those hyperspheres with absolute precision, and Northwood continue to rule this open area of Point A.
Yeah, and big shielding there coming through from Cowman. And I think the big difference here is the fact that we've got the, oh my God, whoa, boat. Hello. Beautiful work out of them using the overclock. Also, the Mercy Pocket has also come into bear here for Northwood. Forgotten, yeah, that's a consolation kill. And yeah, I mean, it's still going to be the point taken.
Yeah, it's Abs coming to finish up what Forgotten had started. And we do have the point come through. These kills for Fisher College will allow them to stabilize on this and even get aggressive if they so choose, which it looks like they're exercising that option with Avani way out in front. Rush used from Northwood. This is not ideal. They have to use the Kitsune Rush just to counter, just to try to get into Junkertown. And Dimitri gets hooked out of the sky, fishing for birds. Avani is landing them time and time again. And then Forgotten. Holy cow, Forgotten. That is nasty. Oh, wow. What shots, what precision, what deadliness coming out of Forgotten.
And now they're going to have the site advantage as well, as they are going to be able to pop this, pop the walls here and see what kind of pathing that Northwood are going to take. And I mean, this has been a tour de force here from Forgotten on the hit scan, on the sniper, just absolutely working through. But that accretion is starting to pay dividends, Jeff.
Yeah, with Avani going down, there's at least one of your problems out of the way. Northwood can focus on finding Forgotten, who has Infrasight up. This slows Northwood's approach. They can't get hyper aggressive because the moment they peek, they know Forgotten has been just incredibly hot here today. They know their location. It was a Suzu to try to stay Forgotten up into that corner, and then the flux comes through. Ned goes down low, but is able to find cover. CJ moves up to the top and is able to take down Forgotten, but its kills going back and forth. Dragon's invested from Dynasty. He keeps them on par. But Avani is back and running deep into the line with a sound barrier to bolster them, and just charging right at these two members of Northwood. Finds that hook on the boat to shut down this attack.
WM1 into the team on the back of what was a really good sound barrier to try and disengage. CJ picking up two. They're going to have Kitsune Rush advantage here into this next fight. They've got to push the advantage. They've got to be able to claim this space and take Avani out of the fight.
CJ just showing why we regard him as one of the strongest Kirikos in the entirety of T2, be it contenders or collegiate. Cowman in deep here. In fact, all of Northwood are in very deep. Hooks out onto Abs, but can't get the killing blow on it. Trades come through, and both teams are missing Ilios. Rush out from both sides. This one right in front of the entrance into Point C. Cowman landed a hook, looking to get up that whole hog, but can't. Avani is going to cancel that, giving him no chance. There's nothing. You will not load that scrap gun full. You're going back to spawn and having, well, take another stab at it.
Well, it'll be a sound barrier difference here in the next fight, but Cave has been putting work in on the Tracer, getting into the back line and really creating havoc for them and looking for everybody in return. Dynasty versus Cave. This is beautiful. Nab takes the kill in the end, Jeff. And now you're looking at Whole Hog to push everybody off the point from Fisher. Sub 45 seconds here. Dynasty is going to have a chance. Well, I say that. No speed to get on top of Cave. Really cleaning up in the back of it. My God.
Yeah, the only good news for Northwood in that fight was it was quick. They'll get time to set up for one final approach on Point B. Cave's gonna go ahead and... Cave?
You okay, Mike? They're laughing at him
dropping
too.
the Lamau in chat. Yeah, that's worthy. That's a big ol' Lamau.
Yeah, somebody's gonna clip that just to give him raspberries for it. But now you're looking at 3 ultimates here for Northwood going in there, looking to use this Whole Hog to push the members of Fisher College away.
I just can't. Oh, I'm dying. Forgot with a great opening kill. Overclock activated on the high ground. Has Calman on their side, who's already low. Avani's going to fly that kill onto Dynasty.
That's the point.
As the rush is thrown in to keep everybody from Northwood off that objective. Final fight will go in Fisher College way, despite the antics out of Cave. Gonna stop here in Fisher College, now with a win con for the series.
Oh, God, I had to wipe my eyes there. I'm laughing so hard from that because he waved at the palm because he knew he was screwed.
He knew.
So maybe a little bit of a fat finger there on the cue there.
I don't know if it was a fat finger, if they were actually trying to go for CJ.
I
think they were actually going. I think they were. I mean, I don't know. Maybe misjudged their own cooldowns, but that seems atypical for Cabe. Heck, who knows? Cabe could just be out here having fun and just knew they were overextended.
I'm just happy to be here.
And just reset, you know? I mean, it could have been something as simple as that. It was worth a laugh, I'll tell you what. That was wild and wacky stuff here in Collegiate Overwatch.
I'm dying. Northwood showing us a sniper comp. Looking for Dynasty and Boat to click heads coming out of spawn. Fisher is going to be able to destroy the motorcycle here up on the ramp.
Now, how's this motorcycle still standing?
Yeah,
this is what
like
Northwood
rules.
did wrong. You have to break the motorcycle if you want to win the map. And now, see, my big brain just figured it out, Billy. Analyst of the year, right here. Break the motorcycle.
I'll give that to you.
All right, thank you.
I'll give it to you. Dynasty versus Forgotten. Let's see who gets who first.
Both on Widowmaker this time.
Yup.
Right, Forgotten out of the high ground. Oh no, moves in on the right-hand side, moving through low. Dynasty set back up, has a shield from Cowman to work with, has that shooting blind is, you like to refer to it too, which I think is a very apt description. Dynasty is going to find first blood. It's a body shot with a lot of help from friends to take Avani out of this fight. Look at the jump shot. Ooh, locates Forgotten there at the end. Both eat a body shot. Forgotten is one out on that corner. A sliver of health before healing finally gets to them.
I'm looking for Forgotten to find one of these jump shots. Oh my God, it's got him a boat. There's the answer. There's the answer you wanted. And I think right now the big difference is that we got a Yamitra here out on the Mercy. So these body shots are actually going to connect for a lot more of that pain.
Yeah, it was Boat and Dynasty combining for shots onto Forgotten, who was attempting that jump shot. Now Cape in the back, trying to harass him out, gets the Suzu out. Forgotten, finds Dynasty after they're forced out in the open by Cabe. But CJ doesn't budge. CJ Fearless doesn't teleport out, doesn't run away, just faces down the Tracer and wins that duel with absolute confidence. That was brilliant work out of CJ. 4v4 on this very important corner, and the overclock from Boat immediately finds purchase. Forgotten just gets their head ripped clean off their shoulder. Northwood looking for more members. Fisher hiding up on this little high ground around the corner. Eventually, Boat makes it up there, but the overclock has worn out. A smart little move to buy some time and get reinforcements back in this fight.
Watch for Cabe on the flank here, and I mean, what would Landon do? Landon would say heal more. CJ doesn't take that advice.
Okay, I didn't see where that pulse on. Look, I thought they were going to land that onto the Yamitra. Yamitra ends up getting that res off.
Ow.
And Cowman with a, just a colossal prophetic flux. Finishes off Abs. Northwood planting their feet. Half the time bank whittled down.
Wait, did Cabe get out? Cabe did get out. I thought I didn't see him go up.
Out in air quotations.
Well, yeah, I mean, hiding back here. Body on the other side does find somebody out and finds a limit of mine too. So now they're going to know exactly where to go.
Well, Northwood had to put resources, 2 players into the back to try to find Cabe, and Fisher College come in from the front, get an opening pick as they were fighting a 4v3. Abs is able to get Yamitra as well, so that damage boost you were talking about no longer applicable, no res as well. Dynasty, well, trades themselves for Cabe. Advantage still to Fisher College on this point. Forgotten has the infrasight should they choose to use it. Ooh, nice move. As Avani just got absolutely muscled down by Cowman and Boat. Cowman's going to take down Neb as well. Boat able to close the gap.
Oh my God,
with the jump fade away. Oh, Kobe would be proud.
Kobe! But still gets taken out by an Afida, or by a kunai from CJ in the air, and takes down Abs as well. We're sub 60 seconds, Jeff, and I mean, sights are ready to go. You've got the sound barrier from Abs, but a whole host of ultimates ready to go for Northwood. So, chance at maybe a Sigma 9 here. Pull him off the point with a little time left to go.
really, that was more Dirk Nowitzki. As a Dell site, is one of my heroes. He mastered that fadeaway, that jumping fadeaway shot. But yeah, Forgotten is looking good. Boat did good to shut him down. Had to get Forgotten out of there. 26 seconds as Boat is looking to chase both supports. Finds the back of Neb. Coming in behind, and Fisher College are just scrambling. Northwood take advantage of this whole map. Circling all the way around the middle section. It's atypical. It's not what you expected. It caught Fisher off guard. 8 seconds on the clock as they make their approach. We'll have Avani with the touch. Eats into creation. Rush and Suzu out early, but Dynasty is finding domes. Up close. Avani is a low person on this point. Has to stay alive to keep overtime going. Dynasty inside the mega room as Cabe is trying to come in from behind. Dynasty's not able to find that one. Turns the attention on Avani, and Avani falls. Still DPS on this point. Cabe has to use that recall. Neb is going to throw in. Oh, nobody gets on point. Cabe doesn't get there in time, no matter what ultimates were available or being used. Northwood able to claw back one to get the goose egg out of the map win column.
They do, and it was on the back of some serious play coming out from both Boat and Forgotten. I still think that the Mercy pocket that came through was actually the real difference maker there for their defense, because they were able to take profitable sight lines. They were able to really dictate what kind of lines that Fisher were coming in on, and they got the full value out of that. So I tell you what, Yamitra with the Mercy pick there, you don't see a lot of the Mercy here, but on these sniper heavy maps, not only the power boost or the damage boost there, but also the ability to bring somebody back with the res, really playing into their favor. So nice little game of chess here. Junkertown was the pick of Northwood there, and they get the full value out of it.
We saw a little smack talk in the game chat there towards the end as this Dynasty versus Forgotten duel continues to heat up. Dynasty throwing the Widow Death in chat and laying down the gauntlet here. We'll see how Forgotten responds heading into map 4.
Well, we'll see what map bans are going to come out here. We'll take a look and see what they decide that they're going to do. This is getting a little bit more interesting now. I think that this gives Northwood a purchase here into the series. And really, I mean, getting a first point hold against a very confident Fisher squad might just let a little bit of air out of the tires there of the train that was rolling through. And we'll see if that's actually going to be a factor here as we are going to head to our, I believe it's our push map. Northwood have banned New Queen Street out. So you got Coliseo and Esperanza ready to go. And we'll see what Fisher are actually going to decide on. I think we're going to Esperanza.
I hope so. That would make my day.
Same.
I think it's a great map. It's my favorite of the push maps to play, personally. As far as watching, I don't really care, honestly. I think there's interesting strategies for all 3 of our push maps. But Esperanza is our newest one. Like, I want to see more of it. So, that certainly wouldn't hurt my feelings, Billy.
Yep, well, Fisher has picked our choice. So Esperanza it is, and there's actually room for the snipers to actually play here, Jeff. So there's high ground to contest. There are sight lines that you can actually bring a Widowmaker into the fray. Is it necessarily the most advantageous? No, but if you're looking for one pick potential, that is absolutely going to get it done. And I think that could be something that they work in on. Fisher, though, Cabe on the Tracer was really giving them hell. I mean, it took some fantastic shots coming out from Northwood to be able to deal with Cabe. There's more cubby holes. There's more avenidas behind the main route of the push cart. So you might see a sneaky Tracer come out from one of these little hidden avenues and throw a pulse bomb and then blink back and just be completely safe. So this might play into the yin and yang, the push and pull of a push map. We'll just see how it goes as far as what DPS heroes are going to choose out here.
The Twee and La, Billy. Twee and La.
Twee and La. I'm gonna remember that eventually.
Yeah. Props to you if you get that reference out there, friends. And so we had a Northwood ban of New Queen Street, and I think it's exactly because of what you're talking about. Cabe has been a little bit of a menace on that Tracer, and New Queen Street gives a lot of avenues for cut-throughs to break your pathing and to find flank angles. Esperanza is somewhere in the middle. Not quite as straightforward as Coliseo, but you do still have some of those angles to worry about. So Cabe could be kind of the linchpin of this entire series heading into this. We know Dynasty and Forgotten are going to have pop-off moments. We know they both can get work done. As long as Northwood can control Cade, I think they have a shot at this. Well, you know, and that depends on if Cade wants to go Tracer at all. I mean, you know, could just go Torbjorn. Why not?
I mean, it's not a bad pick. You're going to punish the flankers if you're looking at CJ getting really aggressive again, which we saw there on Junkertown. But honestly, I think that you need to go with the Tracer here. I don't know if the Torbjorn gets the same amount of value. And Calman actually silenced Avani with those accretions, stopping the take a breathers, stopping the hooks coming in. Really had a standout moment there on Junkertown when we saw the breather come out and get completely knocked out of it. This is why, though, you see right there as CJ on the high ground, kind of flanking and circling behind. That's why the Torbjorn's here.
Sigma here is a very interesting pick. I understand. Oh, CJ! What a duel. Just gets up in the face of Neb and wins that one. Easy opener. Cade goes down. Avani falls shortly thereafter. But as I was starting to say, I understand the Sigma on a long-range map like Junkertown. A little bit more curious here on Esperanza. So far, it worked. Worked for first fight, at least.
I mean, May is the difference maker here, Jeff. Really cordoning off the healing coming through. Any kind of progress that Fisher want to bring on top of Northwood's defense of the point, you're able to, you know, once again, it's all about the sectioning off. And I mean, May does that so well. Actually forces Avani on to the Sigma, and we see Cabe going on to the May. So complete mirror here now.
Yeah, Fisher College making those swaps. I don't know if Northwood just guessed well in their composition out of the gate. They're getting some early push, and I feel like this first checkpoint, this is the hardest map to contest, that first checkpoint, as that bot, Tim Smith, is inching closer and closer. And little Timmy is only about 3 meters away. This checkpoint will open up close spawns, which means Dynasty will get back into this fight a little bit quicker, as that point is unlocked, and Northwood are moving up to this next corner.
May diff right now is Dynasty getting the full value of the forward, of the aggressive positioning of the May. If they take down Avani here, this will definitely be first point, and it still is.
Hidden Boat traded out. 4v4 on this point. Nice use the middle of that. Cowman down to about 100 health as they pop the Gravitic Flux. It looked like it got 2, if not 3 in it. Abs goes down. Avani has to back out, but they're going to try to re-engage with the rush despite being down players. Wonderful wall. Avani absolutely cut in half from the rest of the team. Neb falls in the same position, tried to teleport up, tried to slow step to save them, but to no avail.
I mean, this is going to be a quick and easy kill here as well. I mean, we're just going to get over 100 meters here, I think is what we're going to end up with before we see Fisher and Bay able to come back out and contest this point. Yamitra does not have sound barrier online, though, so it's going to be a race between Avani and Yamitra. Who gets to their ultimate first?
Avani has got the lead in that one. Peppering coming through as Avani pushes up, tries to place around the boat. Blizzard is out on the inside, and 2 were caught in that. Neb and Forgotten fall. Now the return Blizzard coming out of Fisher College. See if they can equalize, but Yamitra is able to get the sound barrier out. That wall does deny a whole lot of follow-up. Boat and it's just a little boat popping off here after they use their own ultimate. Avani trying to bring it back with the Flux, but nothing doing. Northwood aren't having any of it. They come in mad. They're looking for a straight 140-0. They're looking to perfect, flawless run here on Esperanza. They've got Forgotten down. Abs sound barrier is the only hope. It finds 3. Avani does not get it. Avani making a swap over the Junker Queen, coming out of spawn. Puts down the Rampage, see if they can finish off Yamitra. Yamitra's gonna get out of the corner, but there's a rush to contend with. Boat and Yamitra are using that to full effect. Cowman coming through in the feed as well. It's a swap to Genji for Forgotten, trying to buy some time. It's not gonna be enough. It's 142-0 finish here for Northwood as they absolutely decimate Fisher College on Esperanza.
That is absolutely insane, Jeff. That was fast. I mean, that was one of the fastest completions of a push map that I have personally seen. And it was all because we saw the early Dynasty pick on the May. That was just disgusting out of them. And really, we never saw them have a chance to set their feet again. Fisher were completely on the back hill. The walls were fantastic, really cordoning off the retreat that you saw Avani try to do again and again. It just got her right behind the Sigma. I mean, there's no amount of accretion or kinetic grasp or experimental barrier that's going to save you. Once you blow all those, you are done.
Oh my, we're going to a map 5 for our second series in a row. What will happen? Will Avani come back and dominate on the Hog? Can Forgotten bounce back after that showing on Esperanza? We will find out on the next episode of NECC. We'll return with map 5. What an exciting match it has been. Fisher College came out absolutely swinging for the fences and hitting home runs, to continue with my analogy, as they take a 2-0 lead at the halftime. But as we last saw, it was a Sigma swap from Northwood, both on Junkertown and on Esperanza, that allowed them to bounce back and carry them all the way to this deciding map 5.
Well, what that means is that Northwood want to play Sigma. Because they got bodied by Avani on the Roadhog hump. So actually forcing Avani onto Sigma in Esperanza was a kind of like a little tick over in my mind as to what they're trying to do here. So Fisher, they think Nepal is where they're going to make their stand here, and they have some good favorable maps here. For the Roadhog. I think that Village is going to be the hardest map for them to win. I think that's a Sigma-dominated sub-map here in Nepal. But, I mean, obviously, Sanctum, if you land a hook and you pull them into the pit of hell, that's immediately a +1 to your team. At Shrine, you have a lot more room to work with the hooks. You can look for those flankers coming from the side, you know, especially if the comms are good, which we know these two teams have the fantastic comms going on. But I think that also with the whole hog, when that does come out, you have more agency to be able to push away and keep control of a point. So it's going to come down to Avani versus Cowman first, and then it's going to be Forgotten versus Dynasty, and see who's going to be able to stand on top of the pile of corpses at the end of Nepal.
And it's interesting how we came to this conclusion, all right? So Lijiang was played map 1, Oasis was banned. So what was there to choose from? Busan, Ilios, and I'm missing one. Nepal. Hello.
Yep, we're going
I was like, the maps that we weren't picking, it's like, wait, we only had 3. Nepal was the last choice.
Right.
Ilios was banned out by Northwood coming into this map. So Fisher's College choices, they were Busan and Nepal. They take us here. We are starting on Sanctum. And they're showing us the Sigma duel. And the other thing I want to keep in mind, particularly when talking about Village, is going to be this May. Dynasty found a lot of value out of the May. I don't think it'll be as effective here, but particularly going into Village, I think it's going to favor Northwood. This one's anybody's guess. As Sanctum has started, map 5 has begun. One map to determine who moves on to the Grand Finals, and already Avani was in trouble, but Dynasty gets booped off the edge by Abs as they were freezing up Avani. What a play from the Lucio to bail their tank out, and now Fisher College are moving forward with relentless aggression.
Well, and the fact that we saw the wall come up so early out of Dynasty, you know, it just gave Fisher College a lot of room to heal themselves up. And look at that, you can see that difference right now. I mean, between the two Lucios, they're about, what, 4%, and the two Kitikos are even. Big thing right now, Dynasty swapping over to the Hanzo, so you're going to have not only vision, but also one pick potential.
Yeah, like I said, the May's just not strong on this map. I'm surprised Dynasty rolled out with it in the first place. It was a good try, I think, trying to just ambush Avani, but what a bailout from Abs.
Oh.
Boat with a good opener here to start things off for Northwood. 20% and counting on the clock, or on the percentage, as Yamitra picks up kill number 2. Dynasty versus Abs on the point. That slippery Lucio. The frog can be so hard to hit with those projectiles. That is the arrow. But Abs thinks better of sticking around in this one, and they're just going to bail.
Yep, counting getting a lot of work there. Oh, no.
That was close. That was close. Abs got held up there. And that would have been a disastrous loss. That would have been like an automatic 10% for Northwood if Abs couldn't get out.
Well, we need to see what kind of pathing we're going to get out of Fisher here. Avani is about 6% behind. Yep, there we go.
Oh, come in with the first ult, rush, and flux both used. 2 kills immediately. And Forgotten, after a little bit of dancing and dodging, does get finished off. Boat with a 3-piece in that one.
Well, Cabe on the Tracer. I think this is going to be the difference maker here, because the escapability, the ability to get to a health pack and kind of take care of yourself is going to allow Neb and Abs to focus on Forgotten and Avani a lot more and really push into this aggression that Northwood is showing us. Sound Barrier is available for this Flux coming up.
Flux could get countered by the sound barrier, but then you can get an aggressive sound barrier from Abs. Watch for this later sound barrier to propel Fisher College forward. Yep, and the overclock from Forgotten. Still a 5v5 as both overclocks are unleashed, and Boat is the one who finds it. Shuts Forgotten down. Cowman finds themselves in the hole, though, and Fisher College have the advantage on that. It going down disastrous. Dynasty does make it a 3v3, but I think just from the heroes on the board, it's Fisher with the advantage. The teleport from Neb saves them from death as they were thrown into the hole. Return to find revenge on Yamitra.
Yeah, but 75% there, Jeff. So, I mean, it's going to take about a fight and a half here for Northwood to capture Sanctum here. No swaps as of yet from anybody else here on Northwood, and you got Dragons here to initiate the fight for Northwood. Neb coming up close on their next Kitsune rush. You got to get that. You got to get the full value and really make sure that Avani is in the middle of the blue road to see them get the maximum value out of that and get their next flux.
Dragons up. Both of our takes very close to that gravitic flux, as it's a fight over on the outside to control this high ground, and Boat lands the shot from across the way. Rush out from Fisher College, and they start to push forward using their Suzu to close the gap. Trying to land that aggression. Can't find Dynasty just yet, but Dynasty's so low, can he climb out? No! The explosion damage finishes Dynasty off, removes them from the wall. Now backing up. It's going to be room for Avani to use the flux. Doesn't get anything with it. I didn't really see any health bars go down, but Cowman gets stunned out of theirs and off the side. What a 1-2 punch coming out of Avani and Abs to send Cowman from his ult into the pit of despair.
I mean, this is a done and dust fight, but I mean, somehow during the middle of that, they got the flip over. It's still going up for Northwood, 90% and counting. They finally get rid of Dynasty on the Tracer, which, by the way, they swapped off of letting that Dragon Strike and getting thrown off the map. Sound barrier advantage here for Fisher College. Need to see them use that in, I mean, Dynasty has swapped to the main once again. I don't know about this one, Jeff. I don't know. I don't know if that's the answer that they're looking for.
We'll have to wait and see. I'm not convinced yet either. Gabe's on the point. Bulk of the battle going on this outside. Sound barrier from Abs, but there's a wall! They can't push in. Abs is trying to just go in solo to find some value, looking for the boop on a Dynasty, but they're not going to be dislodged. Gabe doesn't land the pulse, and that's 2 ults out of Fisher College that just get absolutely nada. Now it's a sound barrier late from Northwood, and they find the picks. On point, Kinetic Grasp used, Suzu as well to try to keep Avani alive. Forgotten pops the overclock, but has to worry about Yamitra! Yamitra sends them down, and Forgotten gets their overclock robbed once again, and that extra percentage that Northwood got means that Fisher College will not be able to contest this. We're headed into round 2 with Northwood in the lead.
But this is exactly what we wanted, Jeff. This is what we wanted. We wanted to go 199. We wanted the yin and yang, the tui and la, as you say, and yes, we got it. We got it. I mean, just push and pull, the ultimate usage, the cooldowns. It has been everything that we wanted. The chess match is afoot. Fisher College just barely getting beaten out there, and it was the early sound barrier from Abs. I think they could have saved it just a little bit longer to be able to get the maximum value out of it. And if you would have seen the boop come through onto Dynasty, I think this fight was completely different. But Dynasty pushing forward, the wall was perfect.
That we were questioning the May pick, and that wall out of Dynasty completely nullified the sound barrier. Fisher College wanted to get aggressive on the back of that, and they couldn't. And now Northwood are one map away from completing this reverse sweep and moving on to the Grand Finals. Dynasty back on the May. Ooh, back in spawn.
But there's a trade out there, so I mean, we're looking for a hook. Cowman is definitely wanting to play this Sigma and is not going to take no for an answer. Still, lots of purchase on the point. Breather has already been used, so you got to wait and see what we got coming out here. Dynasty has switched to a Hanzo, Jeff, so be looking for not only vision, but also one-shot potential.
Oh, the hook lands. Cowman at 50 health. Backing up. A nice disruptor shot prevented much follow-up. And Northwood land the counterpunch in a big way. A haymaker right on the jaw of Fisher College, and they're stumbling.
They're stumbling. They're weaving and wobbling right now, and they're looking for a way out. They don't get it. Well, they do. I mean, there's enough of a regress there, but it's going to be the progression starting up here for Northwood, 11% and counting. Cave is now showing us the Edgelord. So we're going to see the Reaper here. Definitely in it. We're going to see if they can get on top of Cowman here, try to chunk down the tank.
This is a good swap. Fisher College going to the Metacomp, going to the Winston Rush. Well, we're going to see Cave and Avani moving together, buy some space for Forgotten to do what Forgotten does, and that is click heads. It's all based on how much space can they get, which means you got to get your team topped up. Both rushes out, and Dynasty finds Avani. That is going to be a raw for Fisher College to try to close this, and Forgotten just doesn't have much room to work with. CJ able to pick up one while Bode gets taken down. Forgotten goes to the wayside. Cowman bringing it back, though. It was a 3v3 for a moment. The Cowman and CJ find those 3 picks.
I mean, there was a...
Oh, no.
Destiny!
You gotta love the love. I love the shout out to Neb. Neb is such an awesome player. Oh my goodness, Dynasty almost feeling bad here. He only feels so bad though, Billy, right? He only feels so bad.
Only so bad. They're good friends outside of this. That's the other thing that I love about this competition. That they're all friends. They love playing this. And I mean, Cowman letting loose with their flux.
Somebody here from Abs to try to counter that. Vani, right in the thick of things, as Forgotten has moved in the middle of the fray with the overclock pop. Trying to take Dynasty off of that off angle, who throws the Dragons in over the point. That at least forces a rotation out of Fisher College, and it puts Avani right into the arms of Northwood. Boat able to find that pick. It's a +1 to Northwood as Cowman goes into the back line and punches Forgotten upside the head. This is Northwood looking to 100-0 on Shrine.
That's it.
It's going to be 3 maps in a row with the wind at their back. Northwood overcome an 0-2 deficit. They are going to complete this reverse sweep. Northwood University will move on to face Redbird Esports in the grand finals unless Kane can get back here. Avani's going to fall. Somebody's getting on this point. This is going to be the death blossom of a lifetime.
No.
Nope, not going to happen.
Nope.
Doesn't even get out one die. Not a single die, Billy, not a single one. Northwood, what a showing. What a reverse sweep. What a series.
I mean, that was everything that we hoped this series was going to be, Jeff. I called it 3-2 earlier. We repeat the result from week number, I believe, 3. No, week number 4.
It was week 3.
Week 3.
Yeah,
the second match of the week 3. I mean, Northwood gets the same result here. And man, this was back and forth. This was on a knife's edge the entire day until it wasn't. And it was on the back of Boat and Dynasty, the DPS duo for Northwood, absolutely lighting it up. You saw the adaptability try to come out from Fisher. They just didn't have the last little bit to take it over the edge. This was fantastic Overwatch. If you did not watch this live, first of all, shame on you. Go watch the VOD. You'll understand why.
Yeah, if you're just now joining us, you just missed a heck of a match. Holy cow, man. Oh, that's all I got to say. Just wow. I was on my feet for that one. I was out of my chair, stood up, rotated my monitor on my feet there for map 5. That's how good a series this was. And Northwood don't disappoint. You know, we were looking at Fisher College coming out with a full head of steam. They were in firm control. Northwood absolutely just yanked that away.
I mean, it's everything that we wanted out of these legends, and I mean, they played like legends here in our NECC playoffs. I mean, this is what we come for. This is what the culmination of the entire season was, and I mean, we got treated to some of the best Overwatch that we could have hoped for. A reverse sweep for Northwood, sending Fisher packing. Hopefully they will be able to play for 3rd or 4th place here coming up soon. But man, what a fantastic series. What a fantastic season for Fisher. Northwood moving on to play the Redbirds.
Oh, I absolutely love collegiate Overwatch, and we've been traded to some of the best here in NECC. What an absolute blast. And we have more. We are not yet done for the day. We've got yet another semifinal match coming your way. It's going to be WCU Black taking on Grays Harbor Chickens when we return. It's going to be Juggle God and So of Danum on the mic, guiding you through our final match. We'll see you back here in a few minutes for that one. Stick around. Hey, guess what, friends? We got a bonus interview here before we move on to our third match. I've got Dynasty on the line, DPS extraordinaire from Northwood University. Hey, thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us. Congrats on your victory.
Thank you. It was a very hard-fought victory for sure.
No doubt. It's your second Map 5 win here in NECC over Fisher College. You all like to go the distance, don't you?
Yep, we do. It's a long bracket.
All right. So first, let's talk about some of these picks. Most notably, the May. We saw it emerge on Esperanza, and then it kind of came out a couple times, and then again on Nepal. Walk us through this. Why the May? What made you come out and think this was the answer?
So we were playing basically everything, like Mr. Heroes. We were trying to figure out what to play, because we don't really play together as much as the team that we played versus, which is Fisher. Obviously, they play Hog a lot, and we started out with Monkey. We realized that didn't work. We just kept trying adaptations after adaptations. And then around middle of the map, we realized that it's like a counter swap game between me and Cabe. So he would go Torb, I would go Hanzo, I would go Torb, he would go Hanzo, he would go Tracer if I was on Reaper. It was just back and forth. So we realized we could use that to our strength. And then we also realized Roadhog was a problem. We weren't really playing as a team. So we realized if we stacked together, played May, negated the Hog, walled them off, rocked them while he healed, it should have been good. It was just on the spot. There was no preparation at all.
That's impressive, my friend. That's impressive. Just to be able to read the win cons like that. And you end up forcing the swap out of Avani, which it clearly went in your favor.
Yeah. I think that was the best part, was forcing them into our hand and making them play our game and something that they're not comfortable with. And I think that's what gave us the edge in this series.
I mean, that certainly turned the tide there on Junkertown, which was the beginning of the reverse sweep. Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask about that. Oh.
Funny.
Yeah, I want to ask about that. Bringing out the Mercy, Yamitra bringing out the Mercy and damage boosting there, really seemed to be the impetus for you guys to start this reverse sweep. Not only with the power booster shots, obviously from yourself and your counterparts, but also having the res ability. When was that made clear that you guys wanted to make the swap and have the Mercy out there? Because I mean, Forgotten wasn't missing very much as far as the shots going on. So, did you guys weigh the risk reward versus and decided that Yamitra going on the Mercy was the way to go?
Well, I'm gonna be honest, it was never that technical. We just we were desperate at a point. We were down 2. We were like, let's try whatever works. And then he said he wanted to play Mercy. We were like, all right, fine, we're down 0-2. I said I wanted to play Widow. We needed something different, something new, something fresh, and then that was it. And it threw them off. Clearly it did. It was in our favor. So the Mercy, everything is on the spot. It's just individual picks, everyone making decisions. It's all micro at the end of the day.
Right. I want to ask you the other thing. Season started the match out on Lijiang. I thought that the Orisa matchup going into Avani's whole Roadhog would have been in favor of Seasons there, of a veteran Battle Cattle player. What happened there? Was it the fact that you guys don't have the same synergy playing together all the time going up against this Fisher squad?
Do you want the honest answer?
Yep. Always.
He just doesn't want to play Orisa into it. That's it. It's all a feeling. It's all a feeling.
Yeah.
I personally think it's good, but we don't practice it. He's been playing a lot of Winston recently. He's gotten really good at it. So we were confident that we could at least try it. And if it didn't work, we would have other options. And we have Calmen. So we used him. And then it turned out that we could just mirror it. And that was how we went to go. Because playing the Winston comp, we don't have much experience on it as a team. But we decided to, figure it out, just see if it could work first map. It didn't. We learned our lesson. And then we just kept going.
It's such a difficult comp to play properly, particularly into a strong hog like Avani.
Exactly.
And I love the trust. I love the trust that you have in each other. Just say, oh, Yamitra, you want to go Mercy? Sure, go for it. Seasons, you're not feeling the Orisa? No problem. We'll try some of the things out. That shows a lot of trust within the team. Despite what you say, you don't have a whole lot of synergy. At least don't play as much as the Fisher College crew does. As, they play same squad and run it back and all that.
It's the biggest edge I have.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was darn close. It was a very exciting match. Talking about this duel with Forgotten, we saw some spices in chat. There's a lot of back and forth.
That's funny.
Is this an ongoing thing? Y'all?
I mean, we're friends.
Kind of...
We're buddies. Let's just here and there. I jab at him. He jabs at me. It's all fun. It's all fun and game. But I do think at the end of the day, I did gap him. Personally speaking, last fight I did kill 2 in the Curicle, so that means we're better. Oh, by the way, we won the game, right? Yeah.
Yeah, reverse sweep.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Good player though. I respect him a lot. I like him. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And shifting topics here a little bit, because there's a fascinating dichotomy that we see here, and I'm very curious. What do you think is the difference between playing on contenders teams. We've seen you in Yab recently. We've seen you in Cryx here and Run It Back versus playing on the collegiate squads. What's the big differences to you?
I think the biggest difference is commitment. First of all, because collegiate right now, at least personally for our team, we're not really as like hardcore as a team because we individually have our own teams that we play on. So we're learning the metas, we're figuring it out, and we're trying to play at the highest levels. So we just try to mesh that all together. I think the biggest difference is like commitment. Like I said, for contenders, you have to like constantly playing ranked, constantly bot reviewing, and constantly trying to like figure out like the next move because everything changes so fast, and especially with the new game like Overwatch 2, it's really changed a lot because everything is in the air. Like there's no definitive playstyle right now. All we have is Overwatch League, and that's our reference. And Overwatch League is down right now. We're in a fresh game. It's like everything is going to be in the air. What you guys are going to see in the upcoming months is it's going to be crazy because there's no guidance. There's no tier 1 support to really build compositions or meta. So it's going to be very interesting.
I got a question.
Throwing Ramatra in a new map into that mix as
You
well.
took
just
the words
for
out of my
right.
mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth there. Are you looking forward to seeing Ramatra come out in the game?
I don't know. I look at the hero and I'm like, what is all this? What is all that? Like,
what the heck is a tempo tank?
I mean, clearly they didn't have tempo tanks, or I guess I don't understand what is. He does too much. It's just Overwatch, like
right.
A hero that is released that's not Ana from like beyond that is just broken. It's just turbo broken, and I think we're gonna be in a meta where Ramatra is going to be the only pick for a while.
Yeah.
And you can't play anything else. And Blizzard is not going to nerf it until season 3 because their marketing thing. This is what they do. They want to gas the hero up. People buy the battle pass, and then they'll do nerfs after. So we're gonna be there for 2 months. 2 months of Ramatra. It's gonna be interesting, especially to see like how teams develop because it's different.
Well, hopefully it's fun to play and fun to play against. Hopefully it's not just so impressive that it's.
I hope so.
Just want it to be fun and have good matches. Thoughts on Redbirds? You're gonna face them in the grand finals. What do you think going into that one?
I think Redbirds has always been an opponent that we've looked after. They've always been there. They're always winning. They're always at the top. They're always someone that we see as this is the team to beat right now. And if there's anybody we should focus, it's them. I think they're a really good team right now, and they have a good shot at winning. But I also think that with how you guys saw that match, adaptations could be made. Like anything could happen. It's all up in the air.
Yep. We'll certainly wish you the best of luck in those grand finals. Any shout outs you want to give here before we let you get on with the rest of your evening?
Shout out to my team for pulling through and adapting. Like it was a tough match. Like I'm gonna be honest, Esperanza was very rough in comms. We were all arguing at each other, but we pulled through, and it is what it is. We figured it out. It's good.
Well, it was a joy to watch. And it's been it was absolutely a blast to watch, and it's been a joy talking with you as well. Really appreciate you taking the time. Congrats on the dub once again. Good luck in the grand finals against Redbirds.
Appreciate you guys having me here. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Oh man, what an insightful interview. That was awesome. What a treat. Well, I already did my grand outro before, so I mean, like, I don't even want to try to repeat that. If you've forgotten, we've got another match coming up. We're gonna have Jungle God and Soul of Danim on the mic for our final semifinal match of the night. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to Overwatch 2 here at NECC. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and tonight, joined on the mic by Soav Danum. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
Jungle God, it's been a great night of just
Right?
Overwatch. I mean, if you
Yeah.
look at these,
Yeah.
I mean, if you've been paying attention, these
Oh,
five
yeah.
mappers have just been everywhere, and it's just been incredible to watch. I mean, even going into tonight, we're leading into the playoffs, we're leading into finals, right? These are the most important matches right now. But just the fact that every single one before us, we're probably, I hate to jinx it because I know they did just before us, but we're probably gonna have another 5 mapper given these two teams. Because WCU Black and Grace Harbor, the Chokers, they are both really good. It's the 2 and 3rd seed. They're both sitting at a 7-2 record from the season, and they've made it this far. The winner is going to go on to play in the finals. So I have to imagine both these teams are just ready to keep going.
Oh, yeah, as am I. I mean, we've seen both of these teams on broadcast before, and I love what I have seen out of each of them during this entire season, right? So I'm expecting, like you said, another map 5. Don't want to jinx it, we're going to try, though. We're going to call it out. We're going to see if it happens regardless. But, that's what I'm hoping for tonight, and these two teams are definitely ones that can deliver.
So the only thing that gives me a little bit of concern here, Juggle, is that the last time these two teams saw each other, it was a 3-0 victory for WCU Black, and
right.
I might be a little bit hesitant to call that that's going to happen again. But I think that if history repeats, I would be a little bit shocked as effective. You can see the 3-0s in the way beginning, but now that we're here towards the finals and coming up towards NEU Blue, it's going to come down to kind of whoever really just wants it more and whoever really prepared better at this point. There's just kind of, this is it. This is all the last moment before it's all on the line. There's one more game left. And in Emergence, like, this is probably the best it's going to get, short of, I don't know, something bringing us to extra draws that there's no way to really do.
Right, exactly. It's not as likely as it once was. I mean, there's still the off chance that we can see a draw somewhere, but don't think it's going to be in the cards for us tonight. Let's take a quick look at the starting roster here for WCU Black. That is Western Colorado University, from back in my backyard over here. Actually, a little across the mountains. But we have, to start off, Toasted Tofu, Majarshian, Mr. Mango, Bo Zero, and Gummy Bear. And a wide range of classes there as well. We got a couple freshmen, a couple sophomores, and some juniors.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I mean, it's a pretty fresh class over here. Crunchy Leaf, Tobias Max, Zabs, Jarlater, and Reyes, all just pretty younger talent. And I think that's a good sign going into this for the Chokers, right? Like, they're a fresher team. There's still a lot of growing to do. So down the line, even if they don't make it to this finals, the Chokers still have a lot to play for here, because coming in as a fresh team with a lot of freshmen, sophomores, works to be here. We are getting the rest of this in. So we've got a couple bands coming in down the line. We're waiting for the first pick on that map. But I mean, going into this, like you said, there's a lot of varied, and I think those kinds of differences across both these teams really do work. So maybe it'll be a question down the line of, is there something to older talent or more refined talent versus fresher faces? Maybe we'll finally get that answer, because I've been kind of keeping an eye on this all season, and I can't really say anything. So it's just going to be really tough going into this to really predict much of anything.
Yeah, it is. I mean, one thing I think we can say, if we do see WCU Black looking dominant right off the bat, then maybe we will be headed for that 3-0 that we saw earlier in the season, back in week number 4. But a lot of times when you take an L like that and you're such a dominant team and you're such a good team, you've got the good mental to be able to go in, look at those VODs, study them, figure out what you did wrong, right? Yep. And see if maybe you can find a couple of weaknesses also that you can exploit on the other side. So Grace Harbor's Chokers, they're a fantastic team. I know that they can do that, right? I know they can follow that whole process. So I'm excited to see how they have adapted, right? And what they're going to look like, especially on this first map.
Yeah, like you said, especially given that it was a 3-0, right? Like, that was it's a pretty rough beating. You have plenty to look at, because that obviously means that you have 3 whole maps where you can kind of look and go, well, some things went wrong, and this obviously kept us going. So we're going to keep. You have to, break this down. Not to mention, you have the games from earlier in the playoffs that you can check in on too. So as there, I hope, and I'm sure they did the research, right? Like you said, they had to have. It's too late in this point to not to just kind of roll out of bed and just try to. So I have to imagine the work was done here.
Yeah, it certainly was. These are two fantastic squads, right? You don't sport a record like either of them do without knowing, how to do your homework, really. Break it down that way if you like. So let's talk about real quick though some of the maps that have been banned so far, right? Because I think this could also tell us a little bit about what these teams are anticipating, maybe what they would like to do. First off, Grace Harbor has banned the trio of Kings Row, Route 66, and Lijiang Tower. Banning both Kings Row and Lijiang Tower right off the bat, to me, says they're looking to catch WC off guard on a map that maybe they prepared for less, right? Because those are the two maps, right? Those are the two collegiate Overwatch maps. Yeah. So they've said, no, we're not seeing them tonight, right? Yeah. We don't want to give WCU that opportunity.
Yeah, again, we were talking about, did this team do their homework? I think they did, because there is something to be had for just using that strategic pick of bans that you get. Taking away some of those obvious choices, those scrim maps that people pick all the time when you look at what are people most likely to play or what are most likely to practice. Yeah, I mean, those make sense to me. On the other side, WCU has decided to ban out Hollywood and Gibraltar so far. And those maps probably wouldn't, those tell me that they kind of don't want to play high ground, right? Those tell me that those maps really, those maps really favor some sort of a Winston or a Diva. Yeah. And given the meta we've really been seeing, that tells me they're trying to shy away from that. They're trying not to let that happen. So given that and kind of reading these situations, I'm kind of expecting to see the Hog variants with this Reaper and Sojourn that's been going around a little bit more, if I had to guess. And WCU has finally picked Ilios after all that. And yeah, that checks too. Of all the places, actually, yeah. Of all the places you can go, Ilios is the one where you don't really need to contest so much of a high ground. You do have some aerial support you can get, but a lot of that can just kind of be ignored, especially if there's a Pharah or an Echo in the air. So you can kind of get away with that. So I think WCU really is going to plan to try to avoid these kinds of Winston rushes, those kinds of dive-based comps that can really get in your way. That's just based on what we're kind of seeing from these overall picks.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And on the flip side of it, if Grace Harbor, they want to strike back later on in this series with a control point map, then Oasis and Busan are looking great for both of them, right? I think they would probably avoid Nepal. That would probably be where WCU would like to go if they end up having to pick a control map in the future, right? But I think all of this tracks, right? We're seeing a team in WCU that does want to do the brawl, and Grace Harbor is aware of it, so they're trying to nix every single opportunity they can get for that.
Yeah, that reads to me that this is a team that has done their homework, and that also reads to me that we are in for some good games, and you can kind of see it here as we're looking through it. Maybe not exactly what we're looking for, but WCU they're kind of favoring that still kind of a dive-ish comp. Genji did get hit really hard recently, so I don't know if that will stick. But on the other side, I hesitate to talk about that because the pharmacy with Orion is not really that common. That's such an interesting setup that I don't. If they come out the gate, we'll never know. We'll never know, Juggle. We'll never know if they're going to actually roll out the gate on that.
The tension. We have no idea.
I'm so scared. I don't know because a lot of that comp really just strives to me as it's playing very isolated. You have the pharmacy probably staying in the sky. The Hanzo is just going to sit back and rain in, and then it just reads the Reinhardt and the Baptiste, which I guess works together because you only have to pair. You just buddy system up. But I don't really know that you're going to get a lot accomplished other than just the ability to kind of maybe focus in on what the Reinhardt gets. But there's no gap close. So
right, exactly. To me, it's. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I say so. Yeah, it's very interesting. I have to assume maybe we'll pick to Lucio instead there. But it's really it's going to be really interesting to see if that sticks from the Chokers, because that is a unique comp that might get them some surprise value.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And one of the other things that I think, maybe Grace Harbor, one of the things that you do get with the Baptiste, and you do get the Rhine, right, is point presence, right?
Yeah.
Nowhere else do you really have that, right, on either side of the equation, right? But the question is, how important is that actually going to be, right? If you're just playing for point presence, well, what's the other value you're getting, right? You want to get more out of your composition. So, in addition, I think this is odd because Grace Harbor was the team that, out the gates, right, looking at their map bans, it looked like they were the ones who would maybe favor the dive compositions, right? Expecting WCU Black to be looking for these brawl, but they flipped, right? They've turned this on their head. They have usurped our expectations here, Zoav.
Yeah, and that tells me we're in for quite a set of games ahead because they did walk out on it. So I'm going to be very curious to see where this dive goes because there's a lot of isolated targets playing separate on Grays Harbor. So just spotting out the one target that really can get focused out for WCU Black will open this up.
Yeah, and I think that target is most likely going to be Tobias or Riaz. We already see Tobias going down to about half health. So WCU Black certainly aware, but Tobias and Jarlator, the DPS duo, able to strike first, taking down 2 members immediately. This fight is over in favor of Grays Harbor.
Yeah, the one thing that comp does enable you to do is it will keep you constantly moving, right? And in a way, the Reinhardt will help to create a bit of that chaos that you can capitalize in. The Pharah isn't necessarily going to be your primary focus when there's a Reinhardt swinging in your face. And again, look at how quick Tobias already has that Dragon Strike. That's already huge and online, and not even 20% of this point unlocked, Juggle. So they are sitting good to continue this hold.
Oh yeah, they absolutely are. This is a fantastic start for Grays Harbor Jokers. And you know what? So far, it looks as if their research, their planning, what they've done over these past few weeks has really paid off. They've got a very dominant position right here. WCU Black having a hard time pushing forward. In fact, Slumped goes down to just a sliver of health. Tobias takes a little damage there, but we're at 40%, and another pick from Tobias on the Hanzo, taking out Mango. That's another fight won for Grays.
Yeah, and Barrage too, just to throw it in, they are ready to close this out and just continue to hold this as it climbs to 50%. Wow. I mean, the Dragon Strike was probably a bit unnecessary there, but, you know, fine to throw in. So, yeah, I mean, the Soldier came in to try to help put some pressure down, but it really hasn't been enough. The double hit scan really hasn't been able to keep anything, any pressure on the Sky so far. And Bo will fall very, very low there. Get healed up and going into this, but they have to move and they have to take this point pressure now, Juggle. Otherwise, they don't have anything, but both of those support ultimates are going to be a heck of a thing to go through.
Oh, they absolutely are, but we've got a trade on board. 1 TBS down per each side now, but crucially, Crunchy Leaf on the Mercy will be able to get the res. And in the meantime, once again, Mr. Mango has fallen. WC Black has to reset now if they hope to have another chance at this point.
Yeah. I mean, Grays Harbor is 3 for 3 on opening picks here. I don't know if WC wasn't expecting this comp or just doesn't know how to deal with it, but yeah, I don't even think they're going to be able to touch a time Juggle.
No, it's going to be up to Toasted Tofu. Maybe actually Boo going to get there, but no, they were sniped at the last moment. This was the Tobias show. Tobias has made a statement here tonight, Zoav.
Absolutely. I mean, Tobias had at least 2 of those opening picks on both of those fights. Just, wow. Just absolutely refusing to let that be anything more than just what they wanted it to be. So whether they'll stick on well, though, is going to be a question mark. There's not as great of sightlines for the Hanzo, but I mean, when you're playing as well as Tobias has been, I don't think you need to worry about that. The support from Crunchy Leaf has, and Crunchy Leaf, I got to shout that out, has been looking very good, just being able to flutter around. The teamwork is there to be able to cover for those mistakes, to cover for reses, to kind of just know where does the healing need to go and where do we need to put a little support into it. But the swaps are going to come through. WCU Black playing a little bit more what we expected to see, the D.Va as their preferred tank of choice. But Grays Harbor, again, comes out with, they're going to come out on this kind of oddball poke comp, and I mean, it ain't broke, so don't fix it to me, Juggle.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And I mean, you know, if we were going to see Roadhog anywhere tonight, who has been so prominent in meta, you're right, yeah, it would have been here. It would have been here, but we are not. Maybe we'll see a swap coming through, but already Zab's taking a lot of damage. I'm slumped, bro. This swap onto the Reaper really paying dividends at the moment, but Zab's able to get Boo. They will be traded out, though, so still up in the air for anybody, but with Rez coming in now for Grays Harbor, this could be a big boon for them. The point has flipped over, though, for WCU Black.
Again, you were talking about the point presence, and the Brine falling and forcing out that res really took away that point presence. And now here is going to be where they need to do that. The Pharah will get kind of just checked there, but managed to get the pick through it, Juggle.
Yeah, and in fact, Zabs does a beautiful job following up, seeing that the compatriot Jarlator was in trouble. They come through, charge the D.Va out of the way. That lets Jarlator be free to put this barrage and the finishing touches on that fight.
I mean, I just love the teamwork that Grays Harbor is putting out here. You can see how every single member knows exactly what the call out is made, needs to be where and what needs to be protected. So going into this fight, I mean, we're looking very good. Shattered Dragon is online, plus those support ultimates will be there. WCU is just a little bit struggling to keep up. That self-destruct can be their only thing, and it's going to be really hard to get value with that, especially given the Reinhardt there, it just keeping control of the space.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, you know, maybe you throw out the self-destruct. You're probably using it for a remake, right, when you get into trouble. But maybe you throw it out, maybe try and force the Rein out of his shield. But in the meantime, Jarlater finding another pick. You coming in, though, in favor of WCU Black. They were able to take an advantage on the point, take control, and that was their first fight win. They got the point first, but it was Grace who won that first fight.
Yeah, and that's really their only fight win been this set so far. So they won it without expending anything, so they'll go into this with the Kitsune Rush, full support ultimates, basically almost everything on board. The Cassidy coming in also just to try to put a little more pressure on Jarlater is a bit of a choice. I'm not sure that that's the strongest pick, but I do like it. There's a lot of burst potential there. So, ooh, Jarlater going out early is a bigger pick, though.
Yeah, that is huge. Boo gonna fall. The res is in, so now Grace Harbor turned this on their heads. The shatter comes through. The death blossom. I'm slumped, Ro. How much can you get with that, though? You're gonna get an exit pick, but you're gonna pick up a little bit more time on the point. But that's an ult I think you want for next fight.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough considering you basically used it to just try to trade for 1-to-1, and like you said, on the exit, not great. That was kind of your win condition going into that. You only have Sound Barrier, you'll have a High Noon and Self-Destruct. One of those has to come up big because meanwhile, Jarlater's hit several with those barrages, and I mean, Jarlater has been difficult to keep under control, so they have to keep an eye out, and WCU needs to figure out where Jarlater's coming from because you can see him dive in here.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's gonna be in moments. They're looking at the oh my gosh, barrage coming in. They are able to find one. I'm slumped, goes down. Sabs finds another. They will trade one out, but again, Grace Harbor with the lion's share of the kills. Point is flipping over though to WCU Black. They're gonna have to come back and contest it. They're gonna be able to do, but Gummy Bear gets two. They got a
two in the rematch.
This is winnable. They could come back and take this. It's just the Mercy and the Reinhardt.
That's a lot of presence though, Juggle. They need to get that Mercy pick ASAP. They will get the flip though, and that's the consolation for it. Man, that was way huge to turn that around from that Diva self-destruct. So they'll buy themselves some time. This High Noon needs to come up huge for WCU Black. It needs to at least get one of the supports plus the Immortality field to get value here. There's nothing for Grey Harbor, so they need to get value out of this High Noon to keep this going.
They absolutely do. A lot of times the most you can hope for, though, is just zoning. It was Tobias Max starting to pop off again. They have found I'm slumped, bro. Jarlater able to take Boo out. There was one of their win conditions. Crunchy Leaf will get the res off, but they pay for it with their life. Jericho there to deny them more value in this fight. 95% now on the board and counting for WCU Black, but Grace takes the point. They're going to have to just scramble onto point. I'm slumped. There's barely anything they can do. They're trying desperately to get the point. They finally make it. They've put a toe on the point, but they're met with a barrage. They have to use some of their abilities to stay out of the way. Boo, though, comes in with a pick. Zabs determined to secure this for Grace Harbor to make sure they don't go down into 3-0, but Gummy Bear with a huge eat on the Dragon Strike.
Wow, that's so big. It does buy them the time, and that will buy them the point for the chokers. And I mean, the last touches will be there. I don't even think they really saw who it was, but I don't think there's anything they can do to turn it back here, Juggle. This is but then again, they have 2 on point. Let's see how they hold out because they're getting members back.
They are getting members back, but they've also got a player out of the lobby at the moment. The staggers were strong from WCU Black, but they weren't strong enough in the end. Grace Harbor, I think, usurping expectations, coming away with this first map win. This is a sign of good Overwatch to come here, I think so, F.
I agree with you completely, and LO Gummy gets the consolation hog there. Right. That was a very good self-destruct plus that remake. That almost saved that saved that fight for them. There's nothing more to be said about that, but the sheer teamwork that came out of the chokers was just very, very good. Every move, every call was very clearly calculated, called out, and responded to appropriately. Even these small kind of minute things that maybe seemed accidental felt really good. Covering the barrage with that Dragon Strike was so big because that kept Jarre alive in the fight. Just the way they were able to cover for each other and make sure everybody had exactly the resources they need tells me that this team knows exactly what they've been wanting to do and how to set up each other to success, and that's a sign of some great teamwork and exactly why they won that first map. So, that's a great sign of games to come.
It certainly is, and I, for one, am excited to see, moving forward, what WCU Black is going to do to shut down Tobias. That's going to be their big thing moving forward. But before we see how that plays out, we are going to throw it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. Hello and welcome back. We will be jumping into map number 2 very shortly, but quick recap, we just saw Ilios go the way of the Grays Harbor Chokers. Both sub-maps went their way. We only saw 2 of them, which is a bit of an upset considering WCU Black, they were able to 3-0 this team last time we saw them. So already some intrigue, if you will, so
Yeah, between the going up 1-0, which you might have, 3rd seed versus 2 seed, maybe you say that's like an underdog moment. Maybe you say the team comp that they put out there looked very odd and maybe peculiar to some. Admittingly, I was a little thrown by it, but it worked for them, and there's something to be had for comfort, right? This is a point where comfort picks can come into making a lot of difference. The higher you are, more like the better you're able to play a character, maybe better than just playing the strongest character in quotation marks sometimes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think we're seeing that comfort, like you said, really come to fruition here. We questioned the Reinhardt pick, right? Right off the bat, it just seemed odd. Reinhardt isn't in meta right now. If you're gonna go Brawl, you're gonna go another hero, right? But they made it work. And one of the great times I can remember is when on Ilios, they were able to charge forward, put a little pressure on the D.Va, keep them off of Yara later, and allow them to get those final few picks to secure that fight, right? So they're doing what they need to do. They're supporting their team. They're making space for the DPS to succeed. It's unconventional, but it is working.
It is, and that's the kind of thing they're going to have to carry in, even if it gets unconventional, because now that we've got our maps in, we've got a ban of Midtown, and WCU will pick Eichenwald. So again, we were kind
of baited us.
Yeah, they baited us. We were almost looking at Perry, but unfortunately
we were.
But still, there's a lot you can do that. There's not as much of those sites that you can play those long range and those flying heroes. You can kind of play the Pharah on the capture point segment. The Hanzo kind of gets a little bit away on the castle in that streets phase, quote unquote. But overall, like, that kind of an odd comp may not be as successful here. It may force them to play something a little different. So I think if you're WCU, that might be the play, is to try to force them to play something more regulated in a lot of ways and try to force them to make errors on something that you can capitalize on, because that's kind of what they've been getting hurt by, is just not really being prepared for what was being thrown at them, and then just kind of struggling in the chaos being made by the Reinhardt charges, the Pharah in the sky, the Hanzo getting a crossfire on you. And that's really what's been punishing them, is kind of the whole unit of this choker team.
You're right, and one of the things too that I would like to see coming out from WCU Black is a little bit more proactive swaps, right?
Yes.
We did see the Genji go over to the Reaper for and that did help, right? Grays Harbor Chokers, they were caught off guard by it. The Reinhardt, his shield got chunked through on that very first approach. WCU Black was able to take control of the point, right? So these swaps are working. I would like to see more of them. I would like to see them being a little bit more proactive with that moving forward, right? Because a lot of times, it's just you got to pick the right heroes, right? This is a game about swapping at the end of the day, a lot of the time, right? And that we're not really seeing that kind of counterplay come out yet from WCU Black.
I agree with you completely. And not even just the correct counterplay, because we're seeing the things come in. We're seeing the basic ideas of there's a Pharah in the sky, we need extra hit scan power, we need some extra work there. We saw it with the 76, we saw it with the Cassidy. But all the resources that were never really put into them really came through. Also, it was very much just, let's just let our hit scan try to deal with the Pharah, and they're playing into this 2v1, and it just never worked out in their favor. The D.Va was never really able to capitalize on it because they were too busy trying to hold the front line, and the resources that go along with this never really came out. So with Grays Harbor defending first, I don't see actually why they wouldn't play a similar comp on this capture point. It does work better for what they want to do on this defense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It looks like they're gonna go with it. Yeah.
Okay. And I agree. I think that's, like, I see no reason to change that. They're very much a well-oiled machine right now, and I think that giving all the things that they've seen, it is a good place to be. I don't want to speculate too much on WCU Black here, because there's, like, Bastion has gotten some, we've seen Bastion get a lot of relevant play. It's very easy just to burn down a Reinhardt shield. I don't know that they're going to stay on it, but I do think that that's reasonable. And with Mei now being back in the format, even just isolating and cutting off the Reinhardt can do something. So should they choose to go out on this, I don't hate it, but it does feel a little bit again, we're a little bit all over the place. I want to see if we can put these resources into a successful isolation for WCU Black to really open up a bit.
We're going to see some early aggression coming out from Gummy Bear trying to take control of the high ground right over the choke. Gonna lead to Zabs getting isolated, but in the meantime, Mr. Mango's down. Got an immortality field now up from Rias. People falling everywhere. We do have a res back onto Zabs, but there's only one player down now for WCU Black. They've already got one TIG on the board as well. This is almost a foregone conclusion. This point will very quickly go the way of WCU.
That's what we needed to see, right? We needed to see all these various characters just come out, make an isolation, and they found the Reinhardt, and the Reinhardt has no escape there. You can charge, even if you can charge away, you're not getting away necessarily fast enough, so Slumped will take a fall there, but unfortunately that's not going to be too meaningful. So now into this B point, the ultimates are slowly starting to come online. Grace Harbor not really building as effectively as they might, but there's not really much on either side. That Bastion ultimate will eventually come online first, but it's going to be hard to get real value with that. It just doesn't do a lot of damage, so finding maybe maybe sending it late in the fight will work at the value they're looking for. I say that, but he goes down, Juggle.
Yeah, going down instantly. Now it's just going to be up to Boo to put forth the lion's share of the damage for this squad. Yarlater dropping down on them, looking for an opportunity, but Boo does strike back those icicles. They're deadly, so they're unexpectedly deadly.
Oh yeah, no fall off means that you can just kind of throw those things out there and just get the value you're looking for. And again, we see the DPS from Grace Harbor just continue to put in incredible work and open up fights. They'll be rewarded for that with both of their DPS ultimates. And again, I kind of expect a similar play to what we saw before, where Yarlater will go in and look for a barrage and get covered by Tobias is what I kind of expect to see, because I don't know that the Shatter is going to build just in enough time. And I don't think WCU has an answer for that if they do. So really going to have to focus up and try to find the team play on WCU to put a stop to keeping this card rolling.
And Boo's already used their wall as well, so that's a big utility that they're not going to have on point. But despite that, they're still getting some progress. Yarlater playing with fire, going to be gunned down very quickly by Ice Love Row. Will be traded out, but now Gummy Bear trying to push everybody off the high ground here. They've isolated Tobias Max almost. The immortality field was there. Rios able to hang on with them. The 3 ultimates coming out from them now. We got the Dragon Strike, the Shatter, the Valk. Grey Harbor's Chokers throwing almost everything they have into winning this fight.
I mean, they really felt they needed to stop it, right? And they will be rewarded for it. The late Diva pick will be a great stall too, but just kind of caught out again, just a little bit aggressive from Yarlater, put themselves in a bad position. The res wasn't really able to be there, and by the time they were considering, can we go for that, the Diva was already in their face. So great decision making from WC Blue. Unfortunately, they won't really be able to capitalize on that. They'll get punished for it. So I don't see this barrage going through a window, but they do have to keep an eye on Yarlater, and if they've been paying attention, the Chokers will have something on them. And again, Blizzard Online 2, you maybe will get one on it.
Well, I was hoping to see the Blizzard combined here with the aerial strike from a Slump Bro, but instead it's going to be Yarlater and Tobias dropping in for the damage. However, it might not be enough. Both supports are down now for the Chokers. Zabs tries to charge away, but the Ice Wall and Diva say no.
Yeah, that was great. That's exactly what you wanted to mate, right? Is just find a way to isolate, and good read from that, so they'll get the cart rolling. They managed to keep Blizzard, so again, if they can find something for this, it's a great target. You may just have to be happy with just the Reinhardt or just the Bastion, wherever you can, or just whatever you can kind of get value from. Picks coming in for Grace Harbor, though, means they're going to play a little bit more stagnant and just try to force a little bit out. The Sigma and the Reaper tell me they're going to try to punish this dive a little harder and punish any isolations that end up being out there. Sigma does have a little bit more stability. That's already both of those out, and Tobias picks it off.
A huge pick right off the bat. I'm Slumped going down very low. Mr. Manger unable to get the immortality field over there. Unclear if it's out of commission. No, just saving it. Is still gonna be Toasted Tofu backing out with a little of their health left. They will safely exit, but that's another very quick fight win here for the Grace Harbor's Jokers.
And I mean, the adaptions that they put in
either.
Yeah, no ults. Yeah, they won that on the neutral. And these adaptions, again, WCU just doesn't seem prepared for these adaptions.
We're going to see Gummy Bear driving in, initially throwing in the self-destruct, now seeing if they can get something. Already 2 down. WCU Black, very convincing fight win here. This will secure them 3rd point.
Yep, and all it cost was a self-destruct, so again, they're happy with that. Bo's just been able to hold on to Blizzard. They haven't felt it really needed, so you know, this will be great in this smaller area of the interior of the castle, but But similarly, there's both support ultimates, so whatever comes out to stop Blizzard is going to be important here for the side of the Chokers because they need to get value with both of the support ultimates and the Flux.
Rias going to go ahead and use the amplification matrix. Tobias Max finds Toasted Tofu. That's going to slow things down considerably for WCU Black. They're just going to wait and regroup here.
They did also throw in Valkyrie, which might have just been a little bit of a, like a little bit of an extra oomph, and you might want that back. But you do have Flux Dragon there too, so that's a win con if you can make it work. But again, I'm waiting on both for this Blizzard. They need to put it out there at some point because you've just kind of been sitting on it, and you need to get value now.
And here it comes. We're going to see the Immortality Field now coming up from Rias, but it's not going to be even close to enough. The Blizzard freezing everyone in place. WCU Black continues to march through Eichenwald. They only have to win one more fight here, and Zabs just has the Flux.
Yeah, I mean, I also didn't even really see the Sojourn build up overclock that quickly, so that's already thrown into the amplification matrix to kick it off. This Flux needs to be huge, Juggle.
And it's going to catch 3 already. Big damage comes in. Mr. Mango there, though, with the Immortality Field. They pop the amplification matrix as well to try and keep their team up, do more damage, but the damage being done primarily that at the hands of Grace Harbor.
It did get Immortality Field out, and that was kind of the real winner in that fight, so they buy themselves a little more time. The Chokers buy themselves another win con in that Death Blossom. So the question is can they just get into the backline for it? Because WCU doesn't really have anything on board. They're kind of just playing for that self-destruct at this point. So an opening pick for WCU Black and the neutral can make this bigger. That rock comes through, doesn't catch anybody. And I mean, this is going to be a tough push for WCU here.
Now the grasp already used as well by Zabs, but Tobias Max gonna make up for all that with a pick on the Boo. Gummy Bear probably demeched here as well. They're gonna, the mech's gonna go away. They're gonna be removed from the fight too. WCU Black, they lost that one quickly. Grace Harbor just descended on that.
I do like the disengages from WCU though, because they realize we're man down already. Let's just regroup, get out. We're not wasting too much time. And considering you're now into a last fight territory with still not much on your side, the self-destruct has to come up with something. So breaking the Sigma's defenses is going to be huge because both those DPS ultimates, all it takes is one pick from Tobias. Like, it's opened up several of these last fights, and it's over.
WCU Black has to play this initial part very, very carefully. They're staring down the barrel of both DPS ultimates. They don't have sound barrier. Yeah, we're going to get the dragon going through. I'm slumped, bro, already down. The Immortality Field nowhere to be found either. That means Boo's going to fall. Gummy Bear throws in the self-destruct. The sound barrier there from Toasted. Going to try and hold on as long as they can. The self-destruct gets 2. This is still winnable for WCU Black. Gummy Bear coming up in a huge way for the Western Colorado University squad.
And there's still a Flux out there that goes up. Sound barrier in response, Juggle. And they're still over there, but Zabs is 2.
Gosh. Yes, Zabs takes out both supports. If they're going to cap this, it's going to be on the backs of the tank and DPS here. They're getting work done, though. Crunchy Leaf is down. Rias has already used the amplification matrix. Boo trying to keep some damage away from their team. Uses the wall that's going to allow the amplification matrix to expire, but the damage still coming in from Grace Harbor without any supports there to help them. That is as far as WCU Black will get on Eichenwald.
Yeah. And it was a very valiant effort, but it's really hard when Tobias just continues to crack open every single fight, just finds a value on this Hanzo, and again, there's just nothing really contesting it. You know, we were kind of talking about Yarlater early on in this Pharah, eventually moved off it, but again, the constant through all this seems to be Tobias, right? Tobias just on this Hanzo just kind of ends up going uncontested, gets an initial opening pick somehow, and the rest of the team just smells the blood in the water and continues to clean it up. So the Chokers have continued to run exactly what they've wanted to run, and WCU Black just kind of struggles. They look good. They're winning fights. They got it nearly to the end. Yeah. But they just kind of get to the moments where they don't have anything really set in their win conditions, and they kind of flounder a little bit. They kind of just struggle until, the fight's already over. They disengage. Well, did we build anything? No. Well, back to the drawing board. Let's just try and get something, and it doesn't quite come in. Yarlater moving over possibly to the Junkrat. I do think that's a strong pick here. I actually really do like that. I think if you're going to look at one of the heroes that really won from these recent updates, Junkrat is Junkrat's one of those heroes. But WCU Black, they're going to try to put a little more pressure from this heavy backline with the Zen Baptiste. And I do also like it, considering your DPS are kind of taking a more space and supportive role in a lot of ways, so I do think that'll help balance out. They just need to not let Yarlater get into their faces, because that's a very crunchy backline. that can be picked apart very easily.
Yeah, I worry about the head on Toasted Tofu, right? Zenyatta, as far as the supports are concerned, very, very vulnerable. But fight breaking out in spades right off the bat. We have a couple of picks in favor of WCU Black. This is a dominant-looking defense so far.
Yeah, Zabit's kind of just rushed in, and I think they got walled off there, which kind of, again, was the story of that. We just let them kind of get isolated for it. So the question is does Zabitz continue to stay on that? Because we saw the Reinhardt, and this isn't a bad space considering you see the Sigma on the other side. You might want to run that back and kind of just enable your Junkrat to get into space, so they'll take another crack at it here.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely a fine option for them. They are going to be able to
Tobias
get through
again.
the wall this time, but Tobias opening things up like Tobias does. Immortality Field is gone, so Yarley are able to strike on a Mr. Mango. Crunchy Leaf now coming under a lot of pressure. Both DPS now gone for the chokers. They do not have one tick even on the board yet. Zab's trying to do everything they can here. The advantage should be theirs, but WCU Black will hold here on first point.
Yeah, I mean, the Discord Orb from the side of Toasted got a lot of value on that, and that's kind of the thing you got to be aware of. There's not really a way to get a pick aside from Tobias kind of opening this up or maybe getting a lucky grenade out there. So, again, the Grays Harbor kind of just needs Tobias, who's come up big before. Ultimates are coming online. They're waiting for just Tobias to get another pick, and they need to enable that to happen for the success here because there's several coming online. They'll speed on and take it to them, Juggle.
That they are. They're going to try and take this fight very, very quickly, but Toasted Tofu says that is fine with me. Zabs go back to spawn. Rios headed there as well, and honestly, I think the difference maker right now has been Toasted Tofu having that Discord Orb up. It just makes it so difficult to approach the point.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit earlier about how Grays Harbor was kind of looking to avoid playing the dive, but this is exactly where you need the dive. You need to get under Zenyatta. You need to pressure that out because right now you're just waiting for your DPS and trying to play in this pick comp, and then you're not able to get it. Toasted has been the one to open up these last several fights, and with all those ultimates on board for WCU Black, it's going to continue to be harder short of this tire or this Dragon Strike getting something.
Yeah, they're going to send the Dragon Strike through the middle. It's briefly going to separate the squad of WCU Black, but Boo going to strike back with a beautiful Blizzard. Yara later comes in with a 2K tire, or a little 1K tire, though not going to be enough to swing things in their favor. But, you know, silver lining, they got the Transcendence out. They got the Blizzard out. Those are two devastating ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing you have to be aware of now, if you've been counting, is that there is a Flux plus Overclock. So as long as the shots are online there, they should be okay, because Grays Harbor are going to make those swaps. They're going to bring back the Pharmacy, and I think this needed to be moment one. I think you needed this Crossfire if you weren't going to die. This Crossfire needed to be coming in way faster.
Yeah, but Boo already going to take out Rios. There goes the lion's share of the healings now for Grays Harbor Chokers. I'm slumped, finding huge value with the Overclock. They don't even need the Rabbinic Flux to click heads right here. Gummy Bear will fall, though, but it's not going to be enough. Tobias is able to pick up two. If they can get the respawns back quick enough, Grays Harbor Chokers might have a shot at this one, but they've got to stay alive here.
They also need to start capping. They really don't have the presence, and I think the respawns are back in. Toasted, just playing it safe, knows that now they can't play in the open like they could before, and the trades start. Time's almost up here, Juggle.
Yeah, it's now or never here for Grays Harbor. Tobias has found Boo. They're going to throw the Dragon Strike through to see if they can stall people from coming out to the point. Gummy Bear out there alone, forced to use the Gravitic Flux. Here goes the Amplification Matrix, try and get everybody alive and do some damage as well. Zab's in with their own. It's going to be a little stronger. It's going to be a little bigger, and in the end, the Grays Harbor Chokers will cap first.
Not sure what it took to come to this conclusion, but they ended up back where they started almost. And I think they should have just started on this. I'm not sure. Like, historically, Pharah has been so important on this first capture point of Eichenwald. So I'm kind of interested as to why we didn't want to run this for the Chokers right away. But now we're in Streets phase. Now we're able to contest the high ground a little bit easier. So the pieces are there, and Tobias continues to kind of just get picks. But they really, really do need to find something onto Toasted.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be some nice damage in there from Yar later. Now they've got the barrage online. They find him slumped, bro, trying to flank through the building. They're caught in a terrible position. That's going to be a huge pickup. Now Yar later free to go. They find another pick. Rez will come in as well. So Yar later back in the mix. And now we see a swap coming out from I'm slumped over over to yeah, Sniper.
Oh, Tobias, though, hitting 2. Still just looking at the Sigmas just going to wet themselves out. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but Slumps has just been trying to find an answer for Yar Leader this whole game. We've seen pretty much every hit scan hero out of them. We've seen the Sojourn, the Soldier, Cassidy. Now we're on Ash.
Yeah.
We're just struggling. We're really kind of struggling to find the answer for WCU Black here. But I think the consistency that has come in is that Blizzard, and there it is, they need to find value with this.
They absolutely do, but already both players, all the players that have stepped onto point, find their demise. It's just going to be the Ash and Sigma on point. Rios is down, but Crunchy Leaf falls as well. The point gets stepped off of, though, for a moment, and it will be capped.
So here's where it gets interesting, because Yar Leader may need to give up the far. This isn't a great spot. You don't have those high grounds. Again, and again, I'm slumped. I'm slumped as I'm stumped, bro, right now, because we're going Symmetra now. We're trying to find something, and we've moved to double builders, and I don't think that's a bad play, but I do think we're kind of reaching at this point, and I don't blame them. They need to make this stop, but they're running out of answers here.
Yeah, they certainly are. I'm not sure this is exactly what they're looking for either, but they're going to give it their all. Just one fight remains. They have to be perfect from here on out. Dragon Strike thrown through. Boo gets stunned as well by an accretion. Zab's now moving around the corner, seeing if they can find an opportunity for a Gravitic Flux, especially now that the Immortality Field is out and down. This is prime time for it. Amplification Matrix going to give them second thought. They're going to back up for just a moment. Regroup, get some of these cooldowns back. Ooh, and they're probably just going to back it all off to pick up Tobias. No, the res comes in.
Okay, no, they haven't. They still want to fight. Flux is there, but Trance is there too, Juggle.
Yeah, it is. Toasted Tofu right on the mark, exactly where they needed to be and when they needed to be there. Both support ults out for WCU.
Oh, Yar Leader.
3K barrage, Gummy Bear, and Boo nowhere to be found. That will be the Grays Harbor Chokers taking another map off of WCU Black.
Yar Leader coming through as the hero for that last fight. What could have been a loss there came through huge. And yeah, it's probably literally just a replay. I don't think we need to worry about sending it to a replay. This is just the replay of what happened there, because that was 4. That was 3 there, and plus the Sigma afterwards. Yeah, that was basically a team wipe. Yep, Sigma ended up dying to themselves. I would even say the Sigma Gummy Bear probably even died realistically to the Pharah. So, you know, we've been kind of in this toss-up behind the scenes of who's really putting in a lot of the work here, and it's it's still hard to say, because like you can't leave either of these DPS open. Yar Leader will come and get you from the sky. Tobias has been getting shots and opening first bloods. It's just so hard. And again, this Western Colorado's team just doesn't really seem to be able to find the answer, and I can't blame them. Not because they're a bad team, but because this is just so unorthodox, right? This isn't what you'd expect to see. No scrim would prepare you for this. So I think a break is well deserved to kind of figure out what we need to be doing if I'm them.
Yeah, exactly. They're definitely gonna need to put their thinking caps on here. We did see some more swaps coming out from them. I did like that. I think they actually looked a lot better here than we saw them back on Ilios. So, you know, they're down 2 right now in the overall scoreline, but you can't count them out yet. Not by any stretch of the imagination, right? And maybe all it takes is a little bit of a refocusing, right? We've seen the tank for WCU Black on the Diva a lot. You know, maybe we need to see a little bit more pressure put into Yar later, right? At the right time. Maybe we need to see a little bit more pressure put into the Hanzo at the right time. You know, it feels to me like the tools are there, the pieces are there for them to be able to handle this. They're just not quite doing exactly what they need to overcome this.
It seems like the communications may be a little bit off. We're trying to figure out what is the target we need to burn down and what do we need to focus. And it seems like we're getting a little bit distracted if you're WSU. We're trying to figure out where do we need to be, what do we need to be diving. And I think the other thing that's kind of the kind of secret carry that we've not really seen, if you've been watching closely, you've kind of noticed this, but Crunchy over on that Mercy has just been phenomenal, keeping the team in the fight, just turning around. Like, it's very easy to just trade a 1v1 and then get the resurrection back in to really just kind of go, yeah, we're fine. Yeah, you can just, you're down a DPS and one of our carries is still up. So I think there has to be something in that said. So what do you do about that? Like you said, I think you need to be focusing down more. I think you need to be focusing whatever target you choose to be. I think you just need to kind of put the whole team behind it, because that's kind of been the difference, is that the Chokers have looked like a more consistent team group where WSU has moments where people look good. We saw the Bastion looked really great. We saw the
And
Bastion
the
get a
May.
lot of value, and the May too. We saw
Yeah.
these DPS and these heroes get value, but there were kind of flashes in the pan overall. So going into this escort map, maybe even harder because again, you've seen this kind of all-arounding poke comp really get a lot of value. So you need to not only make your pick value kind of work towards that, but also kind of figure out what do we need to do. And I kind of want to double back to an answer while we're waiting for this pick. But I think the Torbjorn is something that needs to be considered as a serious pick here.
I think, despite as comical as he is, he should always be a serious consideration.
Oh, yeah,
right?
of course.
Let's be honest. I mean,
Yeah.
he brings so much to the table, not the least of which is his hammer and the skins. You gotta love the Torb skins.
Gotta
Right?
love
The
them
Torb
skins,
skins are S tier.
Yeah.
But more relevant though to what we're talking about here right now. Pulling out the Torb, right? You can put a little bit more pressure on the Far and Mercy, right? You make it so that there's kind of another step in the process, right? That Grace Harbor has to do, right?
Yep.
It's just going to kind of slow down everything for them, and that could buy enough time for WCU Black to find the picks that they're needing, right? Find the angles that they want, or to be able to put the right pressure on the right person at the right time. It slows the game down a little bit for them, gives them opportunities. We are going to be going to Circuit Royale next, so have Denim. So I think we saw Sigmas come out from both sides before. I think we're going to see it again here. And in particular, especially on that second point, my mind goes back to the Devos for WCU, right? That's an opportunity, I think, for the Diva to really shine again for the squad. And they really seem to want it to as well.
Yeah, I think that is like a very good thought. I think the Diva just needs a little bit more support, be it from the longer range hit scan or something else to just kind of help complete the kills that are being made there. Because like you said, especially with the Grace Harbor Chokers attacking first, they've looked very good and they've looked very strong whenever they've been able to attack. They look like they've been, like you said, controlling the pace of the game very, very well. Again, this comp we saw in Eichenwald, it's just copy-paste. Like, there's no reason to move the Hanzo. There's no reason to move the Pharmacy. Everything that you might want to bring out on this, we're used to seeing long-range hit scans, but there's nothing that says you can't just bring this Pharah out and continue to run that, considering how much value Yarrator has gotten, and it's become very clear that that is a point they can exploit. I don't see them needing to change anything on this attack. Really, I don't.
It'll be interesting, right? Because that first point, right? There's so many long sidelines, like you said, these hit scan characters, it does favor them. So I think WCU Black might be able to put a little bit more pressure on the Pharah, right? They may be able to kind of neutralize that threat a little bit, right? Because Yarlator not going to have all of the buildings, all the nooks and crannies to kind of dive behind, right? And kind of poke their head out, launch a few rockets, go back to cover, go back to safety, right? So I do like this pick from WCU. I think that does make Yarlator's job a little bit more difficult. On the flip side, though, you're just enabling Tobias.
Yeah. I mean, it's so hard because, right, if you focus one, you're getting shot from the crossfire on the other. And again, Grace Harbor, why? There's nothing to change. They are just looking really good.
Yeah.
Zabbits could even, I wouldn't even hate the Reinhardt if they really wanted to.
Right,
But like you said, like the Sigma's been good. Zabbis has looked good on that Sigma, has gotten a lot of value on it. And meanwhile, on the other side of WCSU Black, all right, we're seeing a little bit more. We're going to try to match the Hanzo. We're on Kiriko Ana. I'm not sure what we're really... Are we just trying to... So we're trying to play more tempo, I guess. We're trying to just try to take members out of the fight so we can adjust the rate of play. And I don't hate that, but I still... This is kind of the one point where I'm wondering, what are we really getting out of the Kiriko? We're not running anything down necessarily at this point, so do we need that? Would we be better off with a Discord Orb where we could just burn down something a lot faster? So that may be something that WCU really considers going into this once they see what's on the other side.
Oh my gosh, the Sonic Arrow lands. Tobias Max firing on full cylinders at the moment. Yarlator finishing them off. This fight over for Grace Harbor. They just disassembled WCU Black.
I mean, this has just kind of been a highlight reel in a lot of ways of Tobias just constantly letting Mr. Mango not allowed to play the game.
Yeah.
Just constantly finding Mango in the first pick from this Hanzo. I almost think you want, something. You need a shield in the way. You need to just protect Mango. Just kind of getting caught out and not really playing the angles correctly because again, Yarlator just kind of has free reign, has the Mercy attached, and it's just been full blue beam. There's no stop.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. The pressure needs to be there, but You know, one of the we were singing Crunchy Leaf's praises earlier. They've done such a great job of just staying in positions where they can't get threatened, right? The reses have been phenomenal. First off, by the way, in the meanwhile, Grace Harbor just blows through first point, right? Dragon Strike coming in as well from Tobias, but already the damage mostly done here. Gummy Bear trying to back up furiously, but they should be able to pick this off relatively easily. Crunchy Leaf in trouble, but they're getting taken care of by their Pharah.
And again, WCU Black, we just see them, you know, we've already brought in the double hit scan, we've already given up on the Ash, we're going back to Widow, like, we're still just searching, and you can tell, like, the panic is setting in from the side of WCU Black. We're still looking for an answer, and I don't quite know that this is going to be it, and if they need to stay, they need to put something out here. There it is, though. There's Tobias out, and that is already a pick that can turn this back and hold them at B.
Yeah, that's huge. That is public enemy number 1, but Yar later says, don't forget about me. They will be slept in enemy territory. Boo will finish them off. And now WCU Black has an opportunity to hold here. Grace Harbor bit off a little bit more than they could chew. They got some early value, but the tables have certainly turned.
I mean, that was a great opening pick, but there wasn't really a lot to... like, that was the first time they've really converted on it, right? They've not been able to get a first pick and then continue to win the fight. So now that there's been a moment of silence, and we'll kind of get ourselves back together here. I mean, WCU does have a nano. You'll probably commit it to the soldier just to try to get more value. Flux is up. You know, you probably might even throw all 3 at that. It's a little bit heavy to invest, but it is a one fight. But Zavitz has been getting value with less on their fluxes, so it's kind of what happens when these fluxes go out, because who gets more support into them and who gets the isolated picks first.
Oh, Yar later going down immediately. Mr. Mango able to take them out. Crunchy Leaf drops back for the res, unable to get it, and now the Tac Visor seals the deal for WCU Black.
Yeah, we did commit exactly kind of all those ultimates like I thought we were looking for. Again, it was a little expensive, but it is a game plan that works, and it won them the fight, so... you know, going into this one, it's going to come down to Kitsune Rush to really get value. Can you, I mean, the question is, I guess it comes down to the soldier getting a lot more bullets out and really getting a lot more value out of it. I kind of almost would have rather you saved the tactical visor for this. Because Grace Harbor didn't commit, they just saved their ultimates. We've brought in the Reaper, we have 2 ultimates now, and we're ready for the next fight. So it's kind of a toss-up. The sites will help to kind of see where the threat is coming from, though. So I like that.
Yeah, and it buys them time, right? We're not going to see Grace Harbor push through until those sites are down. They have expired now, so Zab's going to try and strike with this Gravitic Flux, but getting peppered hard from Slumped Bro. Not going to be enough as Tobias Max finds their mark. Yellow following up. Boo gets an exit pick, but that's probably all it's going to be good for.
I mean, Toasted going down with Kitsune Rush was probably one of those things that might have made a difference here. Mango just going to try and see themselves out to safety. No. Yeah, at that point, you just get out of there. That's done. But like Toasted, would Kitsune Rush really have changed anything there? Maybe, but it needed to be used aggressively. And right now, Grace Harbor has been playing the aggressor the whole way through. We'll see the Reinhardt come out. And that already just gives this matchup a little bit better, because now you're playing Ryan into that. And we're on the Sombra. Juggle, it's Mystery Heroes now. We're on the Sombra. We're trying anything and everything we can just to try to crack an opening into this Grace Harbor squad.
Yeah, and I've got to be honest, I'm a little confused by the Sombra pick, because it's not like I feel like Grace Harbor has these huge ultimates that you want to shut down with an EMP or a hack, or could, right? That Death Blossom, it's gonna interrupt your hack, right? So yeah, I'm a little confused by this pick, but you know what? They need to try something. And if they can get an EMP off with a Gravitic Flux, they could just chunk down a ton of damage. But in the meantime, Boo has found some value. Immortality Field gone. Gummy Bear pushing forward now, chasing back Yara later. They will get an extra pick onto Rias as well. So nice hold here for WCU Black. That's going to give them a lot in the ult percentage. They needed that.
Yeah, that's a hold. That's 2, you know, they still have 3 minutes to go through, but they'll take what they can get here, considering EMP's almost online. I mean, it's fine. I need to see this Kitsune Rush used efficiently, though. I need to see them throw it out early, play aggressively, and I need to see Boo not go dangerously low and fall there.
Yeah, they're going to back off. They have to use their health as well. Tobias Max able to find Mr. Mango again. That's been out of the death now for them, and coming in a Death Blossom from Yara later will open this up again for Grace Harbor. They just have to win one more fight, and it's going to be a tough one for WCU Black.
Yeah, Tobias has gotten so much raw value with these Dragon Strikes. They'll have that online, and I don't know that there's going to be too much there. But WCU has everything on board. They just need to commit it. Is they even going to touch in time?
Yeah, they are going to have the Sombra there on point, but they're taking it out.
Sombra.
We do get the Kitsune rush. Boo coming in with attack visor. That's going to swiftly take care of everybody else, though. Grace Harbor doesn't even know what happened to them here. They will go back to spawn.
Yeah, that was what I wanted to see, was the Kitsune Rush plus the Tactical Visor. It was just going to be, you're just going to get more faster kills out of that, and I do like that. It costs them pretty much everything. I guess the Sombra dying with EMP was a bit of a blessing in some way, because that's your tool to kind of win for the next fight. But again, Tobias didn't commit anything. The Grace Harbors recognized we can lose this in the neutral and be fine with that. Oh, what an early pick. That's great information. And Tobias, again, just looking for Mango, just trying to find the opening pick. And if it happens again, it's basically over here.
Right, and already put so much damage into Gummy Bear's shield as well. They're going to have a hard time staying on point. Here comes the EMP. It catches several members, but Rios does a beautiful job keeping everybody healed. In fact, they're going to strike back. The Dragon Strike lands. Tobias Max with a couple of picks. Nothing left to stop them. It will be Grace Harbor walking this one in and finishing with a little under a minute.
It's a shame that EMP caught 3, but never really had the follow-up to do anything with it. Again, there just wasn't anything with it. It was kind of just the holdover, and there wasn't even the focus fire to really get value on it. So the Chokers will just bring it home with a little under a minute, so that means they'll at least buy themselves another round if they need it. And it's going to be hard. You know, we were looking at this earlier in the week, and we were looking at this earlier. You know, considering the Grace Harbor went down and lost in week 4 versus this team 0-3. What a reversal of fortune. We were talking about how this team needed to have done their research, and they very clearly have. They're exploiting these weaknesses that WCU Black is leaving open. They can't handle the Pharah in these open skies. Tobias just continues to take angles and find value with his Hanzo again and again. And the Reinhardt, you know, we kind of questioned at the beginning. They're making, Zabas has been making great calls as to, when do I just need to take this tank matchup? When do I need to give myself an advantage? When do I need to enable the rest of my team to support with that? So this has been a well-oiled machine out of the Chokers, and again, we're back on this comp that they've been seen for. You know, they've just been successful on here. And WCU Black, on the other hand, they've kind of landed on what they started. They kind of lasted with last time. I'm still just not really sold on it. I see there's pieces that can work together. The Sombra, like you said, is kind of an interesting choice. She did take a bit of a hit from the last couple patches. I don't know that it's enough value. And unless you can really, really get in and harass either Crunchy Leaf or Tobias, it's going to be hard for WCU to really deal with the crossfire that's put in front of them.
Yeah, now I will say, I'm Slumthrower was able to build their EMP very quickly, so I feel like they're getting pretty good value on this Sombra from a solo perspective, right? I'm not entirely sure how much synergy it provides for the team, but they are finding value. But in the meantime, Yarlater going to be able to find Mr. Mango. In the meantime, Boost strikes back. Gummy Bear will be demexed now. So Grace Harbor has a nice opportunity here. Boo gets a little too aggressive. Gonna be a hack, tries to come in for Rhyme slumped, but doesn't find anything.
You know, thought they had the value, thought they had walked past the Sigma, but there wasn't really enough picks to get the value there, so they'll continue to hold and just searching for the Sombra, just trying to make sure they don't get value, and it's just going to be another neutral, just try to push a little forward. Tobias already halfway and towards an ultimate. That purple hits too, but there's nothing there for a jungle, and that's just kind of the unfortunate play for that.
Yeah, Tobias goes down very, very low, but the healing does come in the end, and Toasted Tofu meets their demise. Hack does come in now from I'm Slumped. They are pushing forward a little bit with the cart, getting a little pressure into Yarlater as well. Both EBS Hack, I'm Slumped will in fact finish off Yarlater. So WCU Black, they're picking away. They're picking at this piece by piece, but they are making progress right now. So
yeah, it's a slow fight, but this is what this comp can do, is it can eventually put pressure and win out. The res came back in, but Yarlater's got no help, so it will go forward, but they need to keep going, and you know, Ultimate's online, they haven't committed anything. You have self-destruct out. I mean that's probably just to make sure they get the remake, but it's not quite as efficient as Grace Harbor was, but they are getting the value on it, so they might see B here quicker than we might have suspected.
Yeah, huge coming in. Boo does come in with the tag visor, finishing off that fight. The question is, though, is it going to be close enough for them to get this point without Grace Harbor being able to contest?
There was someone there. They may just give this up.
Yeah, I think they might give it up.
Yeah, I think they'll give that up. Did they need to commit Visor for that? I mean, they kind of were already disengaging. It was cleanup kills, but you might have wanted that for EMP or Kitsune Rush here. I wonder if that's going to down the line backfire, because you might have to throw EMP, Kitsune Rush, and a Nano at something. Self-destruct up, though, to kick it off. Anything? Catches one. That's an opener.
Zabs. That's huge. That's huge. That's absolutely massive. The res will come in, though. So they're going to be back up to full strength, but crucially, WCU Black going to have, if they get a pick now, it's going to be permanent, right? Or at least for the next 30 seconds here. Only one ultimate expended so far, but Yarlayer are able to find one. Gummy Bear comes in with a pick off of the EMP, though. Everybody low health, unable to do much about it. We do have the Valk in the air from Crunchy Leaf trying to dive in and find a res, but they get hacked, forced to back away. So WCU Black gets a lot of progress.
We were talking about the D.Va really coming in and making a difference here from Gummy, and that's what we have seen, is that this D.Va has been successful, has been able to dive and burst down, so they need to keep the pressure up, but there's going to be a recontest here.
Big Gravitic Flux from Zabs. They're going to get able to catch several people. Toasted Tofu just a little bit off on that protection. Suzu. But in the meantime, Gummy able to eat the Dragon Strike, so that opens things up for WCU Black. They're able to finish everybody off here, and they've capped, I believe, with more time. Slower start than Grace Harbor, but at least at this point in the map, they've been a little bit quicker.
Yeah, they've kept it up, and I think after a couple maps and rounds of searching, they've finally gotten the answers they're looking for, because all these different distractions are really putting a lot of work. We're seeing Grace Harbor just kind of decide, all right, we're done playing around, we're done with our comfort picks, let's roll with what is strong, let's roll with what is good, and Tobias will fall dangerously though from that hack. Oh, but it does find slumped on the other side. That's unfortunate, because that's going to make this push a little bit harder going into this.
It is, but at this point, WCU Black can, to a large extent, bide their time, right? They're just going to back off here really quickly, get Boo back into the fight. They're not too far away, plus they got the legs.
Yep, they do. They also have EMP and self-destruct, so La Bambra is online. If they can hit it, it's going to be a little bit tougher to make work, but it's a win con if you can get it. So considering that Grace Harbor doesn't really have a lot to work with, they just need to hit this to make it, keep this alive and going, and they'll find someone on the flank. And this is the focusing out I wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see. Making a 2 and 3v1 versus that Reaper is big.
Yeah, it certainly is. Gummy Bear allowing WCU Black to get some really good positioning here. They're going to go in now very deep. They find Rios in the end. They might be demech, but again, they've got that self-destruct. Looks like they weren't quite able to get it underway, though. But Boo is there for the cleanup. That is huge. And WCU Black, they're primed to cap with much more time than we saw with Grace Harbor.
They are, but they need to build this Kitsune Rush and this Nano up a little bit faster, because this last bit, is anybody going to be... I mean, there's going to be a touch, but there is also an overclock online, and it needs to come up big from Tobias here. And Tobias opening it up just like that.
Oh, that is huge. Yeah, taking Mr. Mango out of the equation right off the rip. Gummy Bear binds their mech once again, so they're going to just disengage. And Grace Harbor, they've staved off defeat at least for another moment.
Hey, all it takes is one juggle, and Tobias has been finding that one consistently. So Kitsune Rush and Nano coming online for WCU Black. They have the tools to kind of put it together. They just need to make sure they find the value, and there's that value looking for Tobias falling.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. I'm Slumped goes in for the hack on the front line, pushes them back a little bit, forces out the immortality field as well. Right after that's gone, self-destruct goes in. It finds both supports. Supports. This is over. It's just clean up now. They're going to cap. The question is just how fast can they get rid of these last few members here? They will finish with a bigger time bank as well compared to Grace.
Wow, there's the Kitsune Rush just to bring it off and celebrate, but yeah. Great opening pick. Yeah, the Sombra turns out was what we were looking for the whole way through.
I questioned it.
Yeah, we all did. We've seen so much though, Juggle. Like, can you blame us? We've kind of seen everything, and at that point, the Sombra just kind of feels like, all right, let's just throw anything. What haven't we tried yet? Well, we haven't tried Sombra, and sometimes it's it just takes a while to figure out what you're really looking for and what can really work. So sometimes it's the Sombra. You did just probably get through most of the season playing a lot of Sombra too, so that might have helped here. But regardless, Grace Harbor now has this first attack. We're probably going to see what we have seen out of them. There's no reason for them to change it. Zabitz might be the only wild card, but again, they just need to. The WCU just really needs to continue to enable Slumpbro to just find value again, and he's been winning these 1v1s. He's been able to find Tobias, get value. or hack Jarlator out of the sky and get value on it. And that's what you need to continue to enable. Following that up with the Diva Dive or following those pieces together is just really the more important thing. And you know what? All things considered, we were questioning a lot of these comps coming into this, and even on paper, it still looks weird. But WCU is making it work, and I can't really say anything about that because they are making this comp look effective versus what they're seeing. Zabitz is going to pull out the Winston. First time we're seeing that. That's a little bit more to what we were expecting. They're going to try to get into the back line, maybe onto the Ana, and force more errors out of Mr. Mango a little bit here earlier, and I do like it.
Yeah, the one thing I do have to say, though, oh my gosh, slumped in immediately with the pick onto Rios. Wow. The res will be there, but this just means that, again, any picks that come through now are going to be permanent. Or at least semi-permanent. As permanent as they get in Overwatch. We're going to see a nice dive coming in from Yar later off the ceiling as protection Suzu in. So Gummy Bear able to take out Yar later, but Tobias Max just frees them up to find value as well. Crunchy Leaf having to dive away, but they're getting protected well by their Winston. Now Tobias Max putting a lot of pressure again on Mr. Mango. They are done and dusted as well. Grace Harbor will move this around this first corner. They're getting close to overtime here.
Yeah, they'll keep the chaos going, and that's what Grace Harbor has been succeeding in, right? Creating the chaos, they're doing it with the Winston this time, but creating the chaos to really succeed in and find value in. And the Sombra really hasn't been able to do much, considering that they haven't been able to get a target hacked.
Yeah, they have been having a tougher time with it, right? And that's just going to be exacerbated by this Winston, right? And already Gummy Bear's out of the fight. Yar later able to pick off I'm Slumped. 2 key players gone. Not going to get any point presence from Mr. Mango, so this point will be Grace Harbor's.
Yep, they'll not be able to step off cart, but that's fine. The DPS are feeling hungry and aggressive, so they'll take the minute to regroup and get it together. I mean, the nano's there for WCU. You're probably going to give it to probably Bo, if I had to guess, just to try to get that, or maybe even to the Kiriko to try to build Suzu, to build a Kitsune Rush later. But all these ultimates for Grace Harbor, full support ultimates, means they're going to have a much longer sustain going into this fight. So an early pick and some aggression would be great on WCU's side here.
Let's see what they do with it. Mr. Mango has, like you said, that nano boost ready to go. Everybody getting in position now, including Yar later. Able to find one. They get slept out of the barrage, but they already found Boo. That was likely where that nano was going to go. Tobias Max now with the overclock as well. We're going to get the self-destruct in, trying to clear point, and it does just that. WCU Black, they make everyone scurry with a self-destruct.
I mean, it's the ultimate space buy, right? You're going to die if you don't get out of the way, so... a good decision making. They were lucky that they were able to kind of have those ultimates online. It was just I don't want to call it lucky, but it was circumstantially in their favor. They just kind of had the pieces together to do it. They got the opening picks, and now there's a win condition. WCU Black not likely to just fall 0-3 and kind of have the rug pulled out from under them. So just keeping the Sombra in check was so much of Grace Harbor's plan there. Of just being able to create the chaos and then just not enabling the Sombra to get value. So we'll just see these comps kind of run it back. We're going to look to the Sigma this time again. And it's still kind of hard. Tobias is eyeing a couple different things. I kind of almost want to see Tobias back on the Hanzo. There's been so much raw value. You can kind of spot the Sombra out, but I guess just the headshot value, the rail value is so good on Sojourn. It's so hard to say no to that. But I mean, 2 minutes to get to basically a little past A is really manageable. So WCU can, if this is going to be the point, it has to be now, right? This has to be it. They have to use this 2 minutes well, because otherwise they're done and they have to, like, they just go home. So it has to happen in 2 minutes here. Yeah,
this is WCU Black's final chance here. Their backs are against the wall. The only way they move forward to get to see the grand finals is a reverse sweep here against Grace Harbor Chokers. We've seen it happen once tonight. Will Lightning strike twice?
Oh, that's a big opener, though.
That's a huge opener, yeah. Immortality Field does have to be used here by Grace Harbor, but I'm Slumped is going to take so long to get back into the fight. They should have time to get close, at least, to getting that back. And if they play safe during this intervening time, they should be able to get it.
They do have the angles here in this neutral, so they'll go.
Oh, wow.
And Tobias, Tobias has the angles. They can't really approach the Sigma to get value, so... Oh, wow.
Yeah, beautiful. Ooh. You know, I love seeing shots like that. You know, you see them, you know they don't see you, you take your time, you line up your shot, you take it. Right? That kind of patience is just so important. Yeah, it really, really is, especially for Sojourn. And
especially, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially on these long range hit scan.
Yeah. And you were talking about the difference, I think, between between the Hanzo and the Sojourn here. I think the Sojourn might have been a response to the Sombra, right? It provides a little bit more survivability compared to the Hanzo.
Ooh.
But Toasted Tofu gonna be able to find Zabs. Immortality Field comes out a little late to save their tank. Beautiful
great
sleep from Mr. Mango. That's gonna open things up. The res will come in, but WCU Black now, they've got momentum, they've got confidence, they're pushing forward, they're getting the picks, and they don't have too much further to go either. Right? Two more wins is all they need to stay alive and take us to a map 4 here, so
Yeah, and Bo is going to continue to pick that up just to keep this going, but they do also are at a point where they can't step off the cart, so just these last pieces are there. WCU does have pretty much all the tools they need, though. The question is there going to be a contest before A? Because they can force out this Kitsune Rush and the Nano early. That might work in their favor down the line, but I don't think there's going to be that juggle. No, they'll give that up for free. So Tobias needs to come up with something with Crunchy's support here. Just they need to get more value with this overclock than the Kitsune Rush gets on WCU Black. Otherwise, it's over. There's that opening pick again.
That's huge. That's huge. There's no res available. Yard later, coming in with a barrage. They're going to find 2. Grays Harbor on the precipice here of victory. They get the resurrection as well. I'm slumped, bro, is down. The self-destruct! The self-destruct gets 2. They take out the immortality field as well. Gummy Bear, the hero that they need. WCU Black Boo trying to get on the point, but the picks come in. Mr. Mango desperately trying to get here, but they just can't. And Grays Harbor will go on to the grand finals.
Wow. Man, that was so swingy every moment there. Every ultimate just got so much value on it, but unfortunately the respawns just never came in fast enough. And wow. Just unfortunate they weren't really able to get Kitsune Rush out in time. Again, just a little bit of aggressive play might have made the difference. We'll never know, but that's just so unfortunate, just given how close that was. Just all things considered, how close it was. They were looking so strong. They finally had the answer. They were ready there. But unfortunately, WCU falls 0-3, and their season is done here, Juggle. So we'll see Grays Harbor going on to the grand finals. The number 3 seed versus the number 1. I don't know if I had that on the cards today, but but it was quite a match to see play out.
It really, really was. And especially, right, considering just the history of these teams, right?
Yeah.
We've talked about it so many times, but I mean, it bears repeating again right now. Grays Harbor, they were 0-3. They went 0-3 against WC Black the last time they saw them. So just phenomenal work that this team has done to be able to come back, make it this far in the playoffs, beat WC Black, and punch their ticket to the grand finals. I mean, that is just spectacular for this squad here today. They've been able to shake a lot of demons off their back here today with this win.
Absolutely. And given that this is a younger squad like we were talking about, right? This is mostly freshmen, sophomores. This is a team that you'll see down the line too. This will only improve. They'll only continue to kind of work their team play a little better and just continue to grow. So even going forward, you kind of need to be aware of that. And I think if you are that number 1 seed and you're playing the grand finals, you got to go back and watch the feed. You got to put in the exact amount of work that they put in to get here, because they clearly have shown that they wanted to get to those grand finals and play for the finals. And you need to match that energy when you see them.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Absolutely do. So, we're going to be just about done here for the night, waiting to see if we're going to get an interview in here for this last match. But, I mean, what a day of Overwatch we had, right? We had 2 5 gamers. And then this one, which was just, again, so exciting about, just the story of these 2 teams and what they've seen so far and what it's taken for them to both get here today. So a big congratulations to the Grays Harbor Chokers. Fortunate enough to watch them a couple times this season. So happy to get to see them and get to cast them again. Just see this continued improvement from this squad. But they will be taking on NAU in the grand finals, and that's no small order. Like you said, the number 1 seed.
Yeah. I mean, NAU has looked good this season. They're obviously the number 1 seed for a reason. They 3-0'd pretty much everybody along the way here. They also, I believe, NAU beat them 0-3. So had to get, it looks like this could be, another David versus Goliath situation here. But it's very interesting because the Chokers clearly show they're willing to step up. I think of all the games you might even consider checking in on, this has to be one that you just keep an eye out for, because there is definitely no predicting what's going to happen when these two teams play.
No, this is a new Grace Harbor Chokers, right? I think, you know, a lot of what we've seen historically now, especially that we saw, right? WC Black get 3-0 today, right? Having previously 3-0'd them. I don't think you can look back and use much of what's happened in the past as a predictor, right? Because
you really can't.
This is a new team, right? They're showing a lot of stuff we haven't seen before, and so this is exciting. I think they've got a real shot in the grand finals, but we're gonna throw it to a quick break. Right after that, we'll have an interview for you. Don't go anywhere. Hello, welcome back. We have Tobias Max in the interview booth with us tonight. First off, congratulations to you. How does it feel getting set to the grand finals?
I honestly didn't expect this out of anything. Because our last season, I mean, we were like in the navigators, I think, and I mean we did all right, but there was definitely some improving to do. But now we have a solid team. We have good teamwork, good chemistry and stuff. And obviously things happen, and sometimes things don't go out the way we want them to. But I don't. I'm so shocked that we made it to finals, and I'm super
Well, I
hyped for
mean,
that.
You were a big part of that, Tobias, today.
Yeah.
So, one thing though I want to ask about you or ask about the team is you all went 0-3 against the squad earlier in the season, back in week 4, right? What did
Yes.
you do? What did you do in between now and then?
Yeah.
Because it was like a completely different team, right? Just absolutely completely different. So, yeah, what happened in those weeks?
You know, we kind of okay, I don't know if this is going to be mean or anything, but this time we kind of abused the fact that they couldn't hit our Farah. So we used that to our advantage, and with Yarlater on the Farah and me on as I think it was you, Jungle, who said that we are the dynamic duo, and
Yep.
I can agree with that. Oscar Jarlater is really good, and when we work together, we can just wipe them out. So
I mean, and it happened all the time, and that's actually something I wanted to ask you about because just watching fight after fight, it was just so impressive to watch, specifically you, just continue to find these opening picks, particularly on Mango. Was that something that just kind of happened by coincidence? Were you guys constantly looking for like the opposing honor, or was that just something that kind of happened just by like repetition?
So our main goal in a lot of these games is for me to like find an off angle and then take off one of their DPS or healers. And once we can do that, we just call out, all right, I'll just like scream or something. I'll go to him. I don't know. And then we'll then just go in from there and kill them all. Oh, they're all laughing at me now. All right.
No, I mean, but it like works. It looks sometimes you need just that one opening pick, and that was the case a lot. Was just an opening pick, and everybody getting that go button was a lot of it because the follow up from yourself, from your other DPS, and from the rest of your support team was just very, very strong.
Yeah, we've been working a lot on team. Sorry, he's taking pictures of me. We've been working a lot on team chemistry, and just practicing together helps a lot with that. I've also been practicing on my own. Along with our tank Ziabs, we've been playing a lot together. So, I mean, I don't know.
Just fantastic stuff all the way around. Wanted to ask you a little bit. You mentioned right before we went live, in the background, you've got a new building being built for your esports program. Tell us a little bit about that, because that's very exciting.
That's cool.
I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but I'll move the camera here a little bit. Yeah, right back there. Hold up. Yeah, you can see the building back there.
Yep.
I'm not really. We're moving over there, so we will have a new esports arena, and I'm super hyped for that.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
and
All right. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it's gonna be. I think he said finished by fall of next year. Yep,
Okay.
fall next year.
Fantastic. Well, that'll be very exciting to start off your next. You're not graduating, right? We know you're a young squad. I forget where you are though in your journey through college. You get to see this esports facility next year?
I don't believe so. I'm going to be transferring to. I'm hoping Grand Canyon University. And
oh my gosh.
Oh.
Well, that's exciting though for you as well.
Yeah.
So that'll be a big boon to their program. But right before we go, last thing I wanted to ask you, any shout outs you want to give here today? Friends, family, teammates, whoever you'd like.
All right. So first I got to say my dad, because he watches almost all these streams and he loves when you guys cast them. And
Awesome.
I literally after like every match or every round or whatever, I would get a message saying, "Let's go, Tobias," from my dad. So I guess my dad, Mr. Taco, the taco truck, of course, for changing my life. And then other than that, maybe Zach, if you're watching too, is my coworker. And then obviously Mitchell Margris, esports director here at the college.
Well, fantastic. Congratulations to every single one of you there. Good luck to you in your future with Grace Harbor and further down the line as well. To everybody back at the team, we said hello and great job and good luck.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say.
Yes, go ahead.
I guess so. Our Crunchy Leaf, our team captain here, she wanted me to mention.
She's your team captain too. She's amazing.
Yes.
She's amazing,
Yeah, she's very,
Mercy.
very well.
Amazing, Mercy.
Yeah,
we were singing
very
her
well.
praises
Very-
all game.
Yeah, she's amazing, and she wanted me to let everyone know that this match was in honor of Keiki's birthday, our so-called team mascot, but not quite. But it is also Keiki's birthday, third birthday, so it's her cat.
Oh my
and,
gosh.
and
A
so,
very important part. A very important part of the family.
We stand cat birthdays here, so yeah.
Heck yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you all so much again. Good luck to you in the future and congratulations today.
Thank you guys so much.
Hey, Grace Harbor Chokers! Let's go!
Oh, you gotta love that energy.
You gotta love it, yeah.
Gotta love that enthusiasm. That is
Yeah.
just the kind of thing you want to see out of your esports squad. Well, so Danum, it has been a pleasure here with you tonight. Before we close things out, any final words from you?
Nah, the pleasure is truly mine, Juggles. This has been an incredible night of Overwatch, and
Yeah.
I mean, where do you go from here? It's grand finals. I mean, that's going to be exciting. If you remember, also, if you haven't seen it already, there's the Valorant finals LAN, and Valorant and Lockhart League is going to be LAN for Northeastern Challengers. You should check that out the weekend too. But these games have all just been incredible, and this has been one of the best seasons so far, I have to say.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all so much for tuning in tonight. We appreciate each and every one of you. Hello, especially to Tobias's dad, giving you a quick shout out as well from the booth. Thank you so much to our production crew as well, Caroline, Shiro. We appreciate everything you do. That's going to do it from us here tonight at NECC. GG's and see you next time.